back to Velma's Diner. My name is Andre. What can I get you? We are returning for the final night here at the Feast of Hemlock Vale. The feast is finally upon us. And while Joe Diamond and Miguel Cruz have joined Rosa for a couple expeditions and gone off on some very treacherous evenings, this is it. It's the finale. And it's such a weird one, too. If you're not familiar with the Feast of Hemlock Vale, well, while you will be in just a couple minutes, I reckon, it's going to be a really long evening in terms of a stream, let alone, well, what our friends in front of us have to be doing. This one does start with a sort of like prologue, kind of like you remember in the mornings where you're in the town and there's people here you can talk to. But this one doesn't have this sort of mulligan. So once we go through this, and I think we have like 6 turns, then we start the true ending, the true finale scenario. So we have a lot to get through tonight. The true finale scenario for this is pretty difficult. I know for lower player counts, it's deemed even harder than bigger player counts. Usually that's just the way that this game goes. Usually the less players, the harder things are in general. But I think we have a chance of doing it. I know there's some like somewhat common recommendations of modifiers you can do to try and help balance out low player counts for the Feast of Hemlock Vale, but I think we're just gonna go into it and hope for the best. My name is Andre, by the way. I don't think I said it's July 29th, 2026 for posterity sake, but we're off. We should start talking about the experience because each of these decks got 10 experience to spend from our last expedition off in the caves for the Lost Sister, which is a really fun scenario. I think that one actually like really grew on me as we played it. Now, Joe Diamond, I think, is the easier one to talk about because Joe Diamond's experience upgrades were pretty straightforward. So just so we're on the same page, Joe Diamond, our hero text here says that when we investigate once per turn, we can choose to draw a card, which is great. I don't know if I fixed our stats. 2-4, 4-2 is what we want. So good stat line. Very good at clues, a bit of damage. Now, the cards that we modified for this deck, firstly, we just spent 2 experience to get the better 1911s. These are the new base handguns that come in Chapter 2. Mind you, the 1911 equivalent in Chapter 1 was just a bit more expensive, a bit worse. Now, the upgrade for 2 experience a pop, you get +2 fight instead of +1 fight, and you also ignore the retaliate keyword, which is sick. Retaliate is a pretty bad keyword. It shows up on a lot of cards, so this is just a bit better. And having 4 shots for 3 resources is not too bad at all, and we have some extra hand size that our investigator can do. But this is really easy. 2 1911s out, 2 1911s in. So upgrading Joe is super straightforward. And then kind of our upgrades, we ran out of ideas. But luckily, this is our last 6 experience. This is one of the better cards in the whole dang game. This is Studious. I was really surprised that got reprinted in Chapter 2 and it's permanent. And we're just going to begin the game with 7 hand size. Permanent cards are some of the best cards in the game because, well, firstly, Studious means you hit the ground running. 7 cards. There's a lot of other secret card draw you can add to your deck, and Joe inherently is like really good at card draw. That doesn't seem like he needs to spend more on card draw, but setting up with the right assets is super important. So just starting with 7 cards in hand means you have more icons to boost, more likely you'll find your tools and your guns and your allies, and all that is really important. So we're playing 2 copies of Studious, the most we can. We won't show it on the table because permanent cards can't be interacted with, but we're just going to open with a 7 card mulligan, which is pretty sweet. Again, this card is so strong and kind of boring, but it is one of the stronger cards in the game. Surprises reprinted. And of course, we do have a charisma still, which just means we have another ally slot, which also won't be shown on the table. Hey, Chris, the day is finally here. I brought my appetite. I'm glad you brought an appetite because the feast is just the beginning. Then we have dessert or whatever. These 3 cards are out. Now, I want to say something that's both embarrassing, but I also believe is kind of true. We had 10 experience to spend on Miguel, and I couldn't do it. I literally could not spend 10 experience. I couldn't figure it out. I think spending more experience might make this deck worse. So I think we only ended up spending like 5, maybe 6. But we have 4 experience left over. And I think we're still allowed to upgrade our deck between this half scenario and then the full final scenario. So like, if you have any ideas, let me know. But the issue with this deck is like, Miguel's deck is so self-contained when it comes to Chapter 2 card pool. So of course, we get to play a free event a turn, and that will get better with a bigger card pool. Most of our events are fast anyways, so you kind of lose out on that value. But we are running a lot of events, a lot of traps that attach to locations, and we're playing just about every single trap you can in Chapter 2. And that's Miguel's deck was mostly all the traps that came out. Notably, also Miguel's only able to play mono survivor, so it's not like Joe where we can dip into some guardian cards that just have a bigger card pool. We have admittedly one of the smaller card pools to touch, which is just 1 class, Chapter 2, and we're using the Hemlock Vale cards. I didn't know what to do, so what I did instead was added these finally. This is Canteen. Its card is actually pretty good. It's a 1-cost accessory, and we don't have anything that goes in our accessory slot. And it just says fast, spend a supply and exhaust Canteen to heal 2 horror. Technically, our deck has 1 damage healing card, and we have a lot of soak. And then we'll have 2 Canteens, which we spent 4 influence on 2 Canteens, and this will just give us a lot of horror healing. Joe has horror healing already. He has his steady-handed. So this will be the first horror healing for Miguel, and horror has been an issue. So 2 of these is pretty easy. We just throw them in, that's fine. Now, what slots do they come out of? And honestly, this is the issue, is like the deck is like, so every card in the deck has a huge purpose, that taking cards out of the deck is like kind of difficult. And to show you that, I took out 2 rope traps. I don't often take out experience cards we've already spent experience for and take them out to add different experience cards. You're allowed to do it, but we spend 4 experience on 2 rope traps and they're just coming out. This final scenario, rope trap isn't particularly great. There's not a lot of enemies in period, but there's also not a lot of enemies with just 1 health. So like the rope traps are not going to be great. And because in final finale has like very limited locations, you run into an issue where like your location, you want to put 1 trap on it. It's usually not this trap. So this card is just kind of like dead weight in the final scenario. I'll be honest, this card probably was never worth 2 experience and 2 cost. It fired like 1 or 2 times. And I mean, that's not bad, but it's like kind of very, very similar to lie in wait. The difference with lie in wait is you have to do a test. But it's like, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but the way that Survivor plays, this test is nearly guaranteed, and it can do 2 damage in a pinch if you needed to, or just do 1 damage forever. So yeah, I don't like Rope Trap, and I don't think I ever ended up liking it, but in this scenario, specifically bad, so we're cutting 2, and we're going to play 2 Canteens, or maybe not bad, but not as good as it could be. Finally, I'm playing a card from Hemlock Vale. It's Keep Faith 2. Which unfortunately this is a fast card, so we don't get more Miguel text, but it does cost nothing. It says fast playing during any fast window, which is kind of redundant text if you ask me. And it just says add 4 bless tokens to the chaos bag. For those who are not familiar, Bless and Curse had existed in the game a long time ago. I forget what the first scenario or first campaign they came out with. I probably should know this off by heart, but they were reintroduced in Hemlock Vale. If you don't know, Bless and Curse are these kind of tokens, and I have the special tokens that match with our other tokens. Whenever a Bless is pulled from the bag, it just counts as a +2, and you have to pull another token. When after it's revealed, you remove them from the game. So this functionally just adds a bunch of +2s to the bag at very little to no cost. And ideally, we can recur this with some of our Survivor tricks, as much as it's not a trick or trap itself. Now, why are we playing this? Well, the icons on it are not bad, but the biggest thing is that this final scenario really cares about how much you succeed by. So succeeding by a lot is just really good for you. So just trying to make the bag as close to in our favor as possible is just really kind of good. Also, you're gonna see in the final scenario, there's like a lot of -5s and really bad numbers in the bag. So anything you can do to push those to your odds are probably worth something. So we're gonna try 1 copy of Keep Faith. For that, we're cutting our final decoy trap, which is definitely a good trap. Particularly the good part about this is the movement across the board where you discard this. Otherwise, though, this just evades something when it enters your area, and that's not bad. Against elusive enemies, attacking them when they enter your area or any area is kind of just equivalently good, and we actually have a lot of elusive enemies in the final scenario. So like this card has never been stellar besides the one time it moved us across the whole map and won the scenario. But I don't think that's going to be here in the final scenario, so this is the last trap that we should cut. You could have played this deck without any of these, but they were fine. And of course, we still have 1 charisma. But at that point, we've only spent 6 influence, and I don't know what to cut. And if you have any ideas, please hit me up in the chat or in comments, because every card in this deck is like so well tuned. They came out in Innsmouth. Oh, that's true, right? Wait, who were the investigators in Innsmouth? It's been a minute. So Innsmouth was Bless and Curse for the first time. I thought it was Flood and Keys, so it was all of them. And then it was reintroduced, and we even had like Kohaku and like investigators who cared specifically about Bless and Curse, which is neat. Thank you, by the way. How's it going? So like this is the one card in the deck that's like a bit cute. We're playing the Sparrow Mask because we have to bring our mask to the feast, but it's not a bad card. When we take damage, we get this +2 willpower. And mind you, on the final day, willpower matters the most because the 3 cards we add into the deck for day 3 are willpower cards, and they're pretty mean. Hunter's Instinct is a recursion. Daniel is the goat. Trap, our unique card. This is our 1 healing card, Field Dressing. We have like Guerrilla Tactics, which allows us to attack or evade from range. Loner's Free Movement. Elaborate Distractions Busted. Lie in Wait's a trap. Like every single card is just so good, and I don't know what slot to cut for anything else, let alone I don't even know what anything else worth influence we'd put in the deck, right? Like the manual dexterities maybe can be cut, but at the end of the day, like our deck needs as much card draw as possible, because inherently events need card draw. Because events are like very low on they're high on tempo, but low on value. So like you just need to keep refilling your hand. And unless you find your knapsack, you're not going to be doing that. The e-caches hold up till the end. We have Ajax or Horse. It's like, I can't figure out what to cut from this deck because everything is either a trap or integral to the whole deck. So like we're just floating 4 influence, 4 experience for no reason. And I don't think we're going to be able to upgrade this deck anymore from this point. Like maybe we can put another copy of that blessed card in it, but that's kind of it. So 10 experience. We used 10 on Joe. We've only used 6 on our friend here. Grill always seems awkward since it forces you to use fist stat. You're not wrong about that. That's always been a surprise. I'm like so ready to use it, and then we have to use our fist for the fight. But even evading at like 2 distance for +1 damage has been okay. You're right. Like maybe we could cut 1, but it also has really good icons on it, and it's also like I think the big thing about Gorilla is like it's truly a clickless evade, like an actionless evade, or sometimes an actionless fight. It does give you +2, so we're coming in at 5, right? And now our deck has 2 copies of the lion. What's it called? The card that you can't fail, like scrape by. So like we can just force the test if we need to, which is really good. But I think my favorite thing about this is that it's a way to fight or evade with no actions, which is super, super rare. As much as, yeah, the numbers can be a bit awkward if you fight. Cool. That's it. I mean, we're going to the final scenario, so I fixed this button so I don't have to keep typing. Hopefully you're well. We're in for a long night, so buckle up. I got some good coffee for tonight because we're going to need it. This is the prelude of the final evening. Now, notably, this prelude looks identical to all the other preludes we've played in the morning. However, we've never seen an evening prelude. But notably, and it doesn't tell you this, it just doesn't do it, is like this prelude doesn't have the weird mulligan rules where we don't start the next scenario with like 1 card on the table and up to our resources and up to our hand size. It is just like a mini scenario that you have to set up mulligan and do all this for like 6 turns, and then you just pack it away, right? Like if I'm not missing anything, and please let me know if I am, this does not have the normal prelude rules because it doesn't say in the resolution to like don't mulligan. You just pack it up and do it again. So we have to do this for 6 turns. It's not particularly interesting. The next part is the part where it gets really cool. This might be more interesting if you go down different narratives. I do think there's like 4 different, maybe 5 different endings to Hemlock Vale. I haven't seen all of them. We're doing like the very, I would say, kind of vanilla one where we just follow Rosa because Rosa knows what's up. But there's some more ambitious things you can do. And we've seen a bit of like breadcrumbs around a lot of those different things. So here we go. Prelude, the final evening. Let me just zoom in 1 tad. A flowering procession filled with riotous, gaudy colors files through the village towards the crossroads. There must be several hundred people here tonight, if not more. You keep pace with Dr. Marquez towards the ghoulish effigy, spinning with reflected lights. Mother Rachel stands at the center of the crowd, holding her arms out like branches before the mirrored tree. Check your campaign log. Dr. Marquez does have a plan. She got the plan, I think, last night after we survived the longest night. The professor strides forward, holding Rebecca's hand. All festivities cease as Mother Rachel turns around. Everyone, listen! Last night, Mother Rachel condemned a house full of sick people to death. I was there. They were not in their right mind. Dr. Marquez entreats the revelers. But that's not all. There's something living underneath this island. It's sucking the life out of everything around it and could devastate the entire village. We need to leave the island at once. Mother Rachel looks at you, wounded. What do you accuse me of? I gave my daughter as a sacrifice, and she was given back to me. Check your campaign log. The investigators must decide, choose one, and there's 3 options. First option says you have done nothing wrong. Proceed to intro 3, but you only may choose this if Mother Rachel's relationship level is 3 or higher. Her relationship level is currently 2, so we don't have that option. The second one says the same text, you have done nothing wrong, but in parentheses, it says you are lying, which is good fun. But same idea, we can't do this one because her relationship level is not 3 or higher. So we were 1 short of Mother Rachel. I think we did not talk to her this morning, which maybe could get us there. So we have to say, you have sentenced this village to death. Proceed to intro 5. The professor strides forward and shouts above the revelry. The food here is poison. You're all in grave danger. Whatever this is, it's changing everything around it. See? Dr. Marquez tears mask after mask off of each reveler, exposing frenzied, grinning faces. The surrounding crowd goes silent. Then, a clapping sounds, along with the sound of laughter. Mother Rachel raises her arms to silence them. Cast out these slanderers! But let it not keep us from our celebration. The heavens beckon us. Let us feast. The last thing you see as you are pushed away from the clamor is the matron's triumphant smile. Add a tablet token and a fish face token to the chaos bag for the remainder of the campaign, and your campaign log record that the investigators have interrupted the feast. So 2 more tokens to the bag. These tokens are pretty bad. Cultists have classically been good, but tablet and fish face have been awful. This is, I think, our 3rd tablet. We'll do a bag check really quickly, and our 2nd fish face, if I'm not mistaken. But in they go. All right, so now we have to go to the proper setup. It says gather all the cards from the following sets. Put the day 3 time marker card into play. Are you ready? And notably, it says day 3. I assume this would be night 3, but it's technically still the day, so the sun hasn't gone down now. Yeah, excuse me. It says in which we celebrate the joy of transfiguration, and you see everybody surrounded by that purple color, enjoying a feast. Build the act and agenda deck using around the table. It is both the current act and the current agenda. Set aside the lamb to the slaughter special agenda, which I have no idea what that's about. But the one that we have here is currently around the table, which I guess we'll look at it in a second, but it just has 6 threat and text on it, and that's it. Objective, confront Mother Rachel. If Mother Rachel is defeated, we resolve. We'll read the flavor text in a second, but that's all we have to do is defeat Mother Rachel. Put each location into play, except for the crossroads on the old mill. We're using their evening side. So those locations are different, but all the other ones are the normal day locations, and they all have like text where you can read them and go to the codexes. And put 1 copy of Frenzied Reveler enemy into play at the commons. Notably, you're meant to do your mulligan before all this, but I've played this before, so it's not like a really big deal, but you're meant to do your mulligan technically before this. This is the Frenzy Reveler, 2/2 stat line. When Frenzy Reveler is defeated, place a doom on the agenda, and this effect can cause the current agenda to advance. And parlay test 4 agility, so this seems like a Miguel thing. If you succeed, remove Frenzy Reveler from the game. Otherwise, it stabs you for 1 damage. The side icon being that grinning face is like pretty uncomfortable. All right, I guess we have to do our mulligan before some of this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we should do our mulligan before we continue reading, because it can matter. Like, you're technically meant to do your mulligan and you set up all of that before. I like there's a more official name than Fish Face. I like it regardless. Yeah, I forget. I think it's Elder Thing. I just think Elder Thing is way too similar to Elder Sign, that I don't like it. I've heard Squid. We say Fish Face around here, but your shibboleths for your own communities will be developed over time. Let's just give this a good shuffle and we should be off. So we have to do the mulligan first, because I do think one of the setup cards can grab a card out of your deck, and if it's in your hand, it can whiff and or mess up your mulligan. So we're going to be drawing 7 cards as Joe, who's the lead investigator. Notably, he has 1 horror, while Miguel is on 1 horror and 1 damage in terms of trauma, and he's at 3, 2, 3, 4. So I did reset those stats. Good for me. Well done, Andre. How's everyone doing tonight? I imagine this is going to take us till Thursday. There's no way we're finishing this today. The finale, I did a test run of this, and it's so difficult. I got through by the skin of my teeth. I can't really talk about the finale until the finale starts, but the finale has one of my favorite lines of all of Arkham text, and I'll tell you the story once we get to the end of how it mattered. If I forget, please remind me, but it has one of my favorite Arkham moments of the whole history of the game. So hopefully remember to tell that story. If not, hit me up in the comments. Okay, so it is the town. We see some of the setup because I've already done it, of course. We have Judith over here. She's our best friend. We have like 5 relationship level. Mother Rachel's at 2. And there's a couple characters here. We don't know who they are exactly yet. But it turns out there's some of the villagers we've become accustomed to. Our friendship levels were slightly too low and they might have turned on us. Now in this campaign, I think largely you do want to focus on 1 or 2 people for your relationship levels. We were just short of hitting some thresholds, and those thresholds are kind of impactful. But yeah, we only made 1 true proper friend, Judith, which is good. Oh, and Rosa, of course. I think Rosa's in our deck because we made some good decisions. Hey, BBig's gonna play this in the background because I have a morning full of boring meetings at work. I mean, good luck with the meetings. Second monitor content. All right, I think we're gonna mulligan with Miguel first. Again, this is not the sort of like Prelude setup where you keep your cards. I don't know why they did this differently, but we can just mulligan for whatever we want. We have seen the setup already. We want to evade this thing. We have to defeat Mother Rachel. Currently, we can't defeat her because she's just an asset. She's not an enemy, but we're going to have to do some damage. So mulliganing into damage seems pretty reasonable. The old mill, just like it usually does, has 1 clue on it, and I don't think we can keep that clue. So that clue might actually not be worth anything. I don't know why there's a clue there. Maybe clues will be useful in this scenario. With that, let's mulligan with Miguel. So we get to look at 5 cards. First card, Loner. I mean, this card's a good card. It's not going to help us too much on this board. It only gets us a free move into an empty connecting location, and currently the locations, a lot of them have enemies. In fact, 3 of them do, so this is not super useful. We probably won't keep this. We have Longbow. Okay, that's perfect. This thing hits for 3. It hits aloof things, which is also pretty useful, but this is the most damage we could ask for, so we'll keep that. And I think we're gonna have to send Miguel to talk to Judith, because that's the combination we want. We want Miguel to have Judith, so Judith can allow us to fire the Longbow. Judith's text just says you get a free fight action a turn, which doesn't have to be a basic action, so using the Longbow is perfect. We don't draw an enemy. We have an E-Cache, which is totally fine. This is a clickless 3 resources, which if we want to talk to Judith, I think she exactly needs 3 resources, because X is the day number for her parlay. We have field dressing, which is a heal if you defeat a monster or creature, which is not super useful here. And then our 5th card would be another loner. So I'm going to mulligan these 3. And ideally, we look here for like Daniel or a mask, I guess. So we'll draw 3 more. Manual dexterity, that's perfect. We do need to do a big evade on the Reveler, which is a 4 evade. So that brings us up. Glassing, not very useful, has good icons though. So we can get up to like +4 evade, 8 evade off of the Reveler and deal with it. And then we can't draw a cat. So we instead draw Daniel. Perfect. Really good mulligan. We've had some pretty weird mulligans. Sometimes they've been amazing. Sometimes they've been terrible, but this is actually a really good mulligan. Judith better make it out of this live. I mean, I'm more worried about, what's her, Jomo? What's the name of her gun? Joko? I think it's Jomo or Homo? I'm not sure. All right. So this we get 7 cards. So again, we have 2 copies of Studious, which just says we have +1 hand size. So you draw 7, you mulligan full 7. We got good guns in here too, and we need a fight. Oh my god, this card is here to disappoint us again. We have flubbed this on so many scenarios. This is only really good when you draw it during your turn. We can play to get 2 resources and heal 1 damage or heal 1 horror, but notably again, our damage and horror do not pass over to the next scenario, so it's not very good. Overpower. Bounty. I mean, so far if we defeat the Reveler, we remove it from the game. We don't defeat it, so bounty won't actually work. Caustic reaction. This is only good if you have 2 clues. Unfortunately, this scenario has only 1 clue on it. In fact, sorry, this is the better version of it, so it does even more damage. So perception. Our extra cards are Tinker, which can attach to a card in our hand. That's not very useful. And Vicious Blow. I genuinely think this will be a 7-card mulligan, which is astounding. Like maybe we want to keep the perception for the 4 shroud here, but I don't see a reason why we actually need the clue. In fact, this old mill has text on it which says, yeah, you investigate. I don't know. Just gonna go put these away. Draw 7 more cards. Yikes. Emergency cash. I mean, money for sure. Money's money. Another caustic, useless. Ravenous Myconid. Okay, this is the sort of card that you definitely want down if this was a real epilogue, because there's only 1 clue on this entire place. You can still use Ravenous Myconid. It actually can still work, but it says choose a non-elite enemy at your location, and I'm assuming all these enemies will be elite because they're like characters and named characters at that. Steady-handed. Okay, that's good. Again, not so much for a scenario the last 6 turns, but this allows us to like change our numbers. Second Vicious Blow, good one too. So 2 more cards. We have a deduction, which is nearly entirely useless, and an overpower. Wow, what a terrible mulligan. That's remarkably not good. All right, with that, we can do the rest of the setup, which again, you're meant to do your mulligan first, but it's not always obvious. Because sometimes the opening impacts your mulligan, which like, what are you meant to do about that? Okay. So 1, 2, 3. In fact, I think the next scenario even says like after you, oh no, it says after you mulligan, so you're good. Okay, so one of our characters has a really good mulligan, the other one less so, but we'll go back to the book and we have to do the rest of the setup. So it says, check your campaign log. If North Point Mine is not checked off, and it isn't, cross out Leah Atwood's name. So it looks like Leah Atwood has disappeared into the mine trying to rescue Simeon, who was last seen at the mine. So I don't know if we're going to see her again. We haven't seen Simeon in a long time. They are both missing. If the investigators interrupted the feast, which we did, each investigator begins play at the boarding house. If you don't, otherwise you begin play at the crossroads in the middle of the feast. So we're starting from a distance a bit. So gather the residents and counter set and check the campaign log. So we remove each resident whose name is crossed off. So the little kid, Simeon's crossed off. We've never met him really. And Leah has just been crossed off because she went to the mines, I think. Put Mother Rachel into play at the crossroads. If Birdie had an epiphany, Birdie has not had an epiphany, but you'd put Birdie into play at the crossroads, enemy side face up. Okay, so Birdie can turn on you. If the investigators interrupted the feast, search each investigator's deck and all out-of-play areas for Marquez and put her into play under the control of an investigator. She does not take up an ally slot for the remainder of this prelude. Again, this is a prelude, but I don't think it's a proper prelude because it doesn't tell you to do proper prelude things. But notably, it says search your deck and all outside of areas. So if we mulligan 7 and drew into her, we'd lose this value, which is so upsetting. But we get a free Rosa Marquez who doesn't take up an ally slot, and she is so good. She has a lot of soak. She gives +1/+1 to different stats, and we get her for free, which is like just absurdly good. Yeah, whipping on this sucks. Maybe mulliganing 7 was a bit reckless, but yeah, this is just really, really good. So our intellect goes to 5. Sorry for Joe. And our agility goes to, I think, 3, which is like good enough, right? Cool. She has a bit of soak on it. So Rosa says, after you discover the last clue at your location, you can read, I think Theta is what it is. And that is maybe the one reason why this clue could matter. I do want to say there's actually one scenario in which we forgot. Rosa actually doesn't have text. You would think that every scenario has text for every character that could show up there. But we had Rosa, I think, in the prelude of day 2, maybe day 3, but I think day 2. And we had her and we played her and we actually emptied the clue from the old mill and there was no thing to read. So you actually look for a codex and it's not there, which is, I think, the only time that's ever happened in the history of the game. Because usually there's always a codex, but they missed the interaction that you could technically have her during the morning of day 2 if she's in your deck. I think that happened on stream and we missed that. You could read her thing. Okay, so put Leah into play. She's removed from the game, so we can't do that. Put Simeon, same thing. Put Gideon Mizra into play at the commons, asset side face up, but if his relationship level is 3 or lower, flip him to his enemy side. I think his relationship level was exactly 3, so we get to see enemy Gideon. So this is the Gideon we have to deal with. 2 attack, 3 health, 1 evade, retaliate. Forced after Gideon Mizra attacks you, have to discard a card from random from your hand, but it's a triple parlay action to set Gideon Mizra out of play. Otherwise, if you defeat him, he goes to the victory display worth 0 victory. Only attacks for 1, which is not too bad, and you get to see this art. And this art was on the back of the card for the whole time that we knew Gideon just showing up. Same thing for Theo. If Theo put into play a Tad's General Store, asset side face up, if his relationship level is 2 or lower, and it is unfortunately 2, we flip him over to his enemy side. So we get to see angry Theo Peters. And I do want to remind everyone is that at the end of the final scenario, or the last scenario we played, we promised his sister we would take care of him. So I don't think we're allowed to, technically, if we want to hold our word, to defeat him. So we're probably going to have to do his text. Now, none of these are Hunter, so they will stay where they are. But he has elusive alert, 3/3 stat line. And as an action, discard 3 random cards from your hand to set Theo Peters aside to play. So that seems like something we'd rather do with Joe, because Joe's hand is not particularly good. We're all family here, except for you. And he has a knife. He kind of looks like a Muppet, but he has a knife, that's for sure. And the whole place is on fire. All right, you set other residents aside out of play. You are now ready to begin. And of course, we have all the codex waiting for us on the final evening. So that is our setup, and we are off. The only thing we have is we have the mono agenda, the mono actin agenda. It's around the table. Hold on, I'll make it bigger. So this is the agenda. Around the table. And it shows these people eating really strange looking food, and I think they're totally surrounded by flies. Revelers dance to raucous music while others gorge themselves on rank platters of oily food. Visitors and locals alike collapse in fits of laughter while others claw at their eyes. Each of them wear a wild, gleeful smile. Objective: confront Mother Rachel. If Mother Rachel is defeated, resolution 1. And currently Mother Rachel cannot be defeated. She's just Mother Rachel. So she has 4 attack, she has 4 health, 4 horror. But you can just parlay to test 2 willpower to talk to her. We're not very good at talking to her, so we'll see what happens. Hey, Tony, oh no, he has a knife. I mean, he really wants to use that knife. How you doing, Tony? We're just about to begin. It's like just short of 9 o'clock, but we'll be off. We have a long night ahead of us. Okay, so Joe Diamond doesn't have much going on for himself. Miguel definitely wants to set up. He wants to put Daniel down. He wants to put his longbow down. He wants to play emergency cash. He wants to just set up. I think Joe Diamond can go first. At this point, we can probably still gain some experience, but as you might have heard me say earlier, I don't really want that much more experience. There's not much more experience we can get or like spend. Specifically, like we've already floated, I think, 4 experience from Miguel. Maybe, yeah, 4 experience. We could use a bit more experience with Tommy, with Joe. At a minimum, Joe can just like upgrade his fingerprint kits, or sorry, his magnifying glasses. Like that's a 1 experience upgrade, I guess. But like I don't know what to spend experience on in this deck anymore. I think it's like totally done. So we can always, at the boarding house, ask around the Vale. You can also heal a damage or horror, but because this is not a real prelude, there's no point of getting the real horror or healing. Miguel has 1 and 1. Joe has 1 horror. So I think Joe's going to go first. Also, the crossroads in the middle of the deck, or the middle of the table, is a bit different. It's the evening version. We have seen the art is slightly different, which it's so cool when FFG actually does this, where there's cards of the same name, but different, like, experience or different time of day. And it actually is the art, but slightly different. I wish they did that more. When you upgraded cards, I wish the art was slightly different. So this looks like a bit different than the crossroads during the day, which is this. And yeah, I mean, they did it. I really like that. I wish they did more of this sort of stuff. So this is 3 shot, no close parlay. You exhort the locals for help. Test 3 willpower. If you succeed, move 1 damage from your investigator to a resident enemy at the crossroads. So you can heal yourself to hurt a resident. Notably, the only person here is the Frenzied Reveler, who is a resident, but we can just kind of evade it to get rid of it. A crowd of revelers dance around a roaring bonfire. Mother Rachel stands before it, smiling broadly. Hey Bento, how's it going? My least favorite Hemlock scenario. I'm convinced this is not balanced around 2 players. I've heard that from a lot of people, and like while this is definitely challenging, I think it's possible. I know people have talked about like the sort of like mutations or whatever they call them that you can do to make it easier, but generally the game just gets harder the less players you have. I can't really speak of a single mechanic that makes it the most difficult of 2 players, but like having to get clues in the next scenario requires you to travel a lot of distance. That's like maybe the one thing that'll catch us off, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So the Frenzied Reveler is the big thing we want to deal with probably first. So I think that's going to be a job for Miguel. So Miguel can go in there with manual dexterity and a Daniel and do a big evade and just get this out of the game. This thing doesn't have Hunter or anything, but if we want to go into the Crossroads, we have to deal with the Frenzied Reveler. Notably too, we don't have the free move on the Crossroads anymore. So if we end our turn there, like, sorry, if we go there, we're going to be spending our turn there. We can't fast move out. So let's go start with Miguel first. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to play our emergency cash just to get 3 resources. It's clickless because our first event to turn. And then we're going to spend that money immediately on Daniel. So Daniel is just such a good card. Man, like, I'm surprised how few allies there are that cost experience in chapter 2. Like I was looking, there's no secret allies you can play that cost experience in the entire card pool. It's so weird. And then you look at Guardian, and Guardian has like so many good allies, but like all you can have is charisma. I really think there needs to be something more there. Daniel gives us +1 agility, so we're at evade, agility set 5, and after we fail an attack or evasion, we can just go do it again. Notably, we're parlaying this thing. If we fail it, we just fail it because it's not an attack or evade. So that was 1. 2, we'll walk into the Crossroads. The Frenzied Reveler will engage us, and then we'll try and just talk with the Frenzied Reveler. I think I messed this up. Somebody pointed out in the comments, but when you parlay, you don't get attacks of opportunity. Of course you don't. So when we were talking with Gideon while we had the big thing on us, we didn't have to worry about it. So we're currently 5-4. Oh, we should look at the Veil tokens because the Veil tokens are pretty bad, and we should do a bag check really quickly. So Skull's -X. X is the current day number, so -3. Cultist is +1, and it's a parlay you automatically succeed, but the other 2 are pretty bad. Actually, not that bad. -2 if you fail. If you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, treat this as a 0. So sorry, it's -2. Otherwise, it's 0. Currently, we have 3 cards in our hand, so it's just a -2. And Fish Face is -1. If there's a parlay, reveal another token. That can be pretty bad. So let's just do a quick bag check. Just so we're on the same page. So we have Elder Sign and Autofail, but of course. We have a +1. I think we only have 1 0. Yeah, 1 0. We have 4 -1s, so a lot of small numbers. We have, I think, no -2s. I think we removed all our -2s. So we have 3 -3s, 2 -4s. So our bag is pretty mean. Like -3 is probably the average result. And then we have 2 skulls, 2 cultists, 3 tablets, and 2 fish face. So it's like a 22, I think, token bag. It's like pretty big. I grabbed Detective Sherman in my last scenario because I had so much extra XP and he was really good. 4-3 clues and a fist boost. Yeah, he's really good. Detective Sherman is fantastic. The only thing is I can't, like, I feel like whenever I play Guardian in chapter 2 is like, you need to play your goat. What's his name? The guy who gives you 1 resource when you defeat something, because that's the only like inherent resource generator you have in Guardian outside of Bounty. So you basically have to play Detective Sherman and Charisma on top of, again, that guy, I can't remember his name. He'll just pop up in a second. Guardian, yeah, they're spoiled for allies, but they have no ally synergies. And then like the base slot is so expensive when Logan, that's his name, Logan Hastings gives you resources. So like you need to play Logan. It seems, at least the way I see it. All right, Frenzied Reveler, we're gonna parlay it. So we're at 5-4. We're gonna do a manual dexterity 7-4. 7-4, it doesn't beat all the -4s. So I'm actually gonna throw the glassing in here and just do 9-4. If this succeeds, we draw a card. Skull is -3. It's the day number, so we succeed. We draw a card, and we remove this from the game. Hold on, I threw that on the floor. Okay. That's Miguel's turn. Not a problem. Just there. Logan and the police dog, best boy, Saxon. Yeah, I haven't played the dog yet, but the dog is like really good. It's like a mini Garish, but I just don't have time for it, seemingly. Okay, so the question is what we're doing with Joe. Joe has nothing really to set up, literally nothing to set up. So Joe probably wants to go and discard 3 cards here. Our hand has a couple willpower icons, actually only one willpower icon. We need to generate enough willpower icons to talk to Mother Rachel, but we want to be prepared to fight Mother Rachel when we talk to her because she might be in a bad spot. The crossroads itself, I think, has an action on it. It says, yeah, we have to do willpower to do some damage moving, so that's not that important. So I guess we're just going to go with the boarding house, and this might be the one of those things that you can spend multiple actions like it was before. So our first action with Joe Diamond, we're going to go and ask around the Vale, even though we're pretty familiar with the Vale at this point. So that's going to be entry 9. Boarding house. The long table in the boarding house is covered in greasy bones and gutted fruit skins. An antlered skull, not quite a deer's, rests in the center of the table, garnished with bright wildflowers. Either draw 3 cards or gain 3 resources. Huh. I honestly think it's the card draw probably, which is kind of goofy. Yeah, it's probably the card draw. Like, resources don't really have much value to us when we have emergency cash. So I guess we draw 3. This doesn't have the sort of text which the other ones did. What's the name of the agenda here? Around the table. Where the other action agenda said if you draw a weakness, you just discard it. This, if we draw a weakness, we keep it. So like we have to watch out for that. But I think we're just going to draw 3 cards. So we'll draw. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I don't care about this card anymore because we're done with experience, but I guess we have to get rid of that. The Pearl Diary. That's nice. This is a unique card. And then we have the 1911, which is probably worth putting down to get into a fight. Okay, we have way too many cards in our hand, so I think we'll just get ready for a fight here. So we didn't draw any willpower icons. I think it's something that both of our decks are kind of lacking. So we're just going to put down the 1911 just so we're ready to fight. This is the nice one that we spend our experience on. So it comes in with 4 bullets. Costs us 3 resources, and we're just going to get the 3 resources back immediately with eCash. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upkeep. So none of these enemies move. None of them have Hunter or anything else. We draw a Canteen, which is a new card we have here in Miguel, and our 9th card is a Bounty, which is just some free money if we defeat something. I think we're just going to get rid of things with icons. So this only has 1 fight icon. It's the worst icons in our whole hand, and that's it. Doom. We add 1. Again, this is... I think I have a thing here for it. Yeah, around the table. So just 1 and 6. No encounter deck. So that's it. We keep going. Okay. So we're going to have to talk to Mother Rachel, I think. I don't know if dealing with these actually does us anything. We can still use these locations, but we have 5 turns to defeat Mother Rachel, which maybe that's a lot of turns. I don't know. I think we want to go to deal with Judith sooner than later. Miguel has 9 resources. That's not right. He forgot to spend resources to when he played Daniel. So we should be down on 6. So first action, Miguel is going to go to Judith. And then Miguel is going to talk to Judith. So we're going to spend 3 more resources. And let's see what she has to say. 7. If you back Judith up, I believe we have backed Judith up. A small, many-limbed shadow leaps out at you as you approach Judith. Before you can react, a gunshot echoes through the air, and what looks like a porcupine crossed with a wolverine collapses in a burst of blood. Judith steps away forward and looks over the corpse, smoking rifle in hand. Old Jomo saved your ass again, she says as she slings her rifle over her shoulder. My contract's up after today. Soon as it is, I'm leaving this place. She looks you over. I hope you do too. You may play a weapon from your hand, ignoring its cost. I mean, we have a longbow in our hand. That's perfect. Increase Judith's relationship level. Each investigator earns 2 bonus experience. Take control of Judith. That's so good. Not only is that exactly what we wanted, we got a free longbow for it, which is kind of incredible. Judith gives you a free action a turn to fight, which with the longbow is perfect because the longbow is a bit action intensive. And we get a free longbow. Could not ask for a better thing there. We've also got 2 experience, which is like just enough to use on Joe, but Joe has a dead ends we have to deal with. Notably on this act, it says if you defeat Mother Rachel, you have to immediately advance. It doesn't say you may advance. So once she's dead, we don't have an action to play our weakness from our hand. So we just have to watch out for that. The longbow comes in. For free, it's a weapon. It uses both our hands and allows us to shoot a big old arrow that does 3 damage, and it comes in at 7 of 8 because it's 5 plus 2, and if we fail, Daniel can do it again. That was 2 actions. The Old Mill. This is the evening one. So if you want to see the new art, I like this art a lot. 4 shroud, 1 clue. Sorry, 1 per player clue. So 2 clues. Oh, the direction's actually kind of good. I don't know what the clues are for though. You investigate the sound of something rustling in the underground. So we could do that as our last action if we wanted to. I don't know what else we're doing. I think we have to just get back to Mother Rachel. So I like a lot of these things just give you, experience, victory, which at this point I'm not really sure that we need. So I'm just going to go back. And that's that. Okay, we'll swap over. All right, we need to talk to Mother Rachel. We need to do her test. The problem is her test is 2 willpower, which is not great unless you have no cards in hand, and then maybe you can get lucky on the 3 cultists. But we don't have the tokens for that. We could do 1, 2, and we could deduction the old mill to get 2 clues and draw a card. I mean, I don't know what the clues are for, I'll be honest. I don't think this is a real prelude. It doesn't say it's a prelude. I don't know if the prelude rules are just always there. I'm not convinced they are. If we want to deal with these 2 guys, we can. If we set them aside out of play, I don't think they're crossed out. Like, I'm pretty sure if we defeat them, they get crossed out. But I think we just set them aside, they're not crossed out. And like, I don't know if we need to defeat them or not. Like, I'm not sure. We definitely can't defeat Theo. We said we wouldn't. So we could like do move, and then spend 3 actions next turn, which could be okay. We just have to take 1 damage from like tanking this, but I think that's totally okay. Yeah, I think that's honestly fine. So we'll just do 1, 2. Oh, before we do that, we have 1 more action we could spend. I don't got much going on here. This is one of the preludes that you can only have 1 asset in play at the end. I mean, it looks like it because it's a prelude, but no, in the resolution, it doesn't have any of those steps. It just says go to the next scenario. It doesn't do any of the prelude stuff. So it's like literally a mini scenario that takes like 5 turns they have to set up. Not a huge fan of it, considering like not that much goes on. So I guess, I mean, we could do the boarding house text. We could heal 1. Not super useful. We could play the Pearl Diary. Let's just play the Pearl Diary. No, this is not going to do anything either. Oh no, Pearl Diary, it's the day. So we only get +1 book. It's technically still the day, even though this feels like it's a night scenario. If it was the night, we get a willpower, which we care about more. I mean, I got nothing going on here. I guess we'll go 1, and we'll talk to the Vale Schoolhouse. I mean, that's a way to use our action. So we could search our deck for a tome. None of the tomes really matter today. So we're going to just peruse the school library. We're going to go to 15, see what happens. So the schoolhouse is deadly quiet. A ring of bonfires flicker from the distant crossroads, and beautiful music fills the evening air. Several children in animal masks silently peer out at you from the shadows. Choose a resident enemy at this location and test any skill. If you succeed, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Good for us. Last action, we'll move into the commons, and we get engaged by Gideon Mizra, the old sailor. I don't know if this is intentional, but the Mizra last name has shown up before. There is a Gabriella Mizra, who is a character. She's a bodyguard in The Circle Undone. Don't know if they're related. I think classically Mizra is like a Hebrew name. All right, he hits us for 1. We're just take it to the face. I mean, I think that's fine. Nothing else happens. Card and credit. We want willpower icons. We drew a wild. We drew a makeshift bomb, which might not be useful. Maybe it is. And on this side, we drew 1 too many cards. We have a counterattack, which maybe that'll be useful in the near future, but we have to discard a card. So the least icons is bounty. All right. Doom. 2 of 6. All we have to do is defeat Mother Rachel. We should figure out what Mother Rachel wants. I think we can just start talking with Mother Rachel and see what happens. I kind of were priced into evading this guy, but like we can evade Mother Rachel. So I think we're just going to try talking with Mother Rachel with Miguel. Miguel has the better stats to do it. He has 3 willpower, which is like not bad. So we can do 3 to 2. We could boost this canteen to make it 4 to 2. Now 4 to 2 plays around. We have not many -2s. In fact, I don't think any -2s. So we might just want to do 5 to 2, and that plays around all the -3s. We could go 6 to 2 and play around all the -4s too. Yeah, let's just do 6 to 2. Why not? There's nothing that punishes you for having no cards in hand. In fact, it rewards you for having no cards in hand. -3. So we successfully talked to Mother Rachel, Codex 1. Let's see what she has to say for herself. If the investigators believed, no. If the investigators lied, no. Otherwise, Mother Rachel stands up from her place at the table. Flies buzz around the feast as the matron draws a long ceremonial knife and buries it in the chest of one of her followers. The rest barely take notice as they shovel food into their hungry mouths. There can be no miracle without an equal measure of sacrifice, she says, then looks at you, eyes full of pity. And it is your place to witness the feast. Flip Mother Rachel to her enemy side. We have finally found the enemy Mother Rachel. Again, they're always on the back. You can accidentally see these at some point. She is aloof, which is fine. Our bow and arrow does not care about that. She has retaliate, so if we miss, she hits back. She has 4 health. So 6 health. I don't think we're gonna do the boss style for this because it's not too big of a number for 1 dice. After you deal 1 or more damage to Mother Rachel, choose a different resident enemy at her location. That enemy attacks you. Now, luckily, there's no residents at her location. There was 1 reveler who was technically a resident, but we've dealt with it. So pretty easy otherwise. Yeah, so we have to just hit her with 2 arrows and that's it. And notably, the longbow doesn't even engage her, right? Like, it just fights her. It says you get to, the attack ignores the aloof keyword, and that doesn't mean that she engages you. So we just shoot her with an arrow. I mean, I think we're going to do that. She does a 4 attack, and like retaliate could matter, but we have pretty big numbers, and even when we take a hit from her, she hits hard, but like, I think we full heal between the scenarios, so who cares? All right, we're going to use Judith. We're going to get a free action to do an attack, and we're going to use that action on Longbow. So Longbow says that we can fight with our evasion, which you have +2. So that means with Daniel, we're up on 7-4, which is not guaranteed, but we can always do it again if we biff it with our Daniel. So we're 7-4. Cultist is actually good. And funny enough, it's one of the cards, one of the tokens she's given us by helping her. So +1 if it's a parlay, immediately succeeds. So she just takes 3 damage. Her text doesn't fire because there's no other residents at her location. So that's it. That was 1 free. So second, we'll load the longbow. Like, we could end the scenario right now, but I think we want to get rid of these 2 guys first. And like, yeah, there's not much going on here. So third action, we'll just draw a card, I guess. Okay, it's the same old thing. Fine. We'll swap it over. We'll just use Gideon's text, and we're going to parlay with Gideon. It's going to be our whole turn to listen to another story. So we're just going to set Gideon's side out of play. Card and credit. We drew manual dexterity. It'll help for the last longbow. And here we draw a perception, which, fine. We have too many cards in hand. I think the counterattack will probably not matter too much. And then we have 8. We're fine. Doom, we're at halfway. And again, as soon as we defeat her, she gets advanced. So that's cool. A funny thing is, if we go talk to Theo Peters and we want to parlay with Theo, Theo's text, Angry Theo, says, discard 3 random cards from your hand. So we could actually discard dead ends, which would be good fun. So I think we're going to go first because we might end the scenario here. Again, this does seem to be a real prelude, so it's not like we have to set up a better opening than this, as much as this is a really good start for our friend Miguel. So first action with Joe, we'll walk into Tad's. Oh, wait, we could do the commons text. We could do this. I think we can spend an action to figure out what this text is. And we might actually just like waste time and go talk to all the people that we can to get more experience. But again, I'm not interested in experience, and we have a lot of still a whole scenario in front of us. So I don't think we're going to spend too much time putzing, like going around the village. So yeah, we'll inspect the community hall. 16, first action. This will probably allow us to like send our diary, but I think our diary is actually pretty good in the final scenario. 16, the commons. I don't know why you'd want to send anything anywhere. Martha Jean leans over the counter. Her eyes are wide, and a thin line of drool trails down her chin. She presses her face to the wooden counter and looks up at you. Sorry, but I'm about to head to the feast. Have you seen the postman? I hadn't seen him in days. The young woman laughs as she scratches a flaking gray patch of skin on her forearms. You may immediately move to any other location. If you do, you may take an additional action this turn. I mean, okay, we get into a little envelope, but we set ourselves off in the mail. So we're immediately going to go to Tad's general store. And we have a free action to take, so we'll go parlay Theo Peters. So Theo Peters just says, parlay, discard 3 cards randomly. Now, you can't choose to discard weaknesses, but if you discard them randomly, that's legit. So we can hope for the best here. It saves us an action and 5 resources, which doesn't actually matter in the context of the scenario. It's going to be funny if we go to the resolution and it says, this is a real prelude. Keep 1 card or whatever. So we'll discard 3. So I'm just going to rip 1. No. 2. No. 3. I mean, imagine we got it. Theo Peters is set aside out of play. So that was only 1 action because the commons moved us for free and gave us a free action. So I guess we can go talk to Tad's. So second action, we'll go to Tad's. You'll haggle for goods. 14. You arrive at the general store to find it locked up. A trio of tourists stand out front. A trio of tourists standing out front join a train of revelers headed to the crossroads. One of them laughs at you drunkenly before tripping and falling. They continue laughing even as you help them up. Gain 3 resources. Okay. And then last action, we'll just use dead ends. So it's going to cost us 5 resources that we just get this out of our hand. So we can get our sweet 2 experience, which I do think we can use between the 2 scenarios because it's going to be the end of the game. Miguel's having an epic boss fight and Joe's doing his shopping. I mean, it's 2 arrows into Mother Rachel. She's just a woman like standing at the table and he's just like shooting her with a bow and arrow. Like, I feel like maybe we're in the wrong here. So that's going to swap it over to Miguel. Again, Miguel can, for no actions, probably defeat Mother Rachel. And even if we biff it on the retaliate, we can go again. So we'd have to hit like 2 auto fails for this to be bad. The question is whether we want to spend any more time doing anything else. Because again, like I said, as soon as we defeat her, we have to advance because it doesn't say may advance. So you have to do it at like instant speed. Just watch out. Some scenarios got eroded because that is an unfortunate rule for some scenarios where you have other things you can do if you meet the conditions. So we could go to the Atwood house, which if we're on the story about William versus River, that would be worth something. The old mill we didn't go to. The clues don't seem to matter. I'm not actually sure what they're there besides actually Rosa's text, which maybe that's worth checking out. So we could do like next turn 1, 2, we could deduction and could figure out what Rosa's text is. Maybe that's good. Like, I think we have the time to just like do more things. So let's just do slightly more things. So let's do things. We're not going to defeat her. She can just stand there. Nothing's going to happen to her. She can't move. There's no encounter card. She's going to be fine. So first action, Miguel will go up to the Hemlock Chapel. Ooh, how do you spell that? This is this one. So either you can search the top 9 for your spell. We don't have those. Or you can approach the overgrown chapel at the top of the hill. Let's just do 11 for a second action. 11 here. Couple in bright wedding clothes embrace in front of the chapel as several revelers dance in a circle around them. As you approach, you see they are bound with a tight red ribbon at the waist, and they are giggling incessantly. Either draw a card or gain a resource. Okay. It's a scrape by. That means we can pass any test in the game, largely. This card is so absurd for 1 experience. I'm a big fan. That was 1, 2. I mean, we could go to the Atwood house. I mean, we're just kind of doing whatever we can. So that's 3, and that's it. Upkeep, card, and resource. We get Ajax, our horse. Ajax is super cool. There's no fields here, but it's a double move. And we do have a charisma, so we can play 2 allies. And we have our friend Logan as well, who, if we're defeating things, gets us money. Doom, we got to watch out. We only have 2 more turns for each player. So again, once it hits 6, we're done. So I guess we'll go Joe first. So we'll go 1, 2, and we'll try and investigate the old mill. The old mill, it's actually not this old mill. It's the slightly different old mill. So it has 4 shroud. We're investigating at 5 to 4. Oh, sorry. We're on Miguel. We're 5 to 4. Okay. So we're going to commit deduction, perception, do the combo. So perception gives us 7 to 4. Already a good start. And then experience deduction is going to put us at 9 to 4. And if we succeed by 2, we get all the clues. Sorry. If we succeed by anything, we get all the clues. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. There should be connection there. Excuse me. That's +1. We succeed. We get 2 clues. Joe can choose to draw a card. I don't think there's any weaknesses we'll regret. So we get the clues. And then we can do the text on Dr. Rosa Marquez because we've got all the clues from a location. This is the only place we can do it. So if we discover the last clue, we'll read Theta. I think it's usually at the bottom. So, has everyone gone mad? Dr. Marquez stares at the throngs of dancers spinning in circles or speaking to empty air. A cloud of glowing spores rises from the surrounding forest and trees. The professor holds a cloth to her mouth to hold back a sneeze. Don't breathe in whatever it is, she signals. Choose an investigator to draw 5 cards? We have to do that. That's funny. There's 2 enemy weaknesses that we could draw here, but it doesn't really matter. So I guess we'll draw 5 with our friend Miguel. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a feline hybrid. So this is our unique weakness. It will run away if it hits us or we attack it. So it's not that big of a deal because it has elusive. But it only has 2 health, 3 attack, and 3 evade. But elusive is really good. All right, that's it. We forgot to draw off of the perception because we draw when we succeed. I don't know if we drew any time, but we're meant to draw 2. One of them we have to draw. The other one we can decide not to. So if we missed one, we missed one, but that's fine. We'll swap it over to Miguel. I honestly think we'll just end the game. This is not a parlay on the Atwood house, but like we could in theory do this text. This thing will hit us for 1, which seems inconsequential because we heal between the 2 scenarios. So first action, we'll do this. The dog hits us for 1. We'll put it on, I don't know, Daniel, and it will run away to an empty location. Or more accurately, a location with no investigators. And so we'll do the Atwood text. We'll read 13. If the Hemlocks are hashing it out, no. Otherwise, you find William and River locked in a struggle in front of the old Atwood house. River holds one side of a bundle of old documents and William holds the other. This is our legacy. We must preserve it, William says through clenched teeth. Like hell it's a legacy, says River. I can make this island the toast of New England. The sheaf of documents split with a sharp rip, scattering papers in the grass. The pair immediately drop to their knees to gather up the mess. Very much, wait, what's that show called? About, the new Martha's Vineyard? That was really good. So you must decide. Either side with River. You may only choose this option if River is reclaiming their legacy is recorded. It's not. Side with William. You may only choose this option if William is resolved. Nope. So we have to let them fight out. If either William is resolved or River is reclaiming their legacy is recorded, remember that the Hemlocks are hashing it out. You may trigger this codex again. Nope. So doesn't do anything. There is a whole, both of them have an impact on the future of Hemlock Isle, but we have not interacted with that at all. I think we're just going to end this scenario. So second, we're going to go here. We're going to get a free action with Judith, and we're going to loose an arrow into Mother Rachel. So the longbow will shoot its shot. So we're attacking at 7 to 4. We'll just boost 1 more agility. Doesn't really matter. We'll do a do or die 8 to 4. If we fail, we just do it again. Widow's Peak, I think it's called. -1. She's defeated. She does go into the victory display. She is worth 1 victory, so we did get a victory. But as soon as that happens, we are required to advance. Resolution 1. The back of this is called The Sleep. This is a weird thing in Arkham Horror. Anytime it's like a full art card like this, it flips the other way. I don't know why this happens. Normally, things flip like this, where you can just flip them over. But as soon as they're full, you have to flip them, this way. I don't know why. It's always been like that since day 1 in Arkham Horror, and it hasn't changed. It's not a huge issue, obviously. It's just like, why is that different? It's weird. All right, this is called The Sleep. Glowing spores hang in the air around the effigy, lighting up the mirrors and bathing the festival in a fairy glow. You breathe in and feel your mouth and throat buzz with a light tingling sensation. Rosa told you not to do this. The last thing you hear as you pass out is the sound of lilting flutes and tambourines. We're not meant to read that. Don't read that. All right, so we just lost. I'm just kidding. So we're meant to go to resolution 1. We're not meant to flip that. Don't flip that. I'm not reading that. We're unreading that. Okay. Yeah. So we just go to resolution 1. Oh, I did the bad thing. Hold on. Yeah, we're not meant to read that. That always catches me off when the resolution's on the act and agenda because you're so used to flipping it, but we have to go straight to the book. So excuse me on that. No wonder that text was bad. So resolution 1. Mother Rachel staggers back, clutching her side. Don't you see our true purpose? We are light, coiled in flesh, and the flesh longs to join an even greater light, in infinite and eternal brilliance. The matron casts off her cloak, flecked with blood, to bare her shoulder. Her skin is knotted like bark with glowing nodes and alien patterns. Suddenly, the moon darkens in a total lunar eclipse, casting everything in crimson. My children, the hour is at hand, Mother Rachel says rapturously. She raises her arms up to mimic the many-faced effigy. A hush falls over the crowd as each of the revelers mimics her pose in turn. Resolution 4. That's enough! Dr. Marquez strides past the grinning revelers and strikes Mother Rachel with her cane. She turns to exhort the crowd. It's not too late. We can still leave. You shout your support. Mother Rachel lurches to her feet, drunkenly holding the ceremonial knife, and swings weakly at the professor. Marquez pushes her away with a well-timed kick. The earth around the effigy cracks with prismatic light, then turns blindingly bright as the pillar collapses into crystalline shards. A blinding pillar of light shoots out of the nearby well. All you hear as the crossroads collapse is Mother Rachel's empty laughter. Each investigator earns experience equal to the victory X value of each card in the victory display, along with any bonus experience awarded during this prelude. Each investigator may now spend that experience and then proceed to Fate of the Veil. So it's not a real prologue. It's like this weird psych out. I don't know when if I remember playing this. Ooh, that'll matter in the future. Whether I like thought this would be a prologue and you play around it, but yeah, we had to set this up just to do 6 damage. It's kind of weird. Yeah, whoops, say Tony no knows. That could have happened to anyone. She is defeated. I think her name might not be crossed out. I'm not 100% sure. But we have 3 experience to spend. I'm just going to say we have no way to spend experience in this deck. We don't control Judith. Maybe that'll matter. But yeah, I don't know how to spend experience in this deck. I'll be honest. I couldn't figure it out. I floated 4 experience, so it looks like we're gonna be floating 3 more. I just don't know. If you have a better idea in chapter 2 what to put in this deck, please hit me up in the comments. It will be too late, but I'll definitely want to look at your idea. I got distracted by a needy cat and missed it. Oh, it's over. All right, so this is the true final scenario, which is like very much a finale, and we have some time to do it, so that'll be good. I'll shuffle this up in a second. Now we have 3 experience to use with Joe. Really quickly, how can we use that experience? At a minimum, one of the easiest things to do is just magnifying glass. So magnifying glass can become 1 cheaper and you can return it to your hand. This has been an upgrade that got reprinted. This was the same upgrade in chapter 1, so that's easy to experience. 1 experience left over. I can't tell you any card we want to play. And again, just to show you with Miguel, I don't know which of these cards to cut. They're all kind of important cards for the deck. A lot of the traps, we added more healing. We added another Keep Faith. Like another Keep Faith could be good. Maybe the one card we could cut is same old thing, but I'm not sure if our resources are good enough to like not need this. This card is okay. The thing is we took out 2 rope traps, so our deck got like a fair bit cheaper maybe. So maybe that's the one card you could cut, but there's no like better econ card. Like I want an event that makes money, and there is no events besides emergency cash in chapter 2 that make money, at least that we can play. So like, I don't know. I think that's fine. With 1 experience in Seeker, let me just look really quickly at if there's options, or even at Guardian. Okay, so we can play every Seeker card. So really quickly, this is 2 experience. Autopsy reports already underperforming. These we have to translate. Typewriter's 2 experience for secrets. We don't really have secrets on Tome. Sharp Rhetoric is actually maybe worth upgrading, but it's 3 experience. We could play Sharp Rhetoric, but I actually don't think we'll use it. None of these cards are 1 experience. We could play Unflappable for 1 experience. Add this to our deck. Unflappable allows us to evade and heal to horror, which is not terrible text, actually. It's a bit pricey. It is a 2-cost evade. It heals 2, though, which obviously is a bit better in Carolyn Fern, but like maybe that's a consideration. The thing is like all our evasion is usually done by 1 person, but it might not be bad to have an evasion event that we can play. So we could consider that for 1 experience left over. And then otherwise we have higher experience cards. Let's look at Guardian real quick. So the Guardian cards, we have big heavy hitters for the weapons. We have a police dog. I don't think police dog is better than any of our other allies, but police dog is a really good ally. Only costs 1 experience, and it gives you +2 to the next evasion or the next attack at your location, which is good text. It's genuinely good text. But I think our 2 ally slots are going to be like Rosa Marquez. We want Dorothy as well. Like, I don't know. Actually, maybe we could try the police dog. Is the police dog better than Roland? Oh, Logan? It might be. I'll try a police dog for Logan. Then we can just play a little dog. Extended barrel attaches to firearm, which like is important, but not super important. Oh, on the beat. This is what we should play. So on the beat is really good in the final scenario. It says fast play when your turn begins. You get +3 skill tests while investigating or parlaying. So if you just sit there and you do 3 parlay tests, or sorry, investigate tests, you get +3 to your skills. And the amount you succeed by is really important in this scenario. So I think we play as many on the beats as we can. So there'll be 2 of them. So I'm glad we checked this. I don't know what slot we're going to take out for that, but succeeding by a lot is really important in this final scenario. If you know, you know. You'll see in a second. Okay, so that's the case. What are the cards we can take out of this deck? There's a chance we're going to take out the autopsy report. I think we are. On the beat is really nice. Same with Stakeout if you get Guardian 3. We don't. Yeah, we only have Guardian 2. Stakeout is the event. Yeah, I wasn't impressed with this one. So it's investigate. You get +3 book for the investigation. If you succeed, discover an additional clue and heal 2 horror. I mean, that's not bad, actually. The thing is why I wasn't impressed with Stakeout 1 is that it has 2 book icons on it itself. I can't imagine this was done intentionally because we've never seen this before. But Stakeout actually just gets different icons and it adds an evade icon, which like seems like a typo. Like, I'm pretty sure this is meant to have 2 book icons or a 2 book and a foot, but instead it has a book and a foot. Because it's not very normal for a card just to have different icons as opposed to just better icons, or like different as wild instead. I don't know if there's any card in the history of the game where the upgrade does this. And the thing is, with the lower version of it, I wasn't super impressed because the lower version says you have +2 to investigate, but you can just commit it to give yourself +2 to investigate. So you're basically paying 2 resources to heal 1 horror, which is not great. But Stakeout 3 is a lot better. Unfortunately, we can only play Guardian 2 as we know. Okay, so that has to be a typo. So what card can we cut from this deck? We can't cut the Pearl Diary, I don't think. Maybe we can. The Autopsy Report has been underperforming. It's a card that has reasonable icons on it, but there's not a lot of enemies in the final scenario, so this is like not super necessary for us. So that's easily a deck slot we can take out. Endurance we haven't played once, so like we could take that out as well. It's just like our money's not amazing, but it's also not a card we've ever played. Mouse Mask is not horrible in the next scenario. We need the Caustic Reagent or Reaction because there are going to be the things that we need to fight with science. The Tinker's fine. It's okay. Counterattack's really good. I mean, everything else is just like no nonsense. The Autopsy Report is our most nonsense card. So I think we're going to take out Endurance and Autopsy, and we'll add 1, 2 on the beats and see how they are. And then we'll trade 1 Magnifying Glass for a cheap Magnifying Glass. So we have an off match of Magnifying Glasses. Okay, I feel good about that. Is the starting version of Level-Headed worth considering? Don't know how many willpower tests the scenario has. Level-Headed. Oh, for this one. Yeah, so the starting version of Level-Headed is definitely a consideration. In this slot, instead, we're playing, particularly obviously on Miguel, is we're playing the Mouse Mask. Not the Mouse Mask, the, what's the Red Mask called? But we're playing the Red Mask. Because the Red Mask does that kind of infinitely and doesn't take resources. Obviously, the downside is we can't have it in our opening hand, which is like why a starting card is really good. But our economy in Miguel is like not that good. I think if Miguel started to get 1 or 2 more economy events, he could actually afford to play this. But instead, when we play down our Sparrow Mask, we get like the text on this without causing us resources. This says you get +2 willpower, +2 evade, which are our best stats that we want, at least during the during the investigator phase and the mythos phase. And all we have to do to recharge is just take a damage or horror, which is super easy. So like it was a consideration, but I wanted to go for the masks instead because they're more fun and thematic. But it's not a bad card. If we had slightly more money, I'd be actually pretty excited about it. Would we put in the mask spot? I don't think it's better than the mask. Again, a lot of these issues are because the thing that he does is so self-contained. There's only so many traps, and we're playing chapter 2, so it's a pretty small card pool. Forget, hey Andy, do you need to include the base level of a card in your deck in order to purchase the upgraded version? No. Or can you just spend XP to jump straight to the upgraded version? Also, hey, how's it going? No, you can go straight for the upgraded version. If you have multiple upgraded versions, so say that there's like a card that has a 1 XP version and a 3 XP version. If you want to upgrade from 1 to 3, you only pay the difference in XP. But you can go straight to 3. You can go to 1 and stop. You can do anything. The only thing that's beneficial is if you go from 1 to 3, you only pay the difference. But if you go from 0 to 3, you pay 3. All right, let's clean this up. All right, this flips. Welcome to night 3, in which we take our place in infinity. Got skeletons, man. I think it's my favorite triptych out of the 6. I like this one a lot. I think you can get a playmat that has these on them. I'm pretty sure I saw it online. Okay, I don't know if we're gonna need a lot of these connections. The setup is not too bad. There's just like some rules understanding of this thing that we have to explain called the Abyss. The Abyss is mechanically a bit overwhelming, but once you get the gist of it, it's relatively straightforward. Okay. So we could technically we have to do our mulligan first, but you'll see why. Welcome to Fate of the Vale. Head spinning, you stand up in an iridescent cavern. Smooth, polished walls flicker with cool blue light, reflecting nightmarish images. Twisted stalagmites furl and unfurl into spirals, reaching up towards the ceiling like the stalks of some antediluvian flora. Screams fill the air. The cavern floor is covered in revelers, clutching their limbs or heads. Cracks of shining light form on their skin and grow in intensity. Everything in the shining chamber is distorted by a gelid phosphorescence. You feel as though you're breathing heavy smoke in the thick, warm air. Ephemeral forms whirl around an Imperium brilliance at the center of the chamber. Silhouetted In the front of the core of pure white light is Mother Rachel, her hair unbound and floating as if in deep water. Your head pounds as you stare into the brilliance, and you look down at the cavern floor. The injured revelers have stopped moving and have gone gray and powdery. A few are clear as glass, refracting the clear light of the abyss into the prismatic arrays. Others stand petrified, holding their arms out towards the brilliance, each face frozen in a ghoulish smile. The sound of Mother Rachel's laughter echoes through the chamber as the matron stares into the abyss, holding her arms up overhead. Smoke gathers around her as her body dissolves into gas. Unsure of what is happening, you run up a hill of petrified human forms towards Mother Rachel and the abyss. Bones and desiccated corpses crack underfoot as you clamber to the top. Mother Rachel looks at you, exultant, before her body sublimates into pale fire. An all too familiar euphoria floods your senses as the alien light pulses and bends the chamber around you. You feel an invisible hand on your shoulder. You brush it away. Something feels different. You hold up one hand to see a small, spidery crack of light form on your palm. The fissure lengthens to creep up your wrist and then your arm. The accompanying pain sends you into a dead faint. You wake up and you seal fist and gathered your fabrode, chasm turin. To get down, you see yourself in the body of a black cat and Asquin swimming in a crawling a darkness. How are you now? Why are you here? Proceed to set up. I think this whole thing about, like, you know, the world explodes and Mother Rachel becomes the abyss and you find yourself in a pit of desiccated corpses of revelers is like genuinely more frightening than all of the Drowned City. Oh my god. Scenario setup. How many sets are in this thing? Gather all these cards I already have. Put the night 3 time marker into play. You are not alone. Replace each investigator's card with a Shattered Self investigator card. Remove each other's Shattered Self from the game. We are no longer Joe. We are no longer Miguel. We are, in fact, shattered. So these are our heroes now, our characters. We are shattered selves. So we have 7 health, 7 horror. I don't know if we start with trauma. I'm not sure. Your maximum hand size is 5. Your stats are X. X is the number of cards in your hand. After you commit a card to a skill test you're performing, you can double the skill icons on that card until the end of the test, once per test. Elder Sign effect is +2. You may draw 1 card. I am... Okay, I should read this off the card. It's obviously mirrored, and we've seen mirrored text before. I can't even read that. I don't have a mirror. I can't read what that says. It shouldn't be that hard. Is that the line of text you said you had a story about? No, not yet. Not yet. We'll get to it in a moment. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what that says, but this is now us. We are Shattered Self. Who are you? Yeah, so an out-of-body experience for sure, but the 2 investigators no longer have any of their texts. So Joe Diamond doesn't draw cards. Miguel is pretty bad with all these traps. Our hand size is limited too, but our stats can compare with that. Now, I have no way to fix that on our stats and all that sort of stuff, so we'll just kind of do that as it is. Let me just reset our stats really quickly. I do not know if the trauma is replaced to the Shattered Self, because technically Miguel will be at 1 and 1. I don't know if that's the case. I have no idea. I art, thou am I. I think you're right. Art, I am, thou... Art am I? A Samuel Cinema. I didn't realize how bad neutrals are in chapter 2. I can't even buy Lola a coat with his economy. Yeah, there's like no neutrals to spend experience on. They're only permanents. Okay, okay, let me just reset the stats. So 775 I think is correct, and then we'll swap to Joe. Unexhaust Joe, and then he'll be at 775, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if we're meant to take the trauma. We lose all our clues. I don't know why the clues were there, and we start on 5 resources. Okay. So we won't have those investigator cards on the table, but we'll remember that we are our shattered selves. Probably is going to be an issue. Okay. Gather the locations from the Fate of the Vale encounter set along with each copy of the double-sided Cosmic Emissary enemy. So I have them. There's 4 enemies and 4 locations. So it says, shuffle the 4 mirror nest locations so you do not know which is which, and put them into play unrevealed along with the Cosmic Emissary enemies according to the diagrams on 63. Each Cosmic Emissary enemy begins play with its color side face up. Note that each mirror nest location is connected to locations clockwise and counterclockwise, and each investigator begins play at a different mirror nest location of their choice. Now, in theory, you're meant to mulligan before this, but ultimately all these have similar text, so it won't matter. So if we want to see the image, we have to set up this like interesting circle. So it's like this, where the 4 enemies are technically connected. This does look slightly too much like a swastika, but like we have to do what we can do here. So we have this massive enemy and then these 4 locations again in our circle. So they're all attached clockwise and anti-clockwise. So we have the Cosmic Emissary. Oh, man, I already forgot what the picture looked like. So we have, this is the Cosmic Emissary, the Abyss. This is the Cosmic Emissary, the Phantasm. This is the Cosmic Emissary, the Miasma. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, excuse me. And then we have the Cosmic Emissary, the Brilliance. So it sets up in this sort of shape. So we have a huge enemy in the middle. Then these 4 mirror nest locations, they should be on the unrevealed side. Notably, these have really cool fronts or backs where they actually do mess up the frame. I like this so much. I'm not going to begin to read the flavor text, but you notice that the frames on the cards are actually breaking, which is like such a cool little fun thing that FFG decided to do with these, which I really do enjoy that. Shattered layers. Mirror nest is connected to location clockwise and counterclockwise. So we're not going to use the connection arrows. So we just shuffle these and we put one basically attached to each of these enemies. So each of these enemies, each one that is next to the location is at that location, but it is one giant kind of enemy. Cool. We each have to begin at a different location. I guess it's worth reading all of these. So let's see how this works. Cosmic Emissary, the Abyss is at the top. It's massive. It has 4 fight, 4 evade. It cannot make attacks of opportunity. It hits for 2 horror. But when you successfully fight or evade this enemy, instead of damaging or exhausting it, the enemy does not attack during the enemy phase this round. It doesn't attack anyone this round. They all have kind of similar text, but they have different stats. But I think they have largely the same attacks. So this is the Brilliance, which is the one here. So this one's 3 evade, 3 attack. Same thing, cannot make attacks of opportunity. And when you successfully fight or evade this, it won't attack anyone for the end of the round. We'll see what else we have. We have the Miasma. That's this one here. It only has 2 evade, but has alert, so messing it up will be bad. But again, after you successfully fight or evade, so I'm going to go ahead and put Miguel there, because we can evade that hopefully easily. And then the last one on this side is the reverse of it. This one's called the Phantasm, and it has 2 fight, so that's something maybe Joe can do. Now, they're pretty split apart, which, like, that's always going to happen, but we don't have the text on the mirror nests. We'll find out in a second once we flip them over, but we have to do our mulligan first. In theory, we're already meant to do that. Okay. Set of the following cards decided to play. The Abyss story card. Each location from the Vale and horrors in the rock encounter set. The Days of the Feast residence and all the fire encounter sets, crystal parasites. Remove each scenario reference card from the Vale encounter set from the game. After drawing opening hands, we have to do this. So let's draw our opening hands and shuffle this up. I'm sure the Cosmic Emissary just wants a nice hug. It's probably fun. It's probably just lonely. It's been underground for a long time. All right, so let's do a mulligan. This will be a last mulligan for the series. I'll be honest, I'm super stressed, right? Like, we put so much time into the series and we want a good conclusion. Ultimately, we all have to be okay with we might not get the best ending here. So far on this channel, we've always got pretty good endings. But this one is a difficult one. Are the decks ready to do it? We have a limited card pool. Mind you, last time I played this, I had the whole Legacy card pool. So I haven't played this with a limited card pool. So this is going to be definitely a harder fight. But I think these 2 investigators might be able to do it. Again, with Joe, we draw 7. Or not Joe, sorry, with Shattered Self, we draw 7. Our hand size immediately be 5. But the good thing with the Shattered Self is, as soon as turn 1, is it called Shattered Self? Yeah, Shattered Self. As soon as turn 1, we'll have 7 to all our base stats, which is sick. At least for the turn until we discard cards. Shattered Miguel, also, again, we'll start with 5 cards in hand and 5 stats. Yeah, this is a tricky one. We're in for a ride. That art is sick. The combined cards, I was distracted and only now noticing. I'm sure you covered already. Yeah, it's really cool. They're the first time they did like a mega enemy, which had like multiple cards they had to connect and actually like moved together. These don't really move. That was in the Dream Eaters, and I don't want to spoil that, but it's a really cool thing when that shows up. It's like a very, very video gamey boss with multiple parts you can attack. This is not exactly that. In fact, we cannot damage these things. We only can deal with them so they avoid us for the turn. Again, anytime you fight or evade them, they will not attack for the rest of the turn, and none of them do attacks of opportunity. They're all massive. This one is easy to evade, but has alert. This one's easy to fight, but has retaliate. But they have infinite health. You can't actually fight them. Judith should just be set aside. I don't know what's going to happen with her. Okay. One thing I have to do is scenario name. This is called Fate of the Vale. That should set up this at the top, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, that's not right. 1 second. Okay, that should be right. And then these tokens should be right. I'm just double checking. Yeah, that looks like it's right. Okay. So with that, we can do our mulligan. I guess they're kind of pretty separate. I'm gonna mulligan with Miguel first because it's I don't know, it's pretty interesting. So longbow off the top, cannot ask for better. Really, really good to get this down as soon as possible. Okay, that's a bit much. Hunter's Instinct. It's like a weird card because you want to open it with this in your opening hand because it allows you to replay your events, but it's only technically good on like the turns 3 to 5 where you actually have events in your bin. So it's maybe not something we actually keep, where we still have like a lot of cards we have to dig for. Retaliating procs and whiff. Yes, retaliate is a failed attack. Scrape by. I mean, we definitely want to consider keeping that. We know the text on our, again, I have to keep pulling this thing up because it's not our actual hero card itself. But Shatter itself says that if we have something with big icons, once per test, we can double those icons. So that's okay. And we have an elaborate distraction, which is pretty cool. Not going to be something we want to open with. So I think we will full mulligan for more important cards, and we'll keep a single longbow for now. Believe in the Joe who believes in you. I believe in Joe. Joe actually came together a fair bit. Makeshift bomb, not something we always want on turn 1, but it has good icons. Glassing, that's good. We definitely want 1 in trap. This one is fast, so it's not actually going to cost us an action regardless, because we don't have our Miguel text. A do or die, which do or die is going to be okay later. We have a Hunter's Instinct, so we can't shake that. So that's an okay start with Miguel. We have some clues and we have some damage. I mean, that's fine. Daniel would be the best thing to get into here. And our knapsack, because we definitely want card draw, because again, our hand size is what's limiting how much damage and horror, or sorry, our stats. Okay, swap over to Joe. We still do have, mind you, we both have charismas, but we do have 7 hand size, so that's going to help on turn 1. We do not know what they're required to do. First card, deck is upside down. It's a Tinker. We don't need this. It's only good in the mid to late game when your hands are actually full. Hemlock Curse doesn't count. Perception, not bad. Notably with Perception, we can give it double icon so we can seed by a huge number. That could be worth keeping. So I'll put that in the maybe camp. 1911, probably good to have a gun. Not too many enemies, but you do want a gun because if you fight the thing, every round it won't attack you back. So this seems like a probably reasonable keep. Deduction, a lot of clues really quickly. Succeeding by a big margin matters, so Perception Deduction could be a good start. We don't refill when we get a clue because again, a Shattered Self has no text largely. A Vicious Blow is probably not a card we want to set up with. It's good for damage for sure, but we already have a damage card. But the big thing here is I think we want one of our allies. We have, I think, 5 allies on the deck. 6 allies, sort of. This card's amazing. We definitely want to play this. Ravenous Machinid, we definitely want some money, but if we succeed by a big number, which with deduction and perception, we can have this thing just devour an enemy that shows up on our location, as long as it's not elite, which means obviously we can't devour the miasma, but that's pretty good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th card. Again, drawing 7 cards is so good and overpower. Okay, I think I'm gonna get rid of these 3. This is pretty good in terms of like we can play both of these cards and we can set up. We want to make sure that with the Ravenous Myconid, when we grab its set aside Uncanny Growth, we have to remember only grab it if you're going to use it. Because it turns out if you end up discarding this card to Treacheries, you do just lose it and it has to come back the hard way. Another Perception? Steady-handed? Oh, that's amazing. This card's really good. Notably, the scenario cares about how much you succeed by, so just giving yourself +1 on this is worth something, and you can heal horror infinitely if you get the right numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7th is Logan, so he's here. Probably can't afford to play him, so we have no money, but the deck only has like 2 emergency caches and 1 Detective's Intuition, which we will draw at the wrong time for sure. Not to jinx you, but I kept a Hunter's Instinct in my final scenario today, and I couldn't even clear it. I did win though, so maybe it's a good sign. Yeah, it's. I mean, like, it depends how aggressively you're playing your events and discarding them. That's the thing with Hunter's Instinct. It allows you to discard your traps more aggressively, which sometimes you don't want to do that. But like, you definitely want 1. I don't want 1 in my opening hand. I want to draw 1 in the mid game. If I opened with an emergency cache, I'd be very happy for it. As much as E-Cache is a bit worse for the Shattered Self. Okay, we're not done setting up. There's a huge rules block here. So now it says, after drawing opening hands, create the Abyss. See the Abyss. Shuffle each remaining encounter card along with the top 5 cards of each investigator's deck together. Split the shuffle deck in half, set 1 half aside, and shuffle each true investigator card into 1 half. Place that half on top. This is the Abyss. Place a double-sided Abyss card on top of the Abyss. You are now ready to begin. Okay, so we'll read the Abyss rules just so we're on the same page, but this is what has to happen. Wait, where? Oh, here we are. So these are our investigators. We have lost who we are. So our goal, as soon as the game starts, is to find and remember who we are. We need to get us back, and we are currently shattered. This is currently the Abyss, and it is every encounter card. It's a pretty big deck. We saw, oh, actually, I should be able to do this, I think. The Fate of the Vale. So I can tell you about what's in this deck. Firstly, Final Day. This is a willpower test that makes you take horror, discard cards from your hand. It's pretty bad. We're not good at willpower. Fate of the Vale has a bunch of really bad treacheries with high tests. I think they're all 4 base tests, so that's an issue. Agents of Color, mind you, the Miasmic Shadow has to be defeated through science, which is only largely Joe here. Horrors and Rock, the Crystal Parasite can show up. Otherwise, these cards are not super impactful. There's a slow burn on some of them. Refractions, I think really hurts you if you have no cards in hand and they knock cards out of your hand. I forget what the night text is. Transfiguration can eat your items, so having extra items that can get fungal rotted is pretty fine. And then that's it. But all those cards are in this deck, which is just already shuffled up. There's a ton of cards here. But now what we have to do is we have to take 5 cards from the top of each of our decks. I don't think any of our decks have the same card because we have the same card back. We should be able to tell out of like context whose cards they are. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they get shuffled into this deck. And then we have to do 4 more Joe cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're meant to shuffle this and cut this in half. Now, notably, I play with non-opaque sleeves, which you're allowed to do. So we can tell technically what the top card of the deck is. That's why you're going to be hiding it with this rules text. You'll still see what the top card is every once in a while, especially because we're going to be shuffling these in a second, and the backs of those are very different. But we'll do the best that we can. So we're just going to shuffle this with our eyes closed for a bit. And then I think we're meant to cut this in half roughly. And then we shuffle our investigators in the top half and then return it. And then this is the Abyss deck, and we have to get through the Abyss deck to find our real true investigators. It's pretty tricky. I'm also going to do something which the rules don't say you can do, but you can technically do here. I love counting cards whenever you're searching through a deck because understanding where the cards are really important. So I don't know, we can do a vibe check on this if we want to, but in short, we're going to do 1, 2, 3 and a cut. Eyes are closed. And then we're going to try and cut this in half. So we'll say roughly that. This is too tall. So it's about there. So we'll just say this is the top. We take Miguel and we take Joe and we shuffle them into the top. Again, we can't look. It'll be really ugly if they're on the top here because you'll obviously see it. Okay, then we'll jam this on the top. Okay, they're not on the top. That's good. And we'll put the Abyss on top of it. So I've already couldn't do the thing that I wanted to do. The thing that I wanted to do was put this at the halfway point, this purple card, so we could tell once we've gotten to the good half. But I forgot about doing that and I slammed these together. You're technically allowed to do that because you can technically count how many cards are in the bottom half. But in theory, once we've passed through that half, that is where like suddenly we can now get to our cards. But this is kind of the encounter deck. It's the Abyss. It works slightly differently. So we actually don't need this tray because there's no discard pile for the Abyss. So the Abyss will be here and we have a lot of work to do with the Abyss. I'll just put it here, I guess. So how's the Abyss work? It's a good question. The Abyss has a card that tells you, but there's also some rules text here. So this is the Abyss. The double-sided Abyss card always covers the top of the Abyss and is never shuffled in. If 1 or more cards are placed on top of the Abyss, they are placed just beneath the Abyss card on top of all other cards in the Abyss. If 1 or more cards are shuffled into the Abyss, remove the Abyss card, shuffle them, and put the Abyss on top. So the Abyss is just like this rules text card that just covers the deck. It will never do anything more than that. Whenever an investigator would draw 1 or more cards from the counter deck, so example during the Mythos phase or via card effect, you reveal cards, but from the bottom of the deck. So that's why it's in the top half. We have to go through the bottom all the way to the top. You reveal to the bottom until a card you reveal with an encounter card back is revealed. And that's really important. So during the Mythos phase, if we grab one of our cards, let alone our investigator card, you ignore it and you keep drawing until you find a treachery or an encounter back. It could be an enemy, right? So that's why going through the top half, you need to know when you're there. All the other cards that you don't draw, you put aside. You can technically, I don't think you can look at them. I'm not sure you can, but they just get shuffled and get back on top of the Abyss. Each other revealed card is shuffled, placed back on top of the Abyss beneath the Abyss card. There's like 3 bullet points here. It says whenever a card is drawn from the Abyss, refer to the double-sided Abyss story card to determine how it resolves. So the Abyss card will tell you if you draw this is what you're meant to do. Player cards and weakness effects that look at search and cards and discard cards in the counter deck cannot interact with the Abyss at all. They will just fail, so that's fine. And when an encounter card would be discarded in this scenario, it's always placed on top of the Abyss. Note, card sleeves may make it easier to spot your cards in the Abyss. This is fine. Do not feel obligated to re-sleeve your cards to play this scenario, which is good reminder text. Luckily, our Abyss looks the same. We do know there's a good card on the bottom, but it looks totally the same. If you have different colored cards, which is pretty common when you play sleeved cards, you can kind of tell like the striations on the side of the Abyss. Okay, so that's it. I guess we should read the Abyss card really quickly. There's a lot of words on it. So this is the Abyss. This card always covers the top of the Abyss. Cards are always drawn and revealed from the bottom of the Abyss. When a non-weakness encounter card is discarded, you place it on top of the Abyss. Forced, when you draw a card from the Abyss, if that card is. And notably, when you draw a card, when you're drawing an encounter card at the end of the Mythos phase, the beginning of the Mythos phase, you don't draw anything besides treacheries. Everything else gets put aside and shuffled on top of the deck. So we can't accidentally draw during the Mythos phase a player card or a location or any of these other things. You have to figure out how to draw those. Because during the Mythos phase, you don't draw, you reveal until you find a treachery and you draw the treachery. The other cards are not drawn. It's a very specific distinction, but the only way that you can actually get good cards out of this deck, you have to figure out a way to draw from the deck. The Mythos phase does not do it for you. So if it's a treachery in enemy, you just draw it. If it's a resident card, which there could be some residents in there, technically. We had a resident in this deck that could have been shuffled in. We don't actually know what's in that deck anymore. The enemy attacks you. Discard this enemy. Flip it to the enemy side. So luckily, Rosa cannot flip to an enemy side. She doesn't have an enemy side. If it's a player card, you add it to its owner's hand, so you get free card draw. If it's a location, which there's none in there so far, you put into play unrevealed adjacent to the nearest mirror nest that is not already connected to a cave location. We'll worry about that when it matters. And if it's any investigator's true investigator card, in which we know in the top half there's 1 Joe and 1 Miguel, its owner heals all damage and horror and takes control of it. Then they flip the Shatter Self Investigator card into a card called the Old Memory side and put into play under their control. So if we ever want to return to Joe and return to Miguel, we have to find it, we have to draw it, and notably when we draw it, we full heal. So we can technically take all the damage and horror we want if we think we're going to find ourselves sooner than later. So just watch out, but you can take a bit of damage there. Excuse me, that's the whole setup. Let's just read the agenda and the act and we're off. Oh, I did the bad thing again. Hold on. I think that fixed it. Did that fix it? Yeah, it looks like it fixed it. Okay, so the agenda. I'm a big fan of the structured designed allies in the game. They're like upgrades with hit points, elegant design. Yeah, it's cool. The only thing that's like a bit, I think, annoying about allies is they're so slot intensive and there's very few cards that interact with gaining slots in an interesting way. It's mostly just charisma. I really wish Guardian in Chapter 2 had a cool card that'd be like, you have another slot, but there's conditions about like how they can be assigned damage or take damage. It's just like so much of the game just revolves around, do you want another ally? Spend 3 experience for charisma. And that has been the same for 10 years. I wish it was a bit more interesting. Oh, why is that not the agenda? Agenda? Oh, okay. Something's broken. I made some changes. It's okay. The agenda is called The Silence. A hoary shape flickers in spiraling gas. If you look at the Cosmic Emissary enemy for more than 15 seconds at a time, you are driven insane. Driven insane means you are defeated and you are removed from the campaign. We cannot look at the Cosmic Emissary for more than 15 seconds. Be careful. That's all I can tell you. We will do our best to count to 15. I wish I had a timer from like a speed run, but if we're going to ever read the text of the Cosmic Emissary, we only have 15 seconds to read the text and then we have to look at the ceiling. Really fun to do this in person. Forced. And this is the text. When you would draw 1 or more cards from the counter deck, instead you reveal cards from the bottom of the Abyss until a card within counter deck is revealed, and all the others are placed on top of the Abyss. So that is important. They're placed on top of the Abyss. I don't know if we can choose the order. The book will say if we have to come to it. Only 6 Tomb to advance, and there's more agendas than this. I think there is a couple more. Oh, excuse me, wrong thing. Let's see, did the act load? Yeah, Shattered Memories. Why is it too bright? Am I dreaming? After you succeed a skill test at a layer location during your turn, very important text during your turn, reveal cards from the bottom of the Abyss deck for each point you succeed by. Draw 1 of them, shuffle the rest, and place them on top of the Abyss. So we want to succeed by big numbers, because if we succeed by 6, we can look at 6 cards from the bottom of the counter deck and from the Abyss, and then we have to draw 1 of them. Now, there could be just 6 treacheries, right? Like 6 enemies. It could just be 6 bad cards. We know that there's 12 good cards in the deck. 2 of them are in the top half. So the more you succeed by, the better it is to find the chance of finding a card that is good that can go to your hand. Now, you reveal the card, so you actually will see the fronts or the backs. So if we see multiple investigator cards, we can decide who needs the card draw on the turn. But yeah, keep in mind, you want to succeed by huge numbers. This is not forced. So if we succeed by 1, we probably won't grab 1 card because 1 card is very likely to be a treachery. And the more cards we take out of the deck, which is a number we should count, how many good cards are in the deck, the more ambitious we have to be. Again, we know that our cards are in the top half, and so we always are going to go through at least 2 cards every Mythos phase, but it could be more. But yeah, this is why we have to track. Once we get to the top half, this text is really, really good, important. It's really, really heartbreaking if you get to the top half and then you draw your investigator card during the Mythos phase and then it goes on top of your deck and you have to go through the whole damn deck again. You have to watch out. Spend a clue, fast action. You get +2 skill value for the skill test. That's sick. I think that's the only way the clues are actually necessary in stage 1. But using that to get +2 means you can look through 2 other cards. And the chaos bag is really difficult in this scenario. It's absurdly difficult. So using clues proactively is like very important. Objective: if each player has their true investigator card advanced, so all we have to do is find ourselves. Can Joe end up drawing Miguel's Abyss card and vice versa? If you draw a card from somebody else, you add it to the appropriate investigator's hand. So you can never get a Miguel card. You can never get a Joe card. It would be annoying if we all both shuffled in emergency caches. That's actually the only issue. Any emergency caches we have in here, we don't know whose they are. So we'll just like do our best to put them in the right hand. That's the only card I think that's an overlap between the 2 decks. And we have the same sleeves. Normally, if you play like opaque sleeves and you have like, you know, yellow and red sleeves or whatever, this wouldn't be an issue. But that's the only problem, I think. I thought there would be no cards. That's it. Which Guardians had a card like the Secret one that let you have extra allies, but you can use them to soak for your teammates? Yeah, exactly. Like the Miskatonic University funding. There needs to be more cards like that, especially because Guardian got like 5 allies in Chapter 2 and like only Charisma. It's so weird. That's a real rule. I didn't know this game had a meta rule. Wait, what was the meta rule? Don't look at it. 15 seconds. It's a real rule. It is a real rule. Gotta watch out. All right, so we're starting at these mirror nests. They all have the same backs. Let's see what the front is. So let's look at Miguel's. We've already looked at this and the frame breaks are really charming. This is the mirror nest. This is the one with investigating. Okay. So they're all kind of hard to tell apart. 3 shroud, 4 clues. Mirror nest is connected to clockwise and clockwise. That's the same. When you end your turn at this location, if you did not successfully investigate this round, you must either place one of your clues on this location, which for Miguel will be an issue, or discard a card randomly from your hand. Now, your cards in hand matter because every card in your hand gives you +1 to your stat while you're shattered, let alone this scenario has that enemy that attacks you when you discard a card from your hand. So this text is overwhelming and the art is so good. So good. Time to set up the eye tracking software. Yeah, we need like speed run checking our lap timers. Okay, so because all these look the same on the back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the secret emblem at the top to make us all remember that this is the one that cares about whether you've investigated or not. There's one that cares about whether you've fought. There's one that cares about whether you've evaded. So we're going to use the different like base class symbols to remember that because otherwise they look totally the same from the camera. Speaking of that, this is the mirror nest. We definitely would want this one there and that one there. Unfortunately, that's just fully random. This is the one that cares about evading. So we literally got this backwards. This is the evade one, same stats, 3 shroud, 4 clues, always totally broken, which is good fun. When you end your turn, if you did not evade, so we just have exactly our characters at the wrong places. So you can always evade. Mind you, this enemy is technically at this location. We'll put the rogue icon there to remember it's evasion. So that's that. It also says after you successfully. So for us, we'll probably drop a clue. This is a bigger issue for Miguel because Miguel's not very good at getting clues every turn. Also for Miguel, if he puts a trap like glassing, these enemies don't move. So like glassing only is going to fire off with encounter deck. And the fun thing is you can use your text to like succeed by a lot and then search the encounter deck for an enemy and spawn it at your location to fire your trap. It's a weird thing that you can uniquely do with Miguel when you can search the deck for an enemy every turn. And that's it. Again, these things all hit. This hits for 1 and 1. This hits for 2 physical. And as long as you fight or evade it, it will ignore everybody during the phase, but you can't actually do damage to it. So yeah. Good luck, everyone. There's a lot to do here. The big thing we have to do is just succeed by big numbers to get through this deck as quickly as possible. Okay, we're off. I'm stressed. I'm really stressed about the scenario. It's like hella difficult and complicated. I lose a scenario immediately and stare at the cards while I'm thinking about my turn so often. 15 seconds. Okay, we can look at it for 14 and a half. 15, too much. All right. This is the mirror nest. I mean, they all have the same text. So I'm just gonna pull up any mirror nest. We know this is the evade one. We'll start with Joe. So Joe currently has 7 everything. Excuse me, 7 everything. Because at the end of the day, and I wish I took the time, I forgot to do this. I would love to add our portraits to make them shattered, but apologies, I forgot to do that. That was on the to-do list. But the shatter self says that our hand size is only 5. We're not going to have our Joe tech, so we don't draw. But currently we have 7 book stat to 3 shroud, which means we want to succeed by as much as possible. The more we succeed by, the deeper we can look through this deck, and we want to get through the bottom half of the deck as fast as possible. So first action, I think we're just going to play our Ravenous Myconid to get it ready. So we're going to spend 2 resources on Ravenous. Cost 2. Mind you, damage and horror we want to take to our face, because if we take damage or horror, if we find ourselves, we heal. Then for the fast action on the Myconid, we're going to add the Uncanny Growth to our hand, which is a fun way to just give yourself +1 stat on the right turn. And then we're going to use the Uncanny Growth. We're going to spend 1 resource on it, and we're just going to investigate. So we're investigating currently. And this is the ugly thing, is every time you commit a card, that leaves your hand, so your stats recalculate. So you have to watch out. So committing Perception gives us technically 2 book, but we lose a book because our hand size goes down. Still should be fine. So we're going to spend 1 resource for this, and we're going to commit Perception and Deduction. And importantly, on Shattered Self, we can use the text to double the icons on a card. So it doesn't matter which card we pick here, but Shattered Self says once per test, you can double the icon on a committed card. So after you commit a card, double its skill icons. So that means our base stats are 4. We're doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 to 3. We should look at the tokens here. They're really bad. This is the Fate of Vale. Skull is -X. X is 1 more than the current act number. So currently it's -2. We have 2 cultists. They were good the whole time. Now they're bad. -4 if you fail to discard a random card from your hand, and that hits your stats. So it's like really, really bad. But there's now our bag has 5 -4s. No, 4 -4s, I think. We have 3 -5s. You may place 1 doom on your investigator to treat this as a 0. Notably, it's on your investigator. So if you can change your shattered self into the real self, you lose that doom, but that's tight. So there's now the bag has 3 -5s, I think 4 -4s. And Fish Face is -2 if it's a fight against a Cosmic Emissary, reveal another token, which is also brutal. Okay, so we're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 to 3. The numbers in this bag are so bad. But again, you can always spend a clue to give yourself +2. 10 to 3. -4, so we only succeed by 3. Okay, so -4, so we're 6 to 3. So at least Deduction fires, and we get 3 clues, which that's good. So Joe gets 3 clues. Perception draws a card. We put 3 counters on the Ravenous Myconid, which is what we wanted to do. I'm going to use green because of growth counters, and that's really important because there is 3 health enemies that we can one-shot, especially the ones that care about science cards. And we now succeeded by 3 at a lair. So again, when we succeed by 3 at a lair, we can choose to look at the bottom 3 cards of the deck of the Abyss, and then we can add one of them, or we have to draw one of them. So we'll do that. That's why succeeding by big numbers is important. I don't know how many cards are in here. It feels like a lot, but 1, 2, 3. These are 3 investigator cards. That's wild. So we have Tinker, Overpower, and a Manual Dexterity. Ooh, weird. So the Manual Dexterity is definitely here. The Overpower is not super useful. We definitely want to do a fight though. Yeah, let's give ourselves an Overpower. And then these go on top of the deck, I think in a random order or our choice. Place them on top of the Abyss. I don't know whose choice that is. Player cards and weaknesses, win an encounter card. Each of the reveal cards shuffled and placed back on top of the Abyss. Okay, we have to shuffle them. So the backs are the same. But this goes here, you gotta close your eyes. We don't want to eventually see it. You know, I think about it, maybe Mother Rachel isn't that bad. She wanted you to ask her the real question, who are you? And you shot her with a bow twice. We didn't want to have the feast. We didn't have food. We shot her with a bow. Okay, so we only have 5 hand size. That means we're going to discard some cards here for sure. We've gotten a clue. I think we definitely want to fight the Cosmic Emissary last action. This is the... It's really hard to tell. I don't know which one this is. The Phantasm. It's a really small text. So we're going to try and fight this thing. We're currently 6 to 2. Mind you, there's some pretty bad tokens. We'll do an Overpower. We'll make it 7, 8 to 2. And we'll double the numbers to make it 10 to 2. So if we succeed, this thing doesn't hit us. -4 again? I think that's what that is. Man, the bag is so mean. 10 to 2. So we're at 6 to 2. So we succeed by 4. So we fought it. So it won't fight us. We succeed by 4. We'll choose because we're at a lair on our turn to look at the bottom 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we're drawing a treachery, which makes sense. We saw 3 good cards. So we can choose any of these treacheries to put into play. Yeah, they're all kind of bad. This one's particularly bad because it is one of the one from the set. So Strange Mutation is testify willpower, reduce the difficulty for each horror. Don't want to do that. Imperium Brilliance has this night text. So during the night, it says discard randomly a card from your hand and test X willpower, where X is the printed cost. If you fail, take a horror. Don't want to do that. Fragmentation is a nightmare. It's 4 agility, which you don't often see 4 base tests, but these are all the ones from this actual Fate of the Veil set. Either choose the asset in your player with the highest printed cost and place it on top of the abyss. That is brutal. Or the nearest cosmic emissary attacks you, which means you'll just take up 1-2 damage or some combination of damage and horror. I think we're just going to play Captivating Glean, which has Surge, which they changed how Surge works in Arkham and Marvel Champions, not Arkham Horror. So if we grab this, we actually have to fire Surge. Oh, notably, Overpower should have drawn a card. Excuse me. So Overpower should draw a card first. So we have the Pearl Diary. I think we can do Imperium Brilliance. If it hits a Steady-Handed or the 1911 or the Perception, we're upset. If that's the case, I think we'll do Strange Mutation. Hey, Pat, how's it going? I think this is probably the one that we should do. So this is just 5 horror. If we fail, we take 2 horror. I think we have the horror to take. I don't want to do the Surge. Captivating Glean just says if you have no cards in hand, you take 5 horror. It's really bad. But I don't want to Surge, so I think we're just going to do this. If it surges, mind you, into a player card, we just keep drawing until we find an encounter card. So these will shuffle and go on top, eyes closed. I guess we know the top is that. So we'll just do Strange Mutations. So at this point, our stats are actually pretty good because we drew a card. So we're at, well, those are not real stats. We're actually 6 to 5 because it's our hand size. We have no willpower icons to commit, which we could double. How'd the traps working out? Really good, but in this scenario, less good. We just started the finale. The traps are really fun. Auto fail. Okay, so we have to take 2 horror or discard 2 cards randomly. I think we have some really good cards. Steady-Handed is something we definitely want to get down because it just means we can succeed by 1 more in every turn. So we'll just take 2 horror. And remember, when we find ourselves, if we do find ourselves, we can, what's it called? We can heal all our horror. So that's our whole turn. The only thing we have to worry about, oh, I'm going to put some of these upside down. Yeah, I got to watch out. I think I probably boxed the deck a bit. So the only thing we have to watch out is the text on this Mirror Nest, which is the evade one, which says, when you would end your turn at this location, if you did not successfully evade this round, which we didn't, you either drop a clue or discard randomly a card from your hand. We're going to discard a card anyways, but if we discard the Steady-Handed, we're going to be emotionally devastated. So I think we're just going to drop a clue. Clues are good, but they're not the end of the world. Oops. But yeah, we can't discard the Steady-Handed because it is like such an important card to set up. And that's Joe. I mean, what a turn. But yeah, this is going to be harder because Miguel might have to move because Miguel is at the location. This thing won't attack because it's been a fought or evade. But Miguel is at a location where if we do not, we have to randomly discard a card if we don't investigate this turn, which is not going to be really possible. First action for sure, we're going to play the longbow. So we're going to play the longbow for 3 resources. It's a longbow. That's good. So we're ready to fight and we can dodge aloof, which could be nice. We only have 4 to our stats. So we could just do move, and end up together. That might not be the worst thing because then we can kind of fight each other or help each other. We could put down the glassing, which is fine. So let's spend 2 resources to get the glassing here. It's really nice to have the glassing on this location because this is the location that cares about you having you investigated this turn. Actually, what is the text on this one? Is it this turn or is this round? This Mirror Nest says, when you end your turn at this location, if you do not successfully investigate this round. So if glassing fires during the enemy phase, that doesn't matter. If it fires during the Mythos phase, that matters. Or no, during the enemy's phase, it matters, but it's this round. So when you end your turn, so yeah, it's tricky for that to actually line up. We're destitute financially. We're going to come together, I think. So second, we're going to come to this Mirror Nest. The backs are all the same. This one is the one that doesn't care. It just doesn't care. This is just the normal one. I think it's this one. 3 shroud, 4 clues. Mirror Nest is connected to location clockwise and anti-clockwise. 4 clue, 3 shroud. When you end your turn, you have to discard randomly a card from your hand. It's not an option. And as an action, spend 14 clues to search the abyss for a card and draw it. So if we want to get all 14 clues here, we can just go grab ourselves and find ourselves. It's very expensive. I don't think I've done this before, but 14 clues, I think is the highest clue paid ability in the history of the game. Last action will go to Mirror Nest. This Mirror Nest will fire its text. So this is the evade one. So we end our turn. We haven't evaded. We can't drop a clue. So we have to randomly discard a card. We get a little do or die. That's probably okay. And then the Cosmic Emissary here won't hit us during the enemy phase because it's been sated. This is the, I think the Brilliance. It's really hard to tell. The text is really small here. So it says, if you successfully fight or evade this enemy, instead of damaging or exhausting in this enemy phase, it does not attack during the enemy phase. So we survive the enemy phase. That's it. Again, we only have 5 hand size. Upkeep. We draw a Loner, which can be Actually, Loner's useless. All these locations have a thing on them. These enemies are considered at these locations, I think. I can double check the text, but I'm pretty sure they're considered to be at those locations. And Loner only says for an empty location, so it's like totally useless. That's really funny, actually. Maybe we should cut these from the deck and spend our experience better. Yeah, Cosmic Emissary, we didn't read those. Each Cosmic Emissary enters play in formation, in quotes. Each Cosmic Emissary must always stay in formation. Each Cosmic Emissary can be fought and evaded separately. While in formation, each commissary enemy is considered to be at the mirror nest it's physically bordering. So yeah, it's not an empty location. We probably should have cut the loners from the deck. On this side, we draw Dead Ends, which this card has no text anymore because we don't care about it. But we have to discard down to hand size, and we can't discard this, unfortunately. That sucks, because all these cards are pretty good. Like, counterattack is really good in this scenario, because sometimes you just get hit out of nowhere. Miguel should be a 1 resource. Yeah, we didn't pay for the glassing. Yeah, good. I need to pay better attention to this to make sure my commands are going through. Yeah, he should be a 1. Yeah. Here we're at 6 minus 3. Yeah, thank you. You're going to orbitally bombard Hemlock Vale? Glassing? I mean, we're just looking at it. I don't actually know what this verb means. I think glassing is like sitting on a hunter's perch, right? It's like finding animals, spotting. Okay, so we have to discard down 2 cards, which means their stats go down. Perception's really good for the boost. Steady-handed is not a discussion. Pearl Diary is surprisingly good. So it gives us +1 willpower, which we know there's some pretty bad willpower tests. This will bring us up to that willpower. And if Investigator location draws a blight or power card, we draw a card. And cards in hand are the most valuable resource while we don't know ourselves yet. So I think it's probably Logan and counterattack. I mean, counterattack is really good because it means you can just ignore the Cosmic Emissary, but I mean, it's a bummer. Everything else seems way better. Maybe there's a chance the 1911 isn't worth it, and we'll just use our friend with the bow to solve this. Regardless, we get 1 Doom on here. Again, make sure you don't look for more than 15 seconds. Avert your eyes. And that's it. So the lead is Joe. So how this works is we reveal cards from the bottom until we find encounter cards. So we got in 1. Fungal Rot. Oh, this gets Surge, I think. So this says attach Fungal Rot to an item you control, otherwise it gets Surge. So it goes on top. We go deeper. That's actually very good for us. Ravenous Myconid is not an item. Instead, we draw Euphoria. Again, there's a whole bunch of these that have four tests. They're so bad. So test 4 agility. You must either take 2 horror or place a non-story acid control on top of the abyss. If you fail, do both. How bad is this card? Test 4, and then you have to either take 2 horror or get rid of the Ravenous Myconid because we only played 1 card, and you put it on top of the abyss. If you fail, you do both. That's disastrously bad. Losing the Ravenous Myconid here, I wouldn't say it's game losing, but it's such an issue. And that's a big reason why just like playing the Pearl Diary is worth it, so we can discard something else. I think there's 2 or 3 of these, but this card is brutal. There's not a lot of treacheries that just say bad thing happens if you fail to do both. Like, disgusting. Now we can boost each other. There's no book icons really in this hand. There's some wilds. If we can do the perception, we can make it do +4 wild. So we're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's pretty good. But very importantly, the text to search through the layer thing is only during your turn. So mega boosting into this is not particularly valuable. We can also spend a clue if we want to get deeper into this, but I think we will just pitch the perception here. So we're currently 4 to 4. This is 5, 6, 7, 8 to 4. Hoping for the best. Speaking of traps, Parallel Ash Compete is kind of ridiculous with trap. They just come back to his hand for free. Oh, yes. But Tony, you just got to watch out. Hold on. Let's just do this test. Elder Sign. Shattered Self says Elder Sign. I think it's like draw a card +2. Test. You may draw a card. I mean, I'm going to. It's just below. So we succeed. Perception draws a card. So we're going to start the round with a lot. This is why, mind you, we put on the beat into the deck, because we can play this on turn 1, first action, and have +3 to everything and just rip through the layer deck. So the one thing you have to watch out, Tony, is that when you discard your traps, you can't use their text. So this is a problem that Ashcan runs into. So let me see if this is correct. I can't pull up Ashcan, Parallel Ashcan's text, but I played Parallel Ashcan. I think he's very powerful. So it says, after an enemy enters the location, exhaust Lion Weight, fight. For that enemy, you get +1 for this value. You may discard Lion Weight for this attack to deal 1 damage. So if you use Ashcan's ability to bounce a Lion Weight, you can't do an extra damage. It seems like you can do 2 damage and then return this, but if you return the trap, you did not discard it. That was why Ashcan Pete couldn't return the old like dynamite, the what's it called, the makeshift trap if you do the bomb version. So just watch out. That interaction has got me before, but you're technically not allowed to. If you return it with Ashcan, you don't fire its cost. Maybe they're worded slightly different, but it didn't work in chapter 1. Okay, so we can see this. It's a Hunter's Instinct, so that's going to go on the top. And we drew Otherworldly Visions, which there's 3 of them in the deck. This is the day 3 card, and this one's pretty bad. This is why willpower really matters early. Hope our Sparrow Mask is not in there. Test 3 willpower. It gets +2 if there's a color enemy at your location, and yes, all of these things are colors, and they're at every location. So it's 5 willpower. For each point you fail by, you must either take a horror or randomly discard a card from your hand. And if we have no cards in hand, we have no stats. Whee! So what we can do is if we commit the loner, it's like kind of silly because you commit it for 1, but you lose 1 stat anyways. But you can make it +2 because you can like double the icons. So this is for each point you fail by. We're likely to fail by everything because we're currently 3 to 5. So I think we're just gonna discard our whole hand. The fact that this test like scales both in difficulty and by you fail by. Like there's not a lot of cards that have fail by that have a 5 test, right? Like the counter deck is really bad. That's 5 willpower. For each point you fail by, we'll take some horror and probably discard our hand. This is why we added the canteen. So we're 3 to 5. We're just going to rip it. We're not going to commit any cards from this end. This is the power. So technically, if we're together, the Pearl Diary will help. Test 5, yeah, and by fail by text. It's so bad. Whoa. Whoa, we failed by 1. Whoa, okay. So we either discard a card randomly. I mean, we're just gonna take a horror. Sick. I mean, that was kind of nice. And these go on top of the deck. So this is where you should keep track of how many cards we've gone through the deck. I think we're probably a quarter through. I mean, yeah, not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. You look at Duke and tell him he'll never be a hunting dog because I don't have a heart for it. The guitar is good. Okay, so we're gonna go with Joe, I think, first. Joe probably needs to play steady-handed. It is just going to be worth it in the long run. The Pearl Diary is similar, but steady-handed will be oh no, if we want to do our first action, it's probably on the beat, right? Because it has to be a fast first action. So I think we're just going to do this first and hope we don't draw something terrible. So we're going to spend 2 resources for on the beat. For the whole turn, we get +3 while investigating. So we're just going to investigate 3 times, I think. Notably, the text on the act and the agenda just says, what do you succeed by? You can investigate even if there's no clues. Like, that's totally fine. We'll drop a clue, which is okay if we end our turn without evading. That's acceptable. That's why these icons are here. That means, by definition, I'll just put this here. This is the one that says if you haven't fought. So I'll put the Guardian icon there. So we're going to investigate here. We have 5 cards in hand. We played this, so we lose some cards, but we're at 8 to 3. And for each point we succeed by, obviously good things happen. And I don't know if we don't draw. We don't have Joe text, excuse me. Or, yeah. So 8 to 3. We won't boost. Like playing steady-handed is okay this turn, but we don't have the money. Big nummy. We can spend a clue. I don't want to. -3. So we succeed by 2. I mean, it's a bit risky. We get the clue. Will we look at 2 cards? I think we will. Lucky. So we have calcification and we drew a 1911, which that's obviously Joe's. So that goes in his hand. So now he has even higher stats. So now he's 9 to 3 for his second action. Keep going. On the beat is really important in this scenario. Man, +3 for the whole turn is sick. So again, 6 + 3 is 9 to 3. We definitely want a magnifying glass. Auto fail. Okay, bummer. That does happen. We'll do one more. It'd be nice to get some action compression with on the beat. Like an autopsy report. -3. So we succeed by 3. So we'll get the last clue, which will probably drop promptly. Yeah, and then we'll look at 3 at the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Only bad things for us. So interesting. Okay, so we have Imperium Brilliance, which we've seen before. This thing forces you to discard a random card and do a willpower test. That's okay. Calcification is not that bad. Test 3 to get rid of this. Anybody can do it, and you just take a damage to get rid of it, so that's pretty good. The Crystal Mimics are real pains in the ass. Like, their text is like so overwhelmingly bad. They have elusive, which is really good for our traps, but their attack and evade is equal to your cards in hand, which means like it's really hard to deal with them early because currently your cards in hand is your good stat. So if you're at 6 evade, they're at 6 evade. Later on, if you do find yourself, that obviously changes. So getting down to low hand size is pretty good. But these things are a nightmare, and there's, I think, 2 of them in the deck, maybe 3. When you're fighting and invading this enemy, X is cards in hand, otherwise X is 6. And after Crystal Mimic attacks you, discard randomly a card in your hand. So they get weaker, you get weaker. And when they hit you, they do run away. Regardless, we'll just put Calcification in play, which is not that bad. So it says the first time we move a turn, we have to take a damage, and someone can get rid of this for a test. These randomly get put on top of the deck. I think we're nearly halfway through the deck, but probably a bit further needs to be done. Okay, that was 3 actions. We're good. Swap. So it is Joe time. Oh, sorry, Mirror Nest. We didn't get a thing, so we're just gonna drop a clue. We didn't do our thing. We're gonna have to fight or evade this thing actually, so we're probably gonna use the longbow on it. So we're down to 3 clues. 5 HP and not even an elite. Yep. Yep. And they just go back into the deck. Like they keep coming back because they don't have victory. Yeah. Okay. So we're probably gonna have to fight this thing to deal with it. We can succeed by a big number with the longbow, which is good. None of these cards are worth playing. So we actually probably could draw for a first action just to get our stats up. Lion weight. I mean, that's a trap. Not a great trap because doing damage doesn't seem to be super relevant here. Technically, we've considered to have fought, which could matter for this mirror nest. But second action, we'll just use the longbow. So we're going to fight with our evasion stat, which is currently 4, 5, 6. So we're fighting 6 to 2. This has retaliate, so if we fail, it's bad. That means we could just draw the second action first before this. Yeah, let's just do that. Ooh, Sparrow Mask. We definitely want to play this. So I think we still fight last action because then it saves 2 different attacks. But now we're at 7 to 2, and we're still at a lair, so this is good. We have to randomly discard a card here, though, which sucks. So we discard a Sparrow Mask, we'll be really sad. Do or Die can bring it back, but we only have 1 copy. -3. 4 to 2, 4 to 2. So we succeed by 2. Do we want to look at 2 cards from the deck? Yeah, we have to get through the deck. 2 bad cards. So we have. So we're probably not taking the Crystal Mimic. So Euphoria is. Oh no, these are both very bad choices. Oh, this is terrible. We shouldn't have looked at 2. So Euphoria says test for book, which we're going to fail. You may take 2 horror, and then also when we fail, we have to shuffle our longbow into the top of the deck, or not shuffle, so that's a problem. So I think we're just going to take the Crystal Mimic. We can't defeat it with the Ravenous Myconid, but it's going to hit us, which causes us to discard a hand card. So yeah, that's bad. So the Crystal Mimic's going to show up. It's 5 health, as Elusive and Hunter. Okay, we did successfully fight it. So at the end of our turn, the Mirror Nest here, we have to either randomly discard a card or drop a clue. We have to discard a card. So we're hoping not to hit the Sparrow Mask, and we're going to have to discard 2 cards, so. Fine, Hunter's Instinct. Now, this thing's going to hit us, the Crystal Mimic. So it hits us for 1 and 1, which is acceptable. So we're down to 6-5. But when it hits you, it's going to run away. I think we're going to send it back here. And then we have to discard a card, so 1 in 4 chance to hit the Sparrow Mask, which the Sparrow Mask would be huge, let alone this just lost a bunch of stats. All right, Loner, that's the best discard. Okay, a bit dicey, but that's it. We survived. This thing doesn't attack us because someone fought it. Card and credit. All right, Field Dressing. I mean, healing is not exactly what we want here immediately. And then our 7th card is our Mouse Mask, which is not amazing. It'll be better later. It's nice to play a sacrificial item because a lot of this deck hates items, but unfortunately we have way too many cards in hand. So I'll get a little bit of 1911, and honestly, I don't think we need the Vicious Blow that much. The Vicious Blow is actually really good at dealing with this thing, but these things are like impossible to deal with. The cool thing is like Lie in Wait. If we put it on this location, when that thing enters our location, we can fight it, and then it will just run away with Elusive. So Lie in Wait actually does deal with these really well. That's the one good trap interaction we have. So I think we'll get rid of 1911. And I think a Vicious Blow. I think most of our fighting is going to be here. There's not that many enemies in the deck. The cool thing about Vicious Blow is we can use it to fight, to draw cards. So maybe we do the Mouse Mask because we have the Pearl Diary. I think the Pearl Diary is worse. +1 willpower is pretty good into the deck, though. Free card draw? The Mouse Mask, we have no way of charging. I think we do add a couple locations, but it says when you add a location or reveal location, you get a charge. That's really hard to charge. Yeah, it does for 1 action give us +4 willpower, though, which the Pearl Diary won't. So I think we'll do this. 1911 and the Pearl Diary. Okay. 5 hand size. It hurts. So that's it. Doom. 2 of 6. Now we see the bottom card. Oh, no, it's a bad card. So this is for Joe. All right, it's here. This is actually perfect. We're prepared for this. So this is the Miasmatic Shadow, which is such a nightmare for like just every reason. It's aloof, it's Hunter, it's at night, it's also elusive. It cannot be damaged except by spells, relics, or sciences. It has victory 0, so we will immediately remove it from game. It says when you discard 1 or more cards from your hand at its location, it readies, engages you, and makes an immediate attack. Now this thing is so hard to deal with. Luckily, we tuned our decks around it, and immediately we can use Ravenous Myconid as soon as the skill test starts to say choose a non-elite enemy or location. And it's not elite. Yeah, it's not. We can just defeat him. Were you prepared for that? Now, keep going through the deck. All right, Elaborate Distraction is going to go on the top. An Overpower is going to go on top. So that goes through the deck. We have a Fragmentation, which I think the good investigator drew this. So this says, test for agility. If you fail, you must choose 1. Choose the asset in your player with the highest printed cost and play on top of the abyss. I think all the cards like this do that, which is bad. Losing your longbow is really bad. Or the nearest cosmic emissary attacks you, even if it's not your location, which means we take 1/1, which is not that bad at all. 1/1 is totally fine. So we're probably going to fail this. We're 4-4, but we can't get rid of our longbow. We need to play more sacrificial items, but this hits the highest printed cost, so it's going to be a problem no matter what. Are you 4-4? This is bad. I don't think it like does anything. It's just bad. -4. If you fail to discard a card randomly, oh no, it is bad. So don't hit our Sparrow Mask, please. And then we'll take 1 damage and 1 horror from this thing, which is the nearest one. So we're getting a bit banged up. Again, when we do find ourselves, if we do find ourselves, we will full heal. Okay, lie in wait. I mean, that was a good card too, because it can deal with the elusive guy who is now ready behind you. And I think we're at halfway through the deck. So the most important thing we can do now is succeed by huge numbers. Oh, mind you, in that window, we'll use the Ravenous Myconid to victory 0 this. So we need to charge the Ravenous Myconid again. This thing is out of the game. I'm not going to leave it on the table because it'll be a busy board, but it's out of the game. I think it's victory 0. Okay, so we need to succeed by big numbers. We can Vicious Blow the Cosmic Emissary, which is kind of funny because the damage doesn't matter, but we can make it succeed by a huge number because it has 4 fight on it functionally because we can double it. Calcification is something we could get rid of. We're not very good at evading here. We definitely want to play the Sparrow Mask to have a sacrificial item. And I think at this point we've gone through, I can't look at the deck, but I think we've gone through about half the deck. I'm assuming we've gone through like this much, somewhere like that. So at this point now, if we ever draw our thing during the Mythos phase and see it slip past the whole deck, it is just disgusting. And that is the thing we have to avoid. So this is like the turn that's really do or die, where we have to have big success. And once you find one of them, it's usually easier to find the second one because you'll see what happens. But it's so important that we hit those numbers. So the issue is if investigating, we're not very good at. We probably have to blow some clues on this. Like I could see us blowing all of our clues. It's all our eggs in one basket, which sucks. But if we blow all our clues on this mirror nest, we can investigate a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 3. And unless we pull the autofail, we'll succeed by 5 or 6, which gives us a good chance of finding ourselves. Again, clues we can always use to give ourselves +2, which is something I'm going to panic and forget at some point. But anytime we draw like a bad Euphoria, we can just do that test. Okay, so we'll start with Joe. Miguel will fight this thing. This thing might just hit us for 1/1. I don't know what we can do about that. We lost our trap. Our trap is the way. Maybe we go in there and fight it. Especially because if we fight it, this Cosmic Emissary won't hit us. Yeah, that's probably fun, actually. But Joe will start. We're going to investigate. Hand size is 5, so we have 5. We're going to use all our clues, so hoping for the best here. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're 11 to 3. Did we forget to add a Doom? Chat, is this turn 2? I feel like this is turn 3. Did we forget to add a Doom? Kindly let me know. That's an easy fix. 11 to 3. Tablet is not good. It's -5. We can choose to add a Doom to make it a 0. I think I can go for it. I think I want to draw 8 cards. That's way better than drawing 5 fewer cards. So we're adding a Doom to ourselves. So we maybe add 4 Doom of 6. I'm not 100% sure. This Doom will clear when we advance. I'll just put on the Myconid. Or if we can change ourselves. It is Doom 2. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're at 3 of 6. Thank you. Huge, Samuel. So we succeeded by 8. We get the clue, which, I mean, that's also nice. But we can look at 8 cards from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't want to find the second one. 7, 8. That is so good. So we're going to choose to draw Joe Diamond, which means all of our things solve itself immediately. We can technically look at these. So we see 1 Miasmic Shadow going to the top and 2 Otherworldly Visions. We do shuffle these, but we have drawn ourselves, which means we have found ourselves. So that's very good. That means in the next 10 or so cards, we're going to have access to Miguel. But once we do this text, you'll see it's a lot easier to deal with it. This is a really good start for us. So this goes on top. And we have Joe Diamond. So the Abyss says, when you draw your Investigator, the Abyss story card, when you draw your Investigator, your true Investigator, it owner heals all damage and horror. So we go up to 7/7. So heal 2 horror. Not too bad. We remove the Doom because that was on our Investigator card. Then they flip their Shattered Self Investigator card to its old memory side and put into play under their control. So we are now once again Joe. I wish I could change the icons of the portraits. I should have figured that out by now. But we flip this over. And we get this thing called Shattered Self. It becomes your old memory, which this card helps you a lot. Like you just need to get one of these as soon as possible. Reaction, you can choose. When a card is revealed or drawn from the Abyss, spend 2 clues. So we definitely want to get another clue this turn. As a group, remove old memory from the game, and either choose an investigator to draw that card or cancel that card's revelation effect and remove it from the game. So as long as we have 2 clues, which is a bit tricky, we can use those 2 clues. So if we ever draw like Miguel during the encounter phase, we can just say, nah, it's ours. The other option is we can keep this and just cancel in treachery when we reveal it, which is pretty good, because we can either, when we reveal or draw something, cancel it or actually draw it. So ideally we use this on Miguel. The problem is we're a clue short. So that's that. We have 1 more action. We don't have to charge the Ravenous Myconid too aggressively anymore. And now our stats are our stats. So we're back to 2, 5, 4, 3. Oh no, sorry, that we have to reset that. So intellect is 4, and agility is 2. That was because we played Rosa in the prologue. Yeah, so we're 2 for 4, 3. So our stats are a bit worse. 2 for 4, 2, excuse me. We need to get another clue. That was our first action. Yeah. Cool thing is if Miguel goes into here, he can hit this thing into here and get a clue from glassing. So that actually might not be that bad. That's okay, actually. Okay. Yeah, we're doing it. So I think we can spend a second to play steady-handed. So second action, we'll play steady-handed. Steady-handed just allows us to like, oh man, if we were like really sure, we could have got rid of calcification taking a damage before we did the test. So steady-handed costs our last resources. We can investigate to give us +1 or -1 in theory. And playing the Mouse Mask would also be good. It actually probably is more. Steady-handed is more important for the whole scenario, but Mouse Mask is more important in like it will do stuff faster. This thing has retaliate, so you don't want to fail the fight. Yeah, you don't want to fail the fight. What are we meant to do here? I feel like we should have thought this out instead of playing steady-handed. Like maybe we just vicious blow the Cosmic Emissary. We're 6-2. That's probably good enough. We either have to discard a card randomly from our hand or drop a card. I mean, randomly discarding from our hand is okay because then we keep a clue, and then we could have 2 clues when the glassing fires, hopefully in a second. Because I think our turn is like play Sparrow Mask, move into there. Oh, we have to reload the longbow. Okay, never mind. We could reload the longbow, move into here, hit it. When this hits, it goes into here. We're only investigating 4 to 3 though, which is not brilliant. The other option is we can just tank this. So we can like last action move into here. It hits us. It gets a card out of her hand, and then it goes there. So like we could play the Sparrow Mask for Miguel, use the Sparrow Mask somehow, maybe to get rid of calcification, then just end our turn in there. This thing will hit us. We recharge the Sparrow Mask. We put the thing into here. We fire glassing with the Sparrow Mask. Maybe that's good. The issue is that if this thing hits us, we lose a card from our hand, so we go down cards anyways. But like we really want to get a second clue this turn for obvious reasons. So maybe we don't do the steady-handed. Yeah, maybe we don't. I think we just need to get a clue. This thing sucks. This one just discards a card randomly. That's fine. This one's. We just need to get a clue to be safe. Yeah. Really hard. Really tricky to figure out what to do here. I mean, if we discard the steady-handed, we'll be devastated. It is like so important for our ongoing healing. Because I guess the canteen, I think the canteen can heal Joe. I think the canteen can heal anyone. Oh no, it's only you. Okay, so this is the only horror healing we have in the whole deck. So it's probably worth playing. It's not likely to be discarded. It's a 1 in 5, but I mean, worse things have happened. But yeah, we definitely need to get a second clue. We're only drawing 2 encounter cards. Like maybe we don't hit Miguel. There's a chance we hit Miguel. It would be bad if we do, because then we have to go through the whole deck again, and that's like awful. So like getting a second clue here is so important. I just don't think we can force this. Like if this thing hits us or we hit it, we can send it into here and glassing will fire. Glassing allows us to investigate at whatever hand size is +1, which is not killer. We could commit makeshift bomb to give us +3 because it goes -1 +4. So that's probably what we have to do. So maybe we just do like Sparrow Mask. Yeah, maybe we do Sparrow Mask move in there. And then we just get hit for 2 horror. 1, 2, 3. We could also longbow the thing. We could reload the longbow. We could fight the thing with the longbow. The longbow is only 5-3. Not amazing. How often does it happen when you investigate cards gets discarded, shuffled back to the top of the Bis deck? I mean, you have to try your hardest not for it to happen. In higher player counts, it's more likely to happen because you draw 4 encounter cards during the Mythos phase, and there's more of them in the deck. But like we know because we saw 1, the second one will be in the next like 10 cards. So like it's maybe a 1 in 4 chance that we biff it, but if we biff it, it's terrible. It's so bad. And that's like the big thing of like, does this take you, 3 rounds or does it take you like 7 rounds? Because having to get through the whole deck is so hard, especially because our numbers are now kind of worse because we've unshattered ourselves. But like, that's why old memory is so important that you get the first one. But if you don't have 2 clues, this card's useless. So it's so important we get 2 clues here. So again, we could fight this thing 4-2. Not great numbers. We can't spend a clue. We might just have to vicious blow it. We're basically spending the vicious blow to do heal 1 and 1. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we'll play steady handed. So this is our second action. Cost 2. And then last action, we're going to vicious blow. So we're just going to attack the emissary. So we currently have not that one, but they don't really, they're all the same, right? Somewhat. So we're attacking this one. It has retaliate, so we don't want to biff it. This says after you successfully fight or evade it. So if we biff it, we get attacked twice, which sucks. But we're attacking at 6-2, which is the best we have. -1, so 7-2. We can use steady handed to make it 8-2, so we succeed by 4. So it's no longer going to hit us. I think we're going to look at 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I think I saw a bit of red coming up there, but we do get a Daniel Jameson, which is 1 more skill stat, which is so good. These cards are Chroma Blight, a Fungal Rot, and another Alien Whisper. Alien Whisper is a really mean card sometimes. So I do think he's coming up in the next like 2 or 3 cards. So we definitely have to get our clue. Now we enter a turn at the Mirror Nest because that was our whole turn. So we have to discard a card randomly. Hopefully it hits or dead ends. We're not dropping a clue. We need to get 2 clues this turn. Yeah, getting a card is so clutch here because now it gives us +1 evade for the whole turn, and that like can be the most important thing here. I'll just roll die, I guess. It's easier. 1, 2, 5, 6. Yes, get rid of the dead end. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just like that card doesn't have icons or use. Okay, that's our turn. So now it's Joe time. Sorry, Miguel time. Go time. All right, so we need to hit this thing. We need to get into the trap. So either we can hit it ourselves by shooting it and keep more cards in our hand. Daniel is probably worth playing. The issue is like we're 1 resource short on it because this gives us, we spend a card to get 1 evade anyways. So we can reload the bow, move into their fire. We can also just like play Sparrow Mask. We're going to get a hit in here, so we just have to find our card sooner than later because we're getting beat up. Like we could die to an encounter card in theory. Probably not though, but we could. But playing the Sparrow Mask is technically card positive, right? Because it's 1 card down, but it gives us 2 evade. So we could do Longbow, Sparrow Mask, move, let it hit us. We end up taking 3 horror, which is like very sketchy. So we probably just have to shoot it. So I think we just do load, move, shoot. And then we might throw the makeshift bomb. Yeah. So we're going to load the longbow. Second action, we're going to go into this Mirror Nest. Luckily, this Mirror Nest will sate its text. We might not get hit by the emissary because we're pretty sure this is the fight one. I think it has to be. 3 shot, 4 clues. When you end your turn here, if you did not successfully fight this round. So we ideally want to successfully fight, but we might not. This thing does engage us. No matter what, it will run away. So even if we fail this attack, it will run into our trap. And then we're just going to hit this with the longbow. So the longbow is going to attack. We're at 4, 5, 6. So we're 6-4 because its stats are our cards in hand. No matter what, it's going to be running away. But ideally, we want to hit this because if we hit it, we don't have to take 2 horror, which could matter. So 6-4. We're not going to boost this. We need to boost this, if anything. -3, we fell. So we didn't successfully fight it, but elusive goes here, which means we can fire the Mirror Nest. Sorry, we can fire the glassing. The glassing says after enemy enters, we are investigating 5-3. We'll throw the makeshift bomb at this and we'll double its stats. So now we're at 4-3, but this is 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're 8-3, which is pretty good. And all we need is 1 clue. We're going to have to discard a terrible card to Mirror Nest. We actually could discard this to get 2 clues, but with this guy, that's actually really good. Tablet is -5, which is perfect because we're at 8-3. If I'm not mistaken, we were at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-3. Yeah, it's -5. We could have put the Doom though if it was really, really bad. So we'll just get 1 clue, which is all we need here. Whew. And then the enemy phase, or the end of the turn, is going to be pretty rough. So we unfortunately didn't successfully fight. So we're going to have to discard a random card because we need to keep 2 clues to keep Miguel safe. So same thing, 1, 2 on left. I think you should put those on top of the abyss face up. I did? Or, oh yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. I thought you said, I think you should, but yeah, I did for sure. Good catch. All right, so we rolled a 1. We get rid of Daniel Jameson. That's awful. That was the worst hit. And then the Cosmic Emissary, the main one has to hit us, right? So it says when you successfully fight or evade this enemy, instead of damaging or exhausting this enemy, do not attack it during the enemy phase. So it's going to hit us for 2 horror. We have to take it to our face, and that's it. Wakes up, card and credit. Another glassing, cool. God, I hate this card so much. Detective's Intuition, sick. Nice. All right, Doom. We're at 3 of 6, so we're halfway there. Again, if we draw Miguel, we just spend 2 clues among investigators. When a card is revealed or drawn from this, spend 2 clues as a group, and we can draw the card. So first card for Joe. Sublimation, that's probably not good. 4 willpower. If you fail, you must decide 1. For each point you fail by, choose a card in your hand and place on top of the abyss. So not great. The nearest cosmic emissary attacks you, even if it's not your location. So we get hit for 1 and 1, which seems better than losing 3 cards. Because for each point you fail by, we'll fail this by a lot. Oh, excuse me. We're on Joe, so we're 2 to 4, so it's nearly impossible for us to pass. So yeah. I mean, we can commit Detective's Intuition for +2, but there's like not that many zeros. I don't even know. I think there's 1 0 in the bag. So 2 to 4, and we'll see what happens. Auto fail, great. So we would either fail by 4, so we'd have to put our whole hand on top of the abyss. So we're just going to let this thing attack us for 1 damage and 1 horror. We have horror healing. We need damage healing from Miguel. This goes back on top. Man, the art on this is so good too. Like being able to zoom up the art is so good. All right, 1 counter card. All right, so we don't draw this. Well, we can reveal it because technically you can spend 2 clues to draw it, but it is a weakness. That's fine. Pursuit is in there. I'm so glad we got 2 clues because we can now choose to draw this. If we did not have 2 clues, this would have been awful. So the glassing setup that we did on turn 1 actually paid off in such a great way because we can use the old remnant, which says now when a card is revealed or drawn, we're going to spend 2 clues. And of course we are. So we're going to lose all our clues. And then we have considered to draw this. So we are now Miguel, which means we have to immediately advance and it interrupts this, which is going to be a bit awkward, but we full heal. So we're at 8-8. So we healed 6 horror. Man, that was good timing. Damage -3, horror -6. Sick. That is so good that we did this. It would have been a nightmare if we didn't. Now, we're still resolving encounter cards, but this is when a card is revealed, so it does have to interrupt it. But notably, the act says if each player has their true investigator advance, we have to advance. Okay, so let's see what this is. Ex Nihilo. As you come to your senses, you look up at the starry sky and blood-red moon high up above. You may be able to find a path back to the surface. Place each clue on a revealed location up to its clue value. That's good. Clues are still useful. So 4, 4, 4. Check the campaign log and gather the set-aside residence encounter set and set-aside cave locations. Mother Rachel has been devoured. Cross out Mother Rachel's name. She's gone. Shuffle each resident whose name is crossed out into the abyss, along with each cave location. So that's going to mess this up because we're in the middle of resolution, which is kind of weird. But we have to shuffle each resident whose name is crossed out. So that will be Rachel. Well, hold on, we'll get them. So crossed out. Let me just check my campaign log. No, it's just 3. It's Rachel, Leah, and Simeon. So again, each resident whose name is crossed out is just these 3. We put the other ones out of the game, out of play, so they don't get crossed out from my understanding, but these 3 get shuffled into the deck. So we'll just put them in. We're going to have to shuffle. So all the ordering of the cards we knew at the top don't matter anymore. We also have to shuffle in each cave location. There's 6 of them. 2 of them are the same, but these are now locations in here, which if we draw them, we have to put them in play. Nearest lair that doesn't have a cave. And then each investigator may choose 1 resident at relationship level 4 or higher to put into play under their control asset side face up. There's only 1 resident that has high enough friendship for that. I believe it's Judith, who is going to be coming into play for sure alongside her trusty longbow. So let me just double check. I haven't caught up on everything here. Yeah, the only person is Judith. She's at 5. So we get Judith. She's back. Nice. Just when we need her. Judith has been the best. So she gives us a free action. She has a ton of soak as well. It's not that we need the soak right away. Man, getting that extra clue off the glassing was like so important. That would have been devastating. And then that's it. Sit each remaining card from the residence and counter side out of play. So we have to shuffle this, which means we're still going to be drawing counter cards. If we now draw, what's it called? A location, we just put it aside out of play. Again, we reveal until we find something with a treachery back. Notably, the residents, we can't draw naturally from this because you reveal until you find something with a treachery back. So the residents don't have a treachery back because we're still doing this. Oh, notably, when Miguel happened, this gets removed from the game when we use it, but we put that into play in Miguel. So Miguel has his own old memory, which now as a group at any point in time, the investigators can spend 2 clues as a group. I think this is still chilling. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, the investigators can spend 2 clues as a group to cancel something or grab something when it shows up. Okay, so this gets harder and harder to shuffle because the cards now are like 3 different directions. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and a cut. We'll put the abyss on top. It's hard not to see the top though. Okay, so that's that. We have to keep advancing the act. Oh, I close my eyes and then you open the eyes and there's so much studio lighting. Maybe a mistake. Act 2, a lost self. You must find a way back to the Vale. After you see your skill test at a layer location during your turn, reveal cards from the top of the abyss deck. For each point you succeeded by, draw one of them. So same text. Same text also, spend a clue. You get +2 skill value for the skill test. An objective at the end of the round, if there are 3 or more revealed cave locations in play with no clues on them advance. This part is really hard because we only have one investigator who's really good at getting clues, and each cave can only be attached to 1 mirror nest. So we have to find a cave here, here, and here, and empty all of them. And there's 6 caves in this deck. So we have to do a lot more digging again. This is not done. The theme here, how we're like in a pit of desiccated corpses and we're digging through them to find caves from the abyss to try and get back to the Vale is so stark. There's a cool payoff of spending time with the residents throughout the campaign. Yes, that's a really cool payoff. Like imagine the whole gang shows up here and they're all like fighting to get out of this, you know, kind of hell together. We are Miguel. Okay, I think that's everything here. Again, same way that we can spend a clue, not that we have any, and we have to keep revealing cards from the bottom of the deck. So when we reveal this, we just set it aside. We can technically, I think we can look at it. It's an overgrown tunnel for whatever that's worth. I think you can look at it. So we instead draw another crystal mimic. Great. These get shuffled technically like this. I mean, what can you do? All right, crystal mimic's here. So at least now we have better stats into it. It still has 5 health. And the fact that we just defeated one and got back, we just shuffled the deck. Oh, sorry, this is the second one. The other one's still on the table. But the crystal mimic now has only 3 attack, 3 evade, and it has elusive. So these are really good for firing your traps, but these will just keep getting shuffled back into the deck. Okay. That was the Mythos phase. We're done. Right? Yeah, because we drew a treachery, which we biffed. And then we drew a treachery, which was this, and we captured a card. So it's back to us. All right. So we're at 3 of 6. Wow, color mismatch there. So we have to find caves and empty caves. So we still need to succeed by huge numbers. Our stats are worse, kind of, because it's harder to succeed by big numbers. And we have a lot of work to do. This thing's on us. So we hit it back into here. That's possible. But yeah, wow, we have still a lot of things to do. Click and pressed. Okay, let's relax a bit and figure out what we want to do. So if we just hit this thing, which with Judith is free, it'll get pushed into the glassing, and glassing can work. Losing Daniel Jamison was devastating because Daniel is like one of our best cards. So that sucks. But we do have the time and money to put down a Sparrow Mask, which will be quite useful because we're going to take some damage for sure. We have 2 canteens. I don't know if we saw any canteens in here. So our horror healing should be in the deck. And I think we saw our field dressing is in our deck. It's in our hand. And field dressing works after we defeat not field agent. Field dressing works after we defeat a creature or a monster. This is neither. Uh-oh. There might be no creatures or monsters in the whole deck. Oh, this is a monster, but we cannot defeat it? No, we can. It says after a creature monster is defeated at your location, you don't have to deal it. Okay, so there's only one way that will heal damage. Luckily, we have some allies. Luckily, we have an ally. Okay. Okay, that's bad. This is the place that you have to fight successfully. So the thing is we can't load the longbow. We could just fight this thing. 3-3 and hope. We're 3-3 because our fist status 3. If we succeed, that's good. If we fail, we could always come back here. And this one we have to evade. I mean, evade is meant to be what we're good at, but with Daniel out, it's pretty bad. We might have to go here and just shoot the longbow because the longbow is the easiest way to do a big test. It's like lockpicks is so good in the scenario. So like longbow is kind of our lockpicks. It succeeds by a big number. Man, losing Daniel sucks. Okay, putting a glassing here is also pretty sharp because it'll fire this turn. So I think we're going to first with Miguel, and Miguel's just going to fight this thing 3-3. He might as well use Judith. So actionless 3-3 fight. Clues are really good because clues are +2, and clues let us cancel encounter cards. -1, we fail. That's fine. This thing will be sent away to a place with no investigator, so it has to go here. And when it enters here, it fires glassing. Glassing says we can now do a pseudo investigate with our evade stat +1, so we're 5-3, which is not guaranteed. We can't play the Sparrow Mask first because it'll hit us. So we just have to hope. It'd be nice to get a clue. -4, fail. Okay. All right. First action, longbow. Second action, we'll move into the Mirror Nest. Third action, we'll fire the longbow. So we're gonna attack this thing. We're at 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 4, 5, 6. We're at 6 to 2. It's not guaranteed. This thing has retaliate, but 6 to. That's the best we got here. I mean, maybe we could take a second to play the Sparrow Mask, but we don't have the action this turn. So 6 to 2. Zero, huge. So we hit it. So it's not gonna hit us, but we succeed by 4. We're gonna look at 4. Give me 1 second. Okay, everything's still working. So we look at 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we can make a decision. Obviously, we can grab one of these treacheries. We probably don't want to. We can add a Hunter's Instinct, which, I mean, has text. But we need a win off of finding the cavern, so we'll put this cavern into play. So when you draw a card, I think it just goes to the nearest layer it can. Otherwise, you have to attach it to the nearest layer that doesn't have one. So when you draw a cave, put into play unrevealed adjacent to the nearest mirror nest. This is really cool because it can fire Mouse Mask twice. That is not already connected to the cave. For the remainder of the scenario, the two locations are connected to one another. I don't know if we're going to pull out the connections because it should be relatively obvious this is connected like that. This is also really nice to have a location here because if you enter that location, the Cosmic Emissary will no longer like threaten to hit you every turn, and the mirror nest doesn't have text. So like finding a respite is like super, super appreciated. Hard to shuffle 3 cards without looking. 1. Okay, that goes on top. Shouldn't have looked at the top. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think I saw a cave on the top. Oh, we need that. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3. We successfully did our thing. Now, Mirror Nest is going to force us to discard a card because we did not evade this turn. So we have to randomly rip a card. Oh, before we do that, we're meant to drop a glass ink here. Sorry, I whiffed. You must give me this. Apologies, I forgot. We're totally 100% putting glassing down there before we left because there's clues there and the enemies are going to come through it. So allow me to do that if you don't mind. I guess we can put the glassing here. Yeah, let's just do that. That might be a bit better, and then we technically don't have to do a weird cheat. But when you end your turn, discard a card. So it's hard to shuffle. So we'll do even is left, odd is right. Even, we get rid of Sparrow Mask. We didn't have time to play it. Man, is that card so good in this scenario. But we just didn't have a moment to play it. This is fast. Okay. That's it. This is sated. This is sated. We'll flip over. Man, we've lost the mask. We've lost Daniel. Like, those are very bad discards. This one does feel like it hits you when you're down, but what can we do? Okay, so the thing is, like, these aren't layers. We have to empty these to win. But if we want to find more caverns, we need to do tests on our turn at the layers themselves. Again, it says when you succeed at a layer, and I don't believe these are layers. Regardless, first action, we'll go in there. We need to charge a Ravenous Myconid sooner than later. We don't have the money to do it. So, like, maybe Detective's Intuition is worth playing at some point, just to get 2 resources and, like, heal damage. But first action, we'll enter the cavern. The backs are the same. We have a Mineral Tunnel. 0 Shroud is a bit scary. When you're investigating Mineral Tunnel, it gets +1 Shroud for each card in your hand. Max is 6 Shroud on easy standard difficulty. Otherwise, there's no max. So for us, it's going to be 3 Shroud right now. The formations resemble a shark's many-rowed teeth and are just as sharp. Only 2 clues, so not bad. Because if we empty this, we have to empty 2 more caverns to advance. All right. We want technically no cards at hand. So I'm just going to take a second to play the Mouse Mask. It would have reached... Oh, Calcification Fires. I forgot about that. Whatever, we'll take a damage off of this. This has been on the table for a while. We should have done this test first. Yeah. I mean, no matter what, we should just take this test anyways, because we're going to take a damage. We can lose an action this turn. Sorry, I need to slow down a bit. But every time we move, we take a damage. So in theory, we should do that first, because we're going to move anyways, and you can get rid of this for an action regardless. I mean, this could have had worse text on it, but I think we'll be okay. So we're going to do this test, and even if we fail, we can just go ahead and like take the damage anyways. You can take the damage before or after. So we're 3 to 3. Sorry, we're 2 to 3. -3. Okay, so we'll just take a damage and discard it. It's direct to the abyss. Okay, yeah, sorry, that's a bit sloppy. So that was 1, 2. We enter this. We definitely want to get a clue a turn, so I don't think we have the moment to play the Mouse Mask. So we're just gonna try and investigate there. Our stats are not particularly compelling. We're 4 to 3. Yikes. I mean, if we don't do this, we don't draw a card. We want to draw a card every turn because that is our text and we have our text back, which is nice. Our stats are technically okay, but 4 to 3 is not very guaranteed. So I think we'll just put the mouse mask down and then try it again next turn. So we'll play the mouse mask for our last resource. It comes in with 2 charges, which we can use for willpower or book. So a bit sleepy. We don't have to worry about any of the text because there's no text on the location. Enemies. So this will go. I don't know the order it matters. I think we'd rather put this one here. This wakes up. Card and credit. Miguel draws. Ajax. I mean, movement's pretty good. It's also just cheap enough soak. We have charisma, so our ally slots are not challenged. Judith is not technically an ally that takes up the slot. And we have a counterattack, which is also super flexible. All right. Doom. 4 of 6. No text we have to worry about. We can spend clues for +2. Not really a thing. And again, we can't, if we reveal a cave here, we can't grab it because we don't have clues to spend on the old memory. First card, Strange Mutation. Okay. This is better to get if you have horror. So testify willpower, reduce the difficulty for each horror you've taken. We've taken 1. So we're at, I think 2 to 4. Yeah, 2 to 4. If you fail, you must either take 2 horrors or discard 2 cards randomly from your hand. Honestly, your hand is not that great, and discarding cards lower the shroud, so it actually could be aligned to fail this. I don't want to use the mouse mask because mouse mask makes us 4 to 4, and there's only like 1 0 in the bag. Joe's text is actually bad in the cave. It's kind of bad. Not the worst, but kind of bad. So 2 to 4. -3, we fail. I think we're just going to discard cards. I don't know if it's random, is it? Yeah, random. I mean, I don't like these cards that much. There's not that much fighting to do. Like the Ravenous Myconid might do our fighting. So 2 cards randomly. We'll discard Detective Intuition and a 1911. Okay, that's fine. This goes on top. So now it's 1 shroud, which that will help us. Now for Miguel. Imperium Brilliance. This is going to discard a card and force us to do a test. So discard a card randomly from your hand. I mean, there's an encounter card that says if you have no cards in hand, take 5 horror. We need to make sure we always have cards in hand. So even is left, odd is right. We discard not Ajax, our healing. So that has 2 cost no matter what. So we have to do a 2 willpower test. If you fail, take 2 horror. That's scary. We're 3 to 2. No way of boosting it. This is bad. I think it's -4. If you fail, randomly discard a card from your hand. Oh, okay. We have to take 2 horror. Ouch. Okay, that's not too bad. We have 2 canteens. So, oh, that's the wrong way. So we're down to 6 horror. Okay. This is an issue. And again, card draw is pretty bad in Miguel, right? Like, unless you find your knapsack and play events, you don't even draw cards, you just cycle cards. Like, Survivor card draw, I don't know what it looks like in Chapter 2. Even in Chapter 1, I guess, like, what can you do for card draw? The one that fails forward? That one's really good. Drawing thin, that one's really good. Yeah, you actually have a lot of card draw. Okay. We can empty this. This draws cards. We want to get the clues out of here so we can leave. This thing will go into here and fire glassing, which can be good. I think Miguel might just take a turn where we go into here and draw cards, load the longbow, just keep it simple. We get a free fight action if we want to fight this thing. So we can load the longbow and fight the Cosmic Emissary. We're going to be fighting at 6 to 2, which is pretty good, actually. Yeah, take heart. Take heart is absurd. Take heart's really good. So we can do 6 to 2 on this. The thing is, like, we're likely to succeed only by 1, if at all. So, like, succeeding by 1 is not enough to, like, sift through the deck. But we need to find more caves. So I think Miguel will always go into here. Miguel will always draw a card. It's a scrape by. I mean, that's a good card to have in your hand. And then we're going to just load the longbow and pass. We're not going to use Judith. It's good enough. All right. With 1 card in hand, we're going to investigate the mineral tunnel. We are currently at 4 to 1. If we succeed by some number, steady-handed can kick in. Again, succeeding by a big number doesn't matter here, but we'll do 4 to 1. I don't think we want to use the mouse mask on a 4 to 1 yet. -3, so we succeed. We succeed by 0, so we can't use steady-handed, but we get a clue. We can choose to draw a card, but we won't. We'll do it on the second test, because when we draw a card, it gets harder to do it. And our text is not force, and it's not first. It's 1 time, right? After you successfully investigate once per round. Yeah, so we can just, like, let that chill for a bit. We'll do it again. We're 4 to 1. And notably here, we don't get attacked by Emissary. We don't discard cards. So the caves are a really nice respite. Okay, succeed by 0. So we get all the clues, which is good. So we have 2 clues to deal with old memory. I'm pretty sure we're going to use it to get a cave location, and then we'll choose to draw a card. Dorothy, she's really good. Not only does she get resources, but she gives us +1 book, and succeeding by big book is how we like get out of this. Yeah. Okay, not too bad. Here we can either take a resource or draw. A resource means we can play Dorothy next turn. Playing Dorothy will get us more book, which means emptying this is a bit easier. And then like taking a resource is good, so we can play Dorothy to get us more resources. This is succeed by exactly 1 or 3. Steady-handed kind of forces you into that, but also can force you out of that. So it's interesting. But I do think taking a resource here might be a bit better because playing Dorothy as soon as possible is probably good. Maybe having more cards in hand is good. I can't exactly tell, but we're entering the witching hour in just a second. So I think I'm just going to gain a resource. All right, enemy phase. This thing will move. This thing will move. It enters the glassing location, so we'll tap glassing. Glassing allows us to investigate. Currently, Miguel is at 5 to 3 and no good way to boost. So yeah, losing Daniel sucked. We have one more. It might be in the deck though. We haven't seen it. We didn't see every card because we shuffled the deck. So there's a couple cards at the top that could have been invested cards we don't see. So 5 to 3, would love to get this. The bag is pretty rough, so we don't get it. Bummer. Okay. Card and credit. Feline hybrid. I mean, this does always show up. So this thing, we can knock it into the traps. Glassing does actually work. It ignores events or can be affected by events, but glassing doesn't affect it, which is like a weird interaction. You have to shoot this without a boat. You have to fight it with your hand. We draw Vicious Blow, which Vicious Blow actually can hit the V-Line hybrid because Vicious Blow doesn't target the enemy. It targets the attack. It's like super granular, or like not granular. It's like super it's weird that works like that. But yeah, this targets an attack, not it. It's immune to player cards. This is not targeting it. So we could one-shot it with the Vicious Blow. We might actually use the Vicious Blow to hit the Crystal Mimics, though. We'll find out. When we hit them, they go away, but we can't end our turn here because of this one. So kind of sketchy. A Doom. Witching Hour, we're at 5 of 6. If we see something we like, we can reveal it, or we can cancel it. First card, we're going to die to the counter deck so bad. Otherworldly. This is the day 3 card. Otherworldly Visions. So luckily we're outside of the color, so it's only 3 willpower. This test goes +2 difficulty. There's a color enemy, and we're at the one location that doesn't have a color enemy. For each point you fail by, either take a horror, which steady-handed will work at some point, or randomly discard a card from your hand. So I think we're going to use the Mouse Mask on this to give us +2 willpower. So still not great, but we're 4 to 3. We could use a clue here, but the clues are still really good with the old memories. So I think we're just going to do 4 to 3. This is for each point you fail by, so even just boosting if you don't succeed is kind of worth something, but there's a lot of -3 pluses, so you can just kind of lose everything. I don't think Survivor got an XP ally in Chapter 2 either. Daniel's so good, I forget he's 0 XP. I know, it's weird. And like so Rogue did, but like not a good one. Survivor didn't. Seeker didn't. It's really strange how uneven the allies are. It's like Guardian has like 17 choices. Mystic has one really good choice and an okay choice, like a not bad choice, but the choice is so good you don't really need to consider anything else. It's like very uneven for allies. It wasn't that different though in the original core set. 4 to 3, please, please. Skull is -2, I think, maybe -3. X is one number in the current act, so it's 3. So we that's not good. Worldly visions. So this one is, we pulled the -3. So we fail by 2. So we either have to take 2 horror or discard 2 cards from hand randomly, which I think we're just going to take 2 horror. We could do 1 and 1, but hitting Dorothy would be pretty devastating. I mean, steady-handed will heal every turn, right? All right, Miguel time. We're getting beat up. Alien Whispers, another willpower test. There's a lot of those. They're pretty bad. Test 3 willpower, we're 3 to 3. For each point you fail by, oh man, I miss our Sparrow Mask. For each point you fail by, you either choose one. You can choose the same one multiple times, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you can't. Take a damage which can only be assigned to an asset you control, so Judith could take it. Take a horror which can only be assigned to an asset control, which Judith can take it. Or randomly discard your scrape by from hand. I mean, we have to do a 3 to 3 here. Worst case, we can play the scrape by just to like deal with this, but we'll see how much we fail by. We're not in a good situation. This is not great. Our numbers, we don't have enough cards on the table that scale our numbers up. And the bag is so bad that if we don't have our raw stat boosters, which like, again, losing the Sparrow Mask it's devastating. Skull is, we fail by 3. So I think we just do scrape by. So we have to take a horror, we pay a resource, and we pass. Otherwise, we have to take a direct damage, a direct horror, and discard this card anyways. So if we play this, we spend a resource to take a damage. I mean, no, we just discard this, right? Yeah, it saves a resource. I think we just discard this because we failed by 3. And I think we have to do 3 different things. It's not obvious to me. We can't choose to keep discarding cards from our hand because we don't have any. So I think because there's 3, you can fail by 3. So we'll take 1 damage, take 1 horror. So, I mean, that's more expensive in some ways. I can't tell if that's right or not. Mystic Auto Vanity upgrade. Jim is so good at base spending 4 XP for 1 more soak and some resources seems a bit much. Maybe I need to try it. Jim is worth it, but it's definitely a luxury upgrade. Like base Jim does 80% what Jim does, but when you get both and more soak, he's obviously better. But like you don't need to rush out to do it. Especially also if you're playing Marie Lambeau because she already has so much card draw. It's like the money's good though. All right. This doesn't feel good. This feels really bad. We cannot do tests elegantly. This is going to be a problem. We move into here. We can fight this thing. Luckily it has 0 stats, so it's like very guaranteed to fight. And if we use the longbow, we can win by a lot. So that's the good thing is the longbow with you have no cards in here. The Crystal Mimic is great. The thing is that this will hit us. It causes us to discard no cards, which is a problem. So actually Miguel has a kind of a cool turn here. Like Miguel can fight the Feline Hybrid no matter what happens. Glassing can fire. That's good. We can go into here. We can fast longbow this thing. We can push it out. And then we can just go back into the cave so that we don't have to drop a clue or discard a card and we don't get hit by this thing. I mean, it's not a good turn, but it is a turn. And I think we have to do what we have to do. Like we're definitely survivor scraping here. Just scraping by. Okay, first action. We'll fight the Feline Hybrid. Is this a time to commit Vicious Blow? I don't think it is. Yeah, their stats are just not good enough. The bag is so mean if we don't have excess clues. Because this will fight at 5-3. I mean, that's fine. So we'll just use Judith and we'll just fight 3-3. No matter what happens, this runs away because it's elusive. So we could get lucky. -3, yeah. So not worth committing. This thing gets hit. It gets knocked into this location. At this location, glassing will fire. I mean, we can't make it better. Daniel would have been so good. Man, we lost so many good assets before we could put them down. We might have wanted to prioritize setting up a bit more. I think that's going to cost us. So now we can do this test. We are 5-3 for 1 or 2 clues. I think that's -2. I think that's okay. If this is the fighter evasion against the Cosmic Emissary, no, that's good. Actually, we get a clue. Neat. That's good. So we're at 1 clue. First action, true action, we'll enter this location. The emissary engages us. Or not the emissary, the mimic does. The emissary technically engages us, kind of. But this thing has 0 stats, which means the longbow for a second action was now going to fight it at 6-0. Which means like we're likely to succeed, but the bigger problem is we might not succeed by a huge number because the bag is bad. Yeah, 6-0. -3. So we succeed by 3. We do 3 damage to it. It's elusive, so we'll just send it some way. 3 damage, excuse me, so it's mostly dead. We succeed by 3. I think we can choose to look at 3 cards and hope for the best. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so we have to draw one of these. If we draw Simeon, Simeon flips to his bad side, and then we have to deal with Simeon. We don't know what his bad side is, but I guess we reveal it. So if we want to flip Simeon, if we draw Simeon, we get this, which is his enemy. Elusive Hunter, only 2 health. Victory 0, test 5, evade. If he succeeds, set Simeon aside out of play. Hits are only for 1. Let's see if he's worse than these treacheries. I think we have 1 more action. We haven't fought the emissary, so we'll fight us if we don't deal with it. Otherwise, we can do a fragmentation or a sublimation. These are brutal. The sublimation is 4 willpower. For each point you fail by, choose a card and place on top of your hand. We can't do that. The nearest emissary hits you for 1 and 1. So that's not the worst. We have fragmentation, which we're better at passing this test. We're 4-4 though. Choose the asset and play with the highest printed cost or the nearest emissary hits you. So we'll probably just leak some damage. Otherwise, if we get Simeon, Simeon's on us. Simeon is elusive. So worst case, if we move, Simeon just takes 1 and then runs away. But the problem is we're having too many enemies stacked up the same place that we don't draw our Dynamite Blast, which is already in our discard pile. We're not gonna be able to do a lot to all the enemies at once. Like this would be a really good place for a Dynamite Blast. But yeah, not gonna happen. So we have to draw one of these. Fortunately, no cave. No good card. We have 1 more action, so we always can backpedal. We can hit Simeon and push Simeon away. but I think we just move and take 1 damage from Simeon. So I'm going to choose to draw Simeon and put these on top of the deck. All right, so Simeon's here, has 2 health. We're just going to backpedal so we don't get hit by this. We could, in theory, attack this, but then we get hit by this too, so we have to backpedal. So Simeon hits us for 1. He hits us there, has elusive, we'll run away. We take 1 damage, we'll take it to our face. Swap. So weird turn. Still no cards in hand. Empty longbow. We use Judith, which is good. You're making all this go insane, Andre. I hope the stream is going well. I have to catch the VOD, but this is a fun one. I mean, we had a really good start, and now it's like really slowing down. SRN, how's it going? But a fun scenario. Some really cool stuff going on. All right, so it's now Joe time. Joe could succeed at investigating the mineral tunnel, but we need to succeed here because we need to succeed at a lair because we don't find a cave, we're not doing anything. Also, there's no more clues. So like we really need to consider going in there and going for it. I think playing Dorothy, the problem is if we move into there, we get hit by this thing, which discards a card. We didn't fight or evade this thing. So like we're stuck in that really awkward shuffle back and forward. Where like, again, next turn, there's going to be an absurd amount of enemies threatening the same place. So I think we have to like start going the other way and just playing keeper away from these guys and like go the whole way around. Yeah, not good. Not great. Okay. Joe, first action. I think we'll play Dorothy. So Dorothy comes down. We need to get our stats up. This is definitely one way to do it. How much table space do we got? So Dorothy's here. Our intellect stat goes up to 5, which is huge. She gives pretty unreasonable soak. Not important soak, but if you succeed by certain numbers, you get some money back. That's nice. She costs 3. We are just about running out of red dice. Okay. Second action, we could go into here. Third action, we investigate. With Mouse Mask, we can make it 7-3. We could start spending clues, and I think we have to make it 9-3. The enemy phase will happen sooner than we can play counterattack, and notably, if you cancel attack with counterattack, elusive doesn't fire. That's something I've learned recently, thanks to the YouTube comments, which is pretty sick. But we could move into there. The thing is, we won't get the resource unless Dorothy hits. I think we have to do it. The thing is, if we move into here and investigate, we also get hit by this thing. And like Joe is not at half health, but nearly at half health. The Ravenous Myconid has 1 more good trigger on it, which like will get the last Miasmatic Shadow. The thing is we have to fuel the Myconid. Like this is, yeah, we're cornered. Like it's really hard to go out there because we get hit by the Emissary, we get hit by all the enemies. So like next turn is maybe the turn we have to make a push. We could always investigate the mineral tunnel, which is pretty likely to fire Dorothy and steady-handed, which would be good, or one of them more accurately. I mean, we could also just draw a card. But yeah, this is not a lair. It's cave and it's dark, but not a lair. Yeah, so next turn, what do we have to do? Like, we have to enter this location. There's going to be 2 enemies there. We have to move, which means we're going to have to tank one of the enemies for sure. And then we have to go to here so these can't get to us. So, like, it's very hard to do all of that with the longbow being empty. Maybe drawing Simeon was wrong. Because, yeah, there's going to be 2 enemies here. There's going to be a feline hybrid, and there's going to be this thing, because it has to go here. But the thing is, like, we have to enter a turn here, which means this will still hit us. Like, we're in a really, really bad corner here. Like, it's really easy to get stuck in a corner, and we are. And it's because we do not have enough damage for all these characters. We lost, I think, 2 1911 so far. Yeah, 2 1911s are in the bin. It's only 1 longbow, and longbow is not good at, like, getting enough actions to knock out all these enemies. Because, like, every turn, we're lucky if we knock out 1 enemy. We have to knock out, like, 2 a turn. So maybe we have to do something with the Ravenous Myconid. The Simeon's elite. This is not elite, but it's immune to player card effects. This we can knock out at instant speed, but that's not the issue. So I wonder if we have to take a resource and just like do the mineral tunnel and hope that we get a big number. That might be reasonable. So let's say that we spend a resource to get a resource, spend an action. Then we'll grab this to our hand and then we'll immediately play it, which is the resource. And so now we're evading, or sorry, we're investigating. And what we succeed by is how much we're going to put on Ravenous Myconid. So currently we are 5-2. We could use the Mouse Mask. I think we need the Mouse Mask to investigate off of a lair. 5-2. We could spend a clue. It really sucks to spend the clues not on lairs. 5-2. Ooh, yeah, we could have seen that coming. All right, so that was 2 actions down the drain. I mean, that's it. Enemy phase. This is here. Glassing's already exhausted. This is here. This is here. These wake up. I think we are in a really bad spot. I think we got to this part in a really nice way, but we're not prepared to get out of this part because we did not install a lot of our cards. We need to keep our stats up. Oh, we're also going to advance. So maybe something bad happens. Maybe something good happens. Hey, we drew a knapsack. I mean, that's nice. It's not likely to stay in our hand because we're probably going to discard cards here. And then we're going to draw a magnifying glass. And notably, there's no fast window to play assets if it's not your turn. That took me like 8 years to learn in this game. I thought you could just play it at any window. But no, fast events you can. Fast assets you cannot. Okay, so that's that. We add a Doom, which means we advance. So let's find out together what's going to happen here. So Doom hits 6. Oh, the agenda's kind of broken. So hold on. Agenda advance? This might not work. It looks like it worked. Dissolving mind. You feel whispers in your head, speaking an alien language of clicks and whirs and strange lilting music. It sounds familiar. A vague shape emerges from the roiling mist and reaches out to you. As you feel your mind begin to empty, you can't help but laugh. What was it that you forgot exactly? Oh, it must not matter. Each investigator tests willpower or book 4. For each point they fail by, they must either take a horror or shuffle the top card of their deck into the abyss. At least we don't discard cards from our hand. I mean, if we discard no cards as mythos, we may be able to claw it back. Yeah, that's not likely though. All right, so we're gonna start here with Joe. So we're gonna do 5 to 4. We're not gonna boost. So shuffling cards from the top of our deck to the mid, it like doesn't immediately matter. We'll probably do that and not take horror. But yeah, we want to succeed here. 5 to 4. The bag is so. We're not gonna spend clues. That is failed by 1, I think. I think it's a -2. -4. Oh, and discard a card. Oh, cool. Cool. Okay, so we failed by 3. So we don't want to take 3 horror. So we're going to shuffle 3 cards. Now, notably, this shuffles the abyss. So if you know the order of the deck, and we know like there's bad treacheries on the top, like this messes the whole math. The worst thing you can do is like imagine you didn't rescue yourselves and yourselves are still in the deck, and then you just shuffle the deck. It's like, oh, anything can happen here. We also discard a card randomly from our hand. So I hope that we keep the mag class. We just need to get our book stats up because big stats beat the scenario, and we have not been able to get our big stats up. Hey, Mouse Mask actually might work. It says, replenish one of these offerings after you reveal a location. When we succeed by a number, we reveal locations off the bottom of the deck. I think we reveal them, so we might be able to get free charges by just like succeeding. Even if you don't grab the location. Like, I need to check the text on what happens when you draw during the Mythos phase, because I think you reveal cards from the bottom of the deck. Like, the thing is, like, who's doing it? I guess on our turn, maybe the Mouse Mask could fire. All right, so we have to randomly discard a card. So 1, 2 left, 5, 6 right. 3, 4, get rid of our second counterattack. And now this is going to be even worse on our friend here who has only 3 willpower. So we're 3 to 4. So we're behind by 1. Where we're not going to use the knapsack. I mean, maybe it's not worth playing. It's 2 wilds. All right, so 3 to 4. 0. Only failed by 1. So another shuffle. Okay, that could have gone worse, I guess. Maybe shuffling cards into the deck is good, because now the chance of us finding our cards is good. Maybe that helped us, actually. All right, so we got the Miasma, Agenda 2A. Nightmarish shapes coalesce in the mist. If you look at the Cosmic Emissary for more than 15 seconds, we haven't done that. When you would draw 1 or more cards from the counter deck, instead reveal cards from the bottom of the abyss. Yeah, so if you actually end up revealing a location, because the word reveal gets used in this game 3 different ways to mean different things, we can charge the Mouse Mask. That's actually kind of cute. So with that being said, let's start by revealing cards from the bottom of the deck for our encounter card for Joe. So if it's a location, we get a Mouse Mask charge. It is. We reveal location. Check that out. This is the Overgrown Tunnel again. We draw Alien Whisper. With our luck, that was a second Daniel. I mean, our luck hasn't been that bad. It's just like we've turned a corner. Test 3 willpower. So we're unfortunately 2 to 3 here. For each point you fail by, you must take a damage, which has to kill Myconid or Dorothy. That's a bad. Take 1 horror, which can be assigned to an asset that will kill one of our friends, or discard a card randomly from your hand. So we're 2 to 3. I think we'll use the Mouse Mask to make it 4 to 3, and I think we're actually going to spend a clue. I think that's really bad text. So we're 6 to 3, which is not even guaranteed. This is -3. We succeed. We could use steady-handed, but it doesn't really do anything. So we got out of that. Having one health soak characters is really, really bad into that treachery. Miguel time. So we're going to draw a card from the bottom of the deck. It's a cavern. Now, we didn't reveal it. This says after you reveal location. I think Miguel is technically revealing this. For what it's worth, it's a alkaline forest. We reveal Fungal Rot, which whiffs. Oh no, it doesn't whiff. It eats our bow. Oh, that's so bad. So this is awful. Because attach Fungal Rot to an item asset you control with Fungal Rot attached if you cannot. Create attached assets of which blank. And notice how it says test 3 fight. If you succeed, discard Fungal Rot, otherwise take 1 damage. This notably is not in our threat area. So the only person who can do this is Miguel. I think that has lost us the campaign. I'm pretty sure that lost us the campaign. Because we do not have a friend who can deal with this. Now, we could boost into this with a knapsack and go +4 and do 7 to 3. That actually probably will get there. But obviously, we needed the bow this turn. Okay, lose the campaign is probably not it, but that's obviously devastating because we're super click compressed. If we don't move, these things both hit us and then run away into the glassing. This hits Joe. This can hit whoever we want. But this was definitely the turn that it's go time. So, yeah. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be fine. This will be fine. I think we'll be fine. I think we're going to go first. I think we can be fine. This might be okay. So Joe can walk into there. This engages. Joe can hit with the Vicious Blow, which will do a lot of damage, and we'll succeed by a big number because this will have little stats. Then we keep moving. This one says, when you end your turn here, if you did not successfully fight, and we might have successfully fought, so this won't force us to drop a clue or discard a card. The bigger problem is the Emissary. Old Memory's still usable, right? Oh, yeah, it is. But we've drawn too many cards. But yeah, when we saw a cave, we could have used the Old Memory. There's still 4 in the deck, but we could have considered it for sure. I missed the absolute shit show, Red, and we're still in the middle of it. We had a really good opening. We got both of us out like very quickly, but now it's a bit worse. But I think we're going to be okay, maybe. I don't know. Is Miguel still alive? Yes. Very healthy, too. Joe is a bit less healthy, but they've remembered who they were, which was a very, very tense affair. Okay, so Joe is going to walk into here. This thing has prey only, so ignores Joe, but the Crystal Mimic doesn't. No matter what, even if we fail this, it gets it off of us, and then we have to just keep moving. We're going to fight this thing using Vicious Blow, so we're at 6 to 1, which could be good numbers. We have no other ways to boost that. So 6 to 1 is good enough. Let's actually fast play the Magnifying Glass to make it 6 to 0. We wanted to play this anyways, might as well do it now. So we'll play the Magnifying Glass. This is unfortunately we drew the bad one that cost a resource. We have a good one and a bad one, just to keep things interesting. But we're 6 to 0, and we're at a lair. How you doing, Ren? Okay, that's bad. That's bad. We think Chris means you can cancel Revelation of Fungal Rot. Oh yeah, I don't think it's worth it. We can brute force that test if we need to. If bad and magnifying glass belong in the same sentence, I mean, we have a good one. That was awful. We lost 3 damage and the ability to look for a lair card. We also no longer successfully fought, so we have to deal with this text. That was a really bad autofail. Okay. The thing is, we have to decide where this goes. I don't think we should make a death ball because we know where our 1 dynamite blast is. I think we should put this out to the mineral tunnel, which ultimately will still produce a death ball, but we can split these up. Jesus, that was bad. Okay. We have 1 more action. If we don't move, we get boxed by both of these. How is that so bad? Where's the resign action in the abyss? No, there's no resigning. You die. You could die. Yeah. So the problem is these we have to move. If we end our turn here, we have to drop a clue, which is fine. And then we take 2 horror, which like, gulp. We have to do what we have to do. So we'll move here last action. We did not successfully fight that turn. So we have to drop a clue or discard a card randomly from our hand. Actually, interesting. Does this text work? So this is the fight one. It says, when you end your turn in this location, if you did not successfully fight, you must either place 1 of your clues or discard. I think we have to place a clue, right? Because we can't discard. So I guess we're dropping a clue. If I can choose to discard a card, I don't know how must works. I'm assuming must has to change game state. So we're going to hit for 2 horror unless someone successfully attacks that, which is not very likely. Miguel can just do an easy with 100 tests with Scrape By. Honestly, yes. You can cheese that. This has a cheesy ending potentially, but we've seen 1 Scrape By so far. Okay, so then we're Miguel time. Oh my god, auto fail. First goes here. Cat engages us. If we just ignore the cat, it might be worth it. It will just walk away. Yeah, must requires a change in game state. Yeah, that's not super surprising. We have to liberate our bow. Oh, we can do a free fight with Judith. Might as well. So we're just gonna do a Judith swing. So 3-3. So that's fine. No matter what happens, we push the thing off of us. Elder Sign would be sick. -3, we fail. No matter what, it has elusive. So it has to go where there's no investigators. I mean, we're making a death ball, which we're not prepared to deal with. We still have 2 actions. We still have 2 actions. Oh, God, it's going to be bad. We have to move here because we have a death ball. I mean, at least we can split the death ball. So we can fire 2 glassings. And speaking of that, I think we have to do this test and spend the clue so we can ignore the text on Mirror Nest. So with that, we're going to do the test on rotting. What is this called? Fungal rot? Fungal rot. So we're going to try this. We're 3-3. We're going to spend our clue to make it 5-3. And then we're going to throw a knapsack, which is sacrilege, to make it 7-3. Hoping for the best. Skull is good enough. We succeed by 1. So we get rid of the fungal rot. The longbow is now liberated. I don't think I want to look for 1 card on the bottom of the counter deck for obvious reasons. But now when we end our turn there, we did not successfully fight. We can't discard a card. We can't drop a clue. So nailed it. Enemy phase. The Cosmic Emissary attacks both of us because we did not do the text. Imagine we successfully have fought and we would have, like, if we didn't pull the autofail there, which is the only one we fail on, we would have saved 4 horror because neither of us would have been attacked. No, that's not true. Sorry, we would have not dropped the clue. No matter what, this is going to hit us. When you successfully fight or evade this enemy instead of dealing damage exhausted. So we have to take 2 and 2. So we're going to take 2 to Miguel, and then we're going to take 2 to Joe. So we haven't healed 1 off of steady-handed yet. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, we'll split these up. The Crystal Mimic will enter this location. Glassing can fire. So Glassing is investigating at 5-3 for a clue or 2. Spell Fungal Rot without fun. -1. Hey, we get a clue. I don't think we want to discard this because it might fire again. Actually, getting 2 clues now is probably important. No, these have elusive. They'll fire again. Yeah, so we'll just get a clue. This will move in here. Oh, I guess we can break these up to get this one as well. So again, 5-3. This is not during our turn, so we can't do the layer stuff. That's Arkham, buddy. Yeah, I do be like that sometimes. 5-3. That's -2. I think that's okay, actually. -2 if it's a fight or evade. No, so that's another clue. I mean, well, that was a good turn. That's it. Everything readies. So throwing them into the mineral tunnel is really good because now they're pretty far away. I guess the same location. But if we go here, they're pretty far away. Card and credit. Oofa doof. E-cash. I mean, we can play that clicklessly. That's nice. We're almost decked out. Another Dorothy. Okay. Book icons are good. We also biffed the Ravenous Myconid when we needed it. So we definitely need to find a lair here. We have the 2 clues to spend if we draw one naturally. And because we need to get out of this location because we can't end our turn here. Like caves are safety as much as caves are also like death pockets, which is going to be another issue. Doom goes to 1 of 5. We reveal a card, not a location. So we don't charge our mouse mask. It's a sublimation, which is not going to be good. Sublimation. Love the art. Test for willpower. We're at wrong character. We're at 2-4. For each point failed by, choose a card in your hand to place on top of the abyss or the nearest cosmic emissary attacks you, even if it's not your location. So either we take 2 horror or we just put 1. For each point you fail by, choose 1 card in your hand. We can not do all of that, right? Because it doesn't say must. We can just put 1 card on top, I think. 2-4. I think. Skull, so we fail. I think we're allowed to do that. We technically did something. The token has brought me so much pain, but also so much joy. I can't imagine the game without it. The autofill, yeah. This game needs the autofill for sure. Okay, now it's Miguel. Okay, so we're at a color location. So this can just kill us, I think. So 5 willpower, because there's a color enemy at our location. For each point failed by you must either take a horror or discard a card randomly from your hand. So we're currently 3 to 5. We could cancel this with our 2 clues, but I think if we use our clues like that, we can't win the game. We have canteens in our deck. I can't check the deck. Normally I'm okay with checking the deck, but we're no longer allowed to check what the deck is because we have to get through this. Like, we don't know what's in there, and that will tell us what's in there. So we can't check the deck. We are allowed to soak 5 horror here. The worst we can take is 5 horror, but technically 4 if we throw out the e-cash. I don't think we want to kill Judith. So, I mean, it's not looking great. Like, we're 3 to 5. On average, we fail this by 5. The tests, like a test that has higher difficulty that still has a fail by, is such a heinous treachery. And this is the day 3 treachery. So bad. Again, we did unfortunately lose our Sparrow Mask, which would have been the difference here by a mile. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can afford to cancel this. Maybe we have to. Because if this, yeah, we're going to take 4 horror of this. We're just going to use Old Memory. I don't like that because spending 2 clues, we need the clues, but we're going to get some clues this turn, right? So when a card is revealed or drawn, spend 2 clues as a group. Either cancel it and remove this from the game. Okay, so we didn't draw it. Play on. I think we had to cancel that. That was way too bad. Okay, so good thing and bad thing. Good thing, this Crystal Mimic is easy to fight. Yes, because it has 0 fight. And we have an e-cash. Long live Argentina. Okay, so what is the turn here? We have 5, 6. We can go up to 8 book here, and we're only 8 to 3. We need to succeed by a big number. How are you liking the new set? Are you only playing it solo or have a play group as well? MJC, how's it going? The new set being chapter 2, or because this is Hemlock Vale, which has been out for a while. It's like the second oldest campaign. So far, chapter 2 has been interesting, but there's like not enough content in it currently to be like to have a real opinion about it because it's just the core box. We're meant to be getting something the next month. Do I have a play group? Yeah, I play weekly with a group I've been playing for 10 years with the same group. We're on kind of holiday right now because one of my group mates is walking across Canada. He has a couple more weeks left. Not across Canada, across from Quebec to the ocean. He's doing it. It's working out fine. So we're on break for the summer for a bit. I also play with my partner and my brother-in-law. Usually we're also not playing for a bit, but I usually don't play this game solo. I mostly play this game with other people. We played one-handed solo. It was okay, but two-handed is definitely where it's at for sure. Aren't you excited about the upcoming legally distinct Bloodborne expansion? I wouldn't call it anywhere near Bloodborne. It has blood in it. That's all it is. Okay, I think we're gonna go first here with Joe. Yeah, I think Joe has to go. I haven't played Stella yet, but I need to. She seems to be right up my alley, but I'm kind of survived out. Stella's really fun. Just don't play in. I played Stella in Circle one time. I had a terrible time, but Stella is really good and really powerful. Okay, so we're gonna do our thing. We could consider putting a resource into Ravenous Myconid, and I feel like we're at the point where we have to do anything that makes any sense to get us value, because this will allow us to delete an enemy at instant speed, which could help because the enemy isn't on our trail. It only allows us to delete the crystalline, but like one resource is not going to do much for us anyways. So first action, we're going to add this to our hand. Second action, we're going to play it. So it's all our money. What we succeed by really matters. So we're currently investigating at base 4, 5 with Dorothy, 6 with Magnifying Glass. I have to do 8 with Mouse Mask. We're 8 to 3. Do you have a favorite investigator yet from chapter 2? Probably Miguel. It's Miguel or Marie. I think they're by far the most interesting. There's a lot of like still powerful ones. Again, it's like really hard because comparing chapter 2 to all of chapter 1, which is like what I've been playing for years, there's just like not a lot of a card pool to support a lot of them. So like comparing any of the chapter 2 investigators to like Patrice Hathaway or George Barnaby, or I don't know, name a weirder person here. It's really tricky. I've been avoiding spoilers on the new expansion. I heard there are no new player cards. We've seen one new player card. There's like a reward card, just like chapter 1 has, but I think that's the only player card they have. Maybe there's also like a reward you get naturally through the campaign, but they did show a reward spoiler, like the collector. Okay, sorry. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8 to 3. This is -3. 7, 6, 5. Yeah, so we succeed by 2. We'll use steady-handed to make it succeed by 3. That means Dorothy gives us a resource back, which is fine. We get 3 counters on Ravenous Myconid, which does hit a breakpoint if there's a certain enemy we draw. And we get a clue, which means we can draw a card. So a lot of cascading successes. It draws another magnifying glass. Ooh, a better one even. And then we can look at 3 at the bottom of the deck. We have to go for it. 1, 2, 3, at least one good card here. It's a bounty. We'll take it. And then the top is 2 terrible cards. The Whiplash from going from doing upwards of 30 damage around is Mark, drawing your entire deck 5 times a game to playing Tommy's Wild. Yes, but also I have nothing kind to say about Tommy. Tommy is just definitely not like the future of firearms. It's so weird because they put out Michael McGlenn, who is such a more fun firearm designer. They put out Tommy and he's like, enjoy that, I guess. Why are you monocolor? Okay, that was one action, which is good. We definitely need to keep going through the deck. We definitely need to keep getting clues. When we end our turn here, we can drop a clue, no problem, but we can't get hit by this. So somebody needs to fight or evade this thing. We also can consider moving. If we move here, then we can beat this text, and this one's harder, easier to evade, so I think we will. Oh, but this thing will hit us first. Oof. We can just eat it. So, yeah. So second, we'll move here. This thing engages us. We'll spend 2 clues. Sorry, all the counters to immediately defeat this thing off the Ravenous Myconid. That's why we fed it, so that we can use this at instant speed to defeat enemies at our location. Goes on top. Now that we're here, this one says if we investigated, which we have, so we don't have to worry about its text. And last action, we'll play the second magnifying glass, which is free, and we'll do another investigate. So here we're at 5, 6, 7 to 3. Classic Cop L. Yo, the Cop W's in Marvel Champions have been totally different this last month. They didn't give Tommy any guns in his starter deck. He has the same gun that's in the core box. Yes, it's kind of annoying that they did that. There's like a couple cards that are like, oh, here's more copies. I don't mind for like Vicious Blow, but like 1911s. I mean, I just could have printed another card, I guess. All right, we're 5, 7 to 3. -4. So we succeed, but not by anything. So that's fine. We don't have to do anything bad because we got there. We could have spent a clue actually to see deeper, and I think we're in a bad spot that we have to. Okay, this is out of the game. All right, so we're still going to maybe get attacked, so someone has to evade this. This one has alert, though, so if you mess up the evade, it's pretty bad, but at least we have health to burn. So this is the Cosmic Emissary at the, which one's this one? The Miasma, I think? Yeah, okay. So first action. We always move into there. We might not play the E-Cache because cards in hand is a relevant resource. Okay. Second, we'll try and evade this thing. We're only 4 to 2, though. So maybe we fight it. Second is this. Third, we could fight. So if we evade, we're only up +2. If we fight, we're only up +2. But it doesn't have retaliate. So we'll fast Judith. Use our longbow. So we're fighting. Gotta get lucky. Notably, the clue expenditure has to come from you, right? After you spend 1 clue, you get +2. So that's useless. I saw your eyes looking at that emissary for a few seconds too long there. I mean, 13.5, 14 3/4. So we're at 6 to 4. I mean, not great odds. Fail. Okay, so it's 1, 2. So we're just gonna evade it 4 to 2. If we succeed, we basically heal 4. We have nothing to commit. I mean, this is so bad. This is so bad. We should have spent all our clues. It's 4 to 2. We have to get super lucky. I'll put a deal on me. I don't care. That's -4, right? Discard your hand. All right. So we have to take 2 damage. And then we have to take... Oh, that's on the wrong character. Excuse me. So we're down to 5 health. And now this is going to attack everyone. Don't have anything good to say. Okay. Enemy phase. This hits both of us. So we each take 2 damage. So I guess we were on the right character, right? So that 2 tests cost us 6 damage. This moves. These come out. We can trigger glassing. Doesn't matter on which one. So glassing is 5 to 3. Yeah, 2 Sparrow Masks probably should be in the deck. Having to deal with those things that can be damaged by things? Yeah, we ate one already with the Myconid very quickly. The turn it showed up. It was perfect. We got like 3 counters on a Myconid on turn 1. So we're at 5 to 3. Skull fails. It's -3. Upkeep. Do or die can be useful, actually. Oh, on the beat is quite strong. This is a card we teched in for this. All right, Doom. We're at 2 of 6. No other actionable attacks. We have 2 clues, so if we want to cancel or oh, I had another Doom. Don't do that. Doom set 2. If we want to cancel or reveal something, we're gonna start with our mouse mask player here. So we reveal a location. We do get the mouse mask. We reveal a Hunter's Instinct. We reveal a Cavern, so we can charge the mouse mask because we revealed the location technically. This is the Dry Burrow, so we can choose to spend 2 clues to put this in play, which might be right. After you end your turn here, take a horror. Stunning. I'm gonna spend 2 clues on this. So we put it into play, which I think fires the mouse mask again. Mouse mask is after you reveal or put a new location in play, new mouse mask trigger. And then we have to still reveal cards. We get a Euphoria, which is gonna be pretty bad. Okay, at least we have the book stat on this player. So, raise the nid for book. You must either take 2 horror or place a non-story asset you control on top of the abyss, which, I mean, one of our magnifying glasses, I guess. If you fail, do both. Our book stat is only 5 to 4. The magnifying glasses only work for investigations. So I think we'll do a mouse mask to make it 7 to 4. Cool. Nailed it. So we still have to do something. We either have to take 2 horror or we can't do that. So we have to put a card on top of the deck. So we're going to lose one of our mag glasses. Everything else is super important. Honestly, the Ravenous Myconid could go, but there's one more card in the deck that we can't deal with. I guess there is a way to deal with it using your caustics. We reveal Leah, doesn't count. We reveal E-Cash, doesn't count. We don't know who it is. We reveal Cave, but this is done by Miguel. And we reveal Captivating Gleam, which has Surge. So this is really a problem because we have no cards in hand. We take 5 horror, which will kill us. It's not direct, but 5 horror will kill us. So this surges. If we get an encounter card that discards our hand, we're cooked. Oh, you can't have 2 of these, so this just whiffs. Surge still goes through. Actually, I think this might be in the pile. I'm not 100% sure how it works. We don't get a Logan. We don't get a Mother Rachel. We do get an Alien Whisper. I think if we fail this, we might die. I think we die if we fail this. So Alien Whisper says we can't cancel it. Test 3 willpower. For each point you fail by, you must choose one. And I think we can choose the same one over and over again, but I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't say different one. So take a damage, which can only be assigned to an asset. So we can only do that twice. Take a horror, which can only be assigned to an asset. We can only do that once. Discard a card from your hand. And as soon as we discard this card in our hand, Captivating Gleam fires. And then we take 5 horror, which will defeat us. So we can't discard this. So if we fail by 3. If we fail by 2, we lose the game. Or Miguel's defeated. Because we can do 1 damage, 1 horror, and then we can't. If we fail by 3, we die, right? Because we can't do 1. We can't assign 3 because we only assign 1 at a time. So 1 damage, fine. 1 damage, defeated. Then we have to discard a card from our hand, and that will kill us. So that's not good. So we can commit the do or die, but then we have no cards in our hand, so we die anyways. So don't do that. It's not do or die. It's literally die. If you commit this, you die. Don't do that. We have 2 willpower icons on the beat. I think we have to commit it. There's nothing else we can do here. So Miguel is testing 3 to 3. We commit this 5 to 3. And if we pull a really bad token, Miguel's defeated and our campaign ends. I love the delirium and euphoria subcurrent here. It's so delightfully horrific. The theme in this is so much more frightening than some entire whole expansions. 5 to 3. +1. All right, not even close. Okay, cool. Oh, this should be ready, mind you. All right. So the cave does horror. We need to draw cards. All of these things are true. Oh God, there's no way we live. Joe Diamond enters the cavern. I think we just have to deal with the fact that things are not going to be good. So I think Joe enters the cavern. We could get these clues to dig deeper, but at this point, digging deeper is not that good. Do or die fires before the card sees an empty hand. You commit this, it's out of your hand. So Captivating Gleam fires, right? Because when you play cards and commit cards, they go to this place called Limbo, which is not in your hand. So if you have no cards in your hand, you force take 5 horror. So yeah, committing it is lethal, from my understanding. This only fires if you succeed, but when you commit it, you have no cards, right? That's the issue. You commit cards to an area called limbo, which is where cards go when they resolve and when you commit cards, from my understanding. They're not in your hand anymore. All right, so Joe's going to go first because when he enters this, he charges his Mouse Mask. This location is safe-ish, and we know it to be the Dry Burrows. So Dry Burrows, if we end our turn here, we take a horror, which we have bigger issues, but don't look at that horror number there. So we need to empty this and one more cave. So second action, we will investigate. We're at 6-2. We want to succeed by 1 or 3. I'm not going to pay for the Myconid. Actually, maybe we should. Yeah, I think we have to do everything we can. Money doesn't matter. So we'll grab the Uncanny Growth as a fast action. We'll pay it for 1. So we're investigating 6-2. I think we have to just do everything we can. But I think we need to keep our Mouse Mask tokens for the Mirror Nests. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. I need to hit steady-handed, so we'll do 6-2. I mean, no, it's a Myconid turn. Yeah, we'll do 8-2. This is -3, so we succeed by 3. 8-2, 5-2. 8, 5-2, succeed by 3. So we'll use steady-handed to make it succeed by 2, which heals a horror, which is probably more important than 1 token on the Myconid, I'll be honest. So we heal horror with steady-handed. We don't get Dorothy. We get a clue, and we draw a card. We get 2 counters. Caustic is the other way that we can deal with the Myconid. The Myconid gets 2 charges, which means we can immediately deal a 2 enemy, 2 health non-elite enemy at our location. All right, so healing a turn is really important because we can stay alive at the Dry Burrow. Again, after you end your turn here, which we will, we'll take a horror. So then we're just going to investigate again. So we're at 4, 5-2. Clues are good. Clues are very necessary. The good thing here is we can split up the Death Pit, the Snowball. -1, 4-2. We missed Dorothy. We can't heal again, but we get the last clue. And Dry Burrow says, when you end your turn here, take a horror. Okay. So we have 2 clues, which is just where we want to be. What can Miguel do here? Miguel needs to draw. Miguel needs to load the longbow. The glassing will fire next turn. Then we have to basically end our turn in the Mirror Nest because these will be probably up there. Yeah. Okay, first action we'll draw. Fuck. That's so bad. We should have logged the bow first. And this is even bad because it's no longer a card in our hand. Oh, God, that was such a bad draw. I should have loaded the bow first. What are you doing? Oh, we're going to die to this. Oh, God, it's bad. Like, we are short 1 Ravenous Myconid counter of, like, moving this back and just defeating it at instant speed. Oh, what have we done? What have we done? We should have loaded the bow first. I forgot this was in our deck. It's our last weakness. But we, as far as we knew, it could have been in this pile. Oh my God, the bow would have dealt with us so easy. Oh, that is going to cost Miguel. 1 mistake is going to take Miguel out of this. That is the margins we're at. Now I want to put a single island in the counter deck for the sheer jump scare. For what it's worth, I don't think you actually healed a horror from Joe when you used the steady-handed. I did. I think I did. I went to 3 and then we took it again from Dry Burrow. I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, we definitely did. Because we were on 3-2 and then we healed a horror and then we lost it to Dry Burrow. So we stayed afloat. Damn. And this thing does not have elusive, so you need to one-shot it. I guess we can fire glassing. I guess. Yeah, we might need the clues on the glassing. So glassing will fire. We are currently, we can't commit this. We are currently, man, Daniel, we are 5-3. Minus, oh, we're dead. We're dead. We have no cards in hand. Oh, that mistake cost us the whole game. We're defeated. We dropped no clues. Judith is... If Judith is defeated, she wasn't. That's midnight play? I mean, it is midnight. You're right. Oh my God, it's midnight. I mean, it was 1 card in the deck. This thing, does your enemy run away? Do the glassing stay too? I guess we can't trigger them, so it doesn't really matter. But we are defeated. I don't know what happens with the cards in the deck either. I'm not sure what happens when you get defeated here. That's it. Blood Drinker now attacks Joe? For 1 and 1? Oh, wrong guy. Sorry, we should take 5 horror. Hold on, that's wrong. We should take 9 horror. Okay, so Joe has to take 1 and 1. Anything attached gets discarded. Okay. The weakness stays, or is the weakness part of their cards? I don't know if the weakness stays because it's technically part of Joe's deck. Miguel. Like, does the 2 weaknesses, do they go away? Because we have 2 weaknesses on the table. It'd be nice to discard. For what it's worth, this one actually doesn't do anything because it has Prey Hunter only, so it just chills. It doesn't do anything. Upkeep. It's good to be killed to a Captivating Gleam because like there's a lot of synergy in the whole deck. So like you want to see that when it can happen. All right, we draw an Overpower. We could spend 2 clues for that. I don't think we can do that. We draw an Imperium Brilliance, which forces us to discard a card in our hand. We could have died to that too. So discard a card randomly from your hand. So we'll do 1, 2, 5, 6. We discard 0. So we have to do a willpower test to 0. If we fail, take 2 horror, which we can choose to get defeated to that. But currently we are 2-0. I mean, we'll use the mouse mask, I guess. 4-0. Tablet is -5. We can make it a doom, so we pass. So there's a doom on us. We'll remember that. That's there. So we pass. That's that. I'm actually not sure if they stay in play. I don't remember what happens. I would assume they leave too. Yeah, I think they would leave because they're part of the deck. If everything leaves, they should all leave. Technically, this one doesn't matter, but I don't know. This leaving is huge because it saves us 1 damage and 1 horror. Yeah. I mean, we can play Caustic Reaction. I mean, that's cool. We spend influence on this. We never used it. So you fight with your book, you get +2 and deal 1 damage to attack. If you succeed and you control 2 more clues, it does 3 damage with 1 shots the Blood Drinker. Ouch. Yeah, so we need to play more things to get their tests up. Like when we lost the Sparrow Mask and we lost Daniel for Miguel, it was so bad. I don't think we had time to play it because we were very compressed. But the issue is like all these tests are so hard because like look at the bag. The bag has 3 -5s. It has 4 -4s. It has -2 pull agains. All of these are like so brutal because we fail it. You functionally like get the hit twice. So the issues that we couldn't set up with our permanent stat boosts means that this was the only scenario that Miguel was like trying to pass tests at 4, and that's like just not good enough. Flat stat boosts are like so absurdly good. Skills are really good too, and like events are good, but only if you have card draw, and like we didn't establish card draw. So like Miguel just slowly died. The arrow on turn 1, the longbow is really good. Like this is holding up because we have like the mouse mask, which is, you know, +2 a turn usually. We have like good stats on our own, but yeah, that's enough. If only Joe was the one who was defeated, we could have married a will to 100 tests with Miguel. The problem is if a Joe's defeated, he drops his clue on dry burrows, and then we can't even advance. Because when you die, you do drop your clues, which is something that like a lot of people forget. Also, when you resign, you drop your clues, which actually the FFG kind of forgot that on the first cycle. Everything is discarded, and you discarded every good card. Everything is discarded. So we discard these? Tony, do we discard these? Because that would be sick. Because we heal 1 and then don't have to deal with this problem. Maybe secretly Joe can do everything here. Probably not, but maybe. If everything's discarded, I guess these get discarded, huh? I mean, I'll try it. I mean, we're gonna need everything we can get, and even that's not gonna be good enough. But say we discard those, I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit too late to pull up the rules, I think. Actually, no, we should pull up the rules. If someone could let me know, that'd be huge. Okay. So, Simeon Atwood's hitting us for 1. We need to heal horror. 1 horror a turn off steady handed, which should be ready. If we want to succeed by 2, we can heal horror, which can keep afloat. The thing is, like, we have to evade this thing. Not really good. If we find our next cave, it has to go into play attached to one of these 2. So, like, maybe getting away from the emissary is good, but if this emissary hits us, we functionally lose the game. Losing these is pretty bad. This, mind you, Simeon is elite, so we can't, like, feed him to the Myconid. The Myconid it's picky, doesn't eat elites. So that's not perfect. Everything is getting discarded, and Miguel's discarded all his good cards. Oh, so you think we have the enemies? I thought you said discard all his cards. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look at the rules. Arkham Horror Grimoire. This is the part where the viewership of the video falls apart because nothing matters anymore. I mean, we'll still get an ending. They technically made a Grimoire version 1.1, but the defeated clause shouldn't be different. So, defeat. If an investigator has damage, they're defeated in campaign. Okay, if an enemy has damage, if an asset has damage. Wait, what happens though? If an investigator, horror, investigator equals the cards investigator, when investigator is defeated, they are eliminated. Oh, elimination, page 10. Okay. Elimination. Okay, a player is eliminated when the investigator is defeated or they resign. The only manner when eliminated investigators continue to affect the game is when they're establishing per investigator clauses. Okay. The cards that the player owns and controls are currently in play, and all the cards they own in their play area are removed from the game. For the purpose of triggering resolving weakness cards, the game has ended for eliminate triggers. Okay, that doesn't matter. Any cards that player owns but does not control currently in play remain in play. Okay, that's bad. So they are still here. I mean, the Feline Hybrid's chilling, but this thing's on us. And they did hit us for 1-1. So, I mean, we have barely a turn left. All right, well, we'll do a caustic reaction. Yeah, that's butts. It's good to know, though, but it's butt. We'll spend 2 resources. We'll do a caustic reaction. So we're fighting with a book. Our book is 5. We have 7 to 2, which is good numbers. I'm not going to play this for resources because having cards in hand is more important. Fishface is -2 pull again, but we're not fighting a Cosmic Emissary. So that does 3 damage to the Blood Drinker. Cool that that card lined up. We succeeded by... Oh, how much did we succeed by? We were 7 to 2. We pulled the 2, so we're 5 to 2. We'll use Steady Handed to make it 4 to 2 to heal Horror. We need to get everything we can. Okay, that's 1 action. If we stay here, we take a Horror. We go here, we take 2 damage. Oh god, we're cooked. Turns out we're cooked. Yeah, that's really, really bad. Simeon's gonna hit us for 1 no matter how we slice it. Yeah, we're trapped. We could do 2-3. We take 2 horror from this, we like nearly die. We get rid of Dorothy in the mid. Don't want to do that. Can Nid eat Simeon? No, he's elite. Yeah, Nid doesn't eat elites. He's the only elite enemy on the table. He has low health. It would be perfect, but yeah, elite, unfortunately. I don't have a play here. You're able to use the card you spent XP on. That's all that matters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is the campaign I removed the most experienced cards from my deck. And honestly, I think it would be fine. It was fine. All right, we can investigate here, which functionally maybe draws a card. We could get the Myconid stats up. But no matter what, like if we stay here, we take a horror. If we go, well, we take a damage in a horror. If we go here, we have not successfully investigated, so we have to drop a clue that I don't care about that. But this hits us for 2. If you're able to beat up this child, the campaign will be victorious. I mean, for what it's worth, we haven't seen Simeon the whole game, and now he shows up and he's angry. I mean, like, buddy, you went into the mine, not us. This is not our problem. He also does have the stats of a child, which is like kind of sad when we defeat him. Yeah. I got nothing here, y'all. We could play the bounty to get 3 resources, just so we're on the same page. I think cards in hand are a bit more useful, but we could get 3 resources. And then die to Imperium Brilliance or whatever it's called. So we have 2 more actions. We stay here, we get hit for 1-1. We go here, we could fight Simeon no matter what. We get hit by this for 1-1 and then hit by 2. So that's not sustainable. We could go 1-2. Simeon hits us. Then we get hit for 2 horror, which nearly kills us. So there's literally nothing we can do here that makes any sense. There's nothing we can do. I think we have to just walk into the fire. Pretty sure there are only 2 copies of Imperium Brilliance, and Miguel took one with him. What are the odds? Did we just shuffle recently? This is so bad. The thing too is like there'll be 2 enemies at this location next turn if we don't leave, so we're gonna be stuck in here. So I think we have to go to the north. So we have to do this. We enter this location. Simeon Atwood engages us. We move. Simeon Atwood hits us, so he gets his licks in. We could defeat Simeon Atwood, actually. Maybe that's better. We could save Simeon Atwood. Maybe the last thing we do is heroically save Simeon. Maybe that would be the coolest thing we could do here. Yeah, the coolest thing we could do is save Simeon. Well, still alive? Alive or live? One of them more than the other. How's it going, Joel? So we are going to parlay Simeon. We're going to do our 2-2, and we're going to spend every clue that we own to make it a 6-5. If we save Simeon, we are the true heroes of the Vale. Shit. We failed by 1. Okay. All right, it's the enemy phase. So this hits us for 2. This hits us for 1. This hits us for 1 and 1. We're dead. So we'll take it all to the face. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We are defeated. The story does continue though. Oh, I healed again. Just take your damage, buddy. Don't worry, we'll have a story. We don't read any of these codexes. Mind you, there was so much more going on that we didn't get to see. So if no resolution was reached, each investigator resigned or was defeated. Your surroundings are swallowed by an unspeakable brilliance. A familiar euphoria grips you as reality itself shatters around you, and you catch a fleeting glimpse of other faces. Human, alien, animal. The bliss turns to excruciating pain as your body sublimates into red gas. As you scream, the 1,000 other faces scream with you in your mind. You realize each of them is another you in other times, other realities. The other faces refract, split in two, and fracture like a broken mirror again, as every version of you is remade into something new. And then, a warmth, a wholeness. There is no you anymore, only color and light. At last, you have found your place. In your campaign log, record the investigators became the true Feast of Hemlock Vale. The investigators are devoured. Each investigator is killed. Investigators lose the campaign. Oh, come on. You don't have to say that. We found our place. That's a good ending. Yeah, that's it. I don't even know if we get to the epilogue. No, we don't even read the epilogue. We're not allowed an epilogue. GG Nest tries. Yeah, in the arms of an angel. Man, that feels bad. I have not failed a lot of campaigns in my history playing this game. Obviously, like small card pool, this is a very difficult scenario. I think we had a reasonable start, but then we kind of lost some important cards that kept our stats up, and you get stat checked all over the place in this scenario. It's really, really rough. The fact that Miguel can't get clues consistently means that he can't like force his way through tests, and we lose so much story. Again, there's like a whole thing in the middle where you decide which way to deal with the Veil, and like there's a whole interlude. So there's a lot more going on in the scenario that we didn't see, and Act 3 is like absurd, the one that we have to do. So I think we're in a pretty hard spot. It feels bad to like spend all this time in some ways, and like, you know, if you watched all our time getting here, hopefully you had a good time. I know I had a good time getting here, but then having this ending is definitely like unsatisfying maybe. I mean, that's life to some extent. Like if you played this at home with your play group, hopefully you had a good time regardless playing with your team anyways. Came for a feast, got sublimated. Hate when that happens. The sign says the campaign frustrates me to the end. Taps the sign. I don't know. I haven't had this ending yet. And like, no matter what, like if you lose a finale, that's going to happen in any campaign. And like this campaign gives you so many cool choices. The theme is so great. I don't know if any of the mechanics are super frustrating. I do feel like this bag is like notably really, really, really rough. And the last campaign we played is the Drowned City, and this finale is like, as much as we, you know, it was a pretty tense playing solo, it is a bit of a cakewalk. This one is so difficult. And this scenario, failure gets met with other failure. And, you know, like Arkham Horror is really good at that. Like they don't mind doing that. If you played Circle and Done, that's this whole mechanic. Retaliate, alert, that's the mechanic. But like so many of this thing is like, oh, if you fail the evade, then everyone gets hit. So like there was a single test that we failed that cost us like, you know, ended up taking 6 damage to it, which you can't survive that. It's mostly frustrating because I really want to love it. Yeah, I still like this a lot. I think it's in my top 3 campaigns for sure. I've never played this 2 players. Oh no, maybe I have. I have with my partner. I don't know how our ending went for sure. I was sick watching you play The Longest Night. Made the campaign watch worth it. Thank you, Samuel. That's very kind. I was so excited for that campaign because inherently you're the investigator with traps, and Miguel like puts traps in the way. So like you're very much ready for a tower defense. The one card of Miguel that we didn't play is there's that one card that says pick a location, and then at the end of the round, if there's no enemies at a location, otherwise this card gets discarded, you can like heal a damage, heal a horror, draw a card, take a resource. And it would have been such a good idea to put a camp in the farmhouse. But then once we played it, we realized the farmhouse can't have attachments, and even like attaching a decoy trap to the farmhouse would have been sick. What is the hard version of the scenario? Do you have that card? Oh, of like the token? Yeah, for sure we have it. Let's see. This is the hard token. So minus X is the number of color enemies in play. So it's locked at -4, but it can get worse. So because there's 4 colors in the middle. -6 is discard 1 card at random from your hand. So just 2 worse. -8 on the 3 tablets. You may place 1 doom on your current investigator, not to make it a 0, to make it a -3. And fish face is -5. If this is a fighter evasion, you automatically fail instead. I can't imagine having fun playing against that. I have no idea what you're meant to do. Like when the bag gets like this, my guess is you just need to not do tests. Like you need to find ways to do things without testing on higher difficulties, but I might be wrong about that. For sure. Thank you for streaming. I love me some Arkham friends and General Andre shenanigans. Thank you, Ren. Thanks for joining. I promised I would say a story here, and this is, I think, one of my favorite Arkham stories. You have these couple stories that like you pick up when you play the game, and always like interesting things happen. So, a bit of a spoiler, but in one of the endings, it says to win, each surviving investigator has to be at a certain location and spend clues or something. I forget. But one of the endings to this says like each investigator has to be at this location. And if each surviving investigator is at the location, you can win. And when I was playing this, the first time we played it with our friends, we were playing 4-player and 3 of us could get into the location. And we tried everything. We spent literally 15 minutes at the table trying to be like, okay, what do we do? Okay, what about if I go first? I do this thing that gives you an action. You move in. I take an attack. And we like spent 15 minutes with 4 players going through all the permutations to see if we could all get into the same location, of which I think you need like 8 clues to enter it or something. So we have to get clues. We have to get into the location. We have to survive the enemy phase. That's everything you have to do. And if each surviving investigator there is, you resign. And we spent 15, 20 minutes. Because again, this is like a month of meeting up every week to play this campaign. No different than this, 4 of us together, and we're at the final ending, and it's so close. It's so close to it, but we can't get the final investigator in at time if we need to get all the right clues at the right time. And we spent, again, no joke, 15, 20 minutes trying to talk through it, getting increasingly like desperate and sad to be like, we're so close to victory and we can't touch it. And 20 minutes in, we realize this text. If you look at the Cosmic Emissary for more than 15 seconds at a time, you are driven insane. Remy just looks at it and we start counting. It was so cool. We're like, oh. We look at it, we start counting 1, 2, 3. And at 15, we win the scenario. It was the sickest ending to remember that kind of throwaway text and actually to use it to win the entire campaign. It was awesome. Immediately, we all realized that just like the count started, and we were so happy as we counted down to 15 to watch one of our hard fought survivors get driven insane. It was just sick. Like one of the best stories with a game, because we spent so long trying to figure it out, and the ending, it was always right there. Good thing you quick save before entering the abyss. Yeah, about that. It's F5, I think. Expert's all about not pulling from the bag, which is pretty divisive. Yeah, I agree. And I think they're going to change that in the near future, which is good. Man, it's a cool scenario. I think I need to end on not 100% knowing what's next for this channel, because we're in this really awkward time where like the next 3 scenario campaign is coming up in like a month and a half. Like it's going to take a while for us to get it. And I don't think there's enough time between now and there to finish like a normal campaign. So I don't honestly know what to do. I'm also at the point where like we've played nearly every investigator from chapter 2, and we're at the point where we've seen most of the cards that I think are worth playing in a lot of decks. So like as much as this channel started to be a chapter 2 content channel, there's not enough channel content in chapter 2 to make a channel around it, right? Like I don't know if we can show up every week and play Arkham Horror when we're just getting 3 more scenarios for the next year functionally. I guess there's another standalone maybe I don't understand that. So like what we're probably going to end up doing is like diving into the older stuff and just playing with not exactly a legacy card pool, but we're going to be playing investigators who are outside of chapter 2. So if we go back to Carcosa, we'll play the Carcosa investigators with chapter 2 and the Carcosa play card pool. It's only like 2 weeks. I don't know. Is it in 2 weeks? But no matter how many weeks it is, like what do we do for the next 2 weeks, right? Like it is in August, so maybe it's like 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. I think it's faster at Gen Con. I don't know when we get it. I don't know if we have a release date. But like then I have to get it and do the scan, so like it takes some time. But like I don't know what to do for the next 2 weeks, right? Like I'm not sure what to do. Like do we just play standalones for 2 weeks with these investigators? That's late too, man. I want to do like a deconstruction of like what I thought about Miguel and Joe. I guess we can do that really quickly, right? Joe was fine. Joe's always fine. I don't know what to say, but Joe's text is fine. His card pool is fine. That text box is good. His stats are good. His low willpower hurts. It's hard to deal with that. Mouse Mask is one of the weird cards that can deal with it. But Joe is uniquely fine to great, right? Like, he's not exciting, but he's a workhorse. It's surprising that we hadn't got this text on Investigator in 10 years. It's so straightforward, but that's it, right? It's just really good. Excelsior is good fun. Yeah, even like I have Midnight Gala, which I've only played once, or actually Film Fatale is probably worth playing, right? Maybe Core 1 campaign since it's really short. Ooh, the Chapter 1 campaign? Yeah, actually, that's a really good idea because a lot of people haven't seen it. It'll be cool to see the difference between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. I think that's a great idea. Just put up the entity for us to stare at for a few hours each week. 15 seconds at a time. Anyways, that's Joe. Like, not much to say about it. Like, obviously Joe is what Joe is. It's a seeker that fights a bit. Like, fine. Chapter 2 doesn't do anything weird with the card pool. The only weird seeker cards are the cards that work with Carolyn, and Carolyn is really good, but a lot of those cards are a bit Carolyn contained, like self-contained. Now, Miguel is the one I think is probably more worth talking about. And like, Miguel is both really exciting and in some ways really frustrating, but also really kind of positive for the future. Because Miguel's thing about playing events is entirely like the power and flexibility of this is predicated on the card pool. There is a world in which you play Miguel with no traps, right? And for what it's worth, the traps are kind of ugly in Miguel in some ways because most of them are fast. So like, you don't even use Miguel's text box. I think that's the most frustrating thing is like, I know if I played Miguel in Legacy, you would not struggle to use his text box on most turns, but we honestly use Miguel's text box 0 times this scenario, literally 0 times the scenario. And in most scenarios, we only use his text box 2 or 3 times. Now his stats are good and his stats work with his traps and he's hardy. He has 8/8. But like, future card pool will make Miguel very, very cool. If you play Legacy, Miguel will be very, very cool. But currently, all you can do is very, very little. There's not that many events that are not even fast or like reactionary fast in Seeker. Or sorry, in Survivor, which is strange. Yeah. Hey, Forbeard, how's it going? You could play through the 2 scenarios from Hemlock that you didn't do. Oh, that's interesting. Somewhat I didn't do them because they are kind of mismatches, right? Like, without spoiling it, one of the scenarios has locations that stop being locations, so traps just don't work on them, which is going to be ugly for Miguel. The other one was the minecart one, which is we literally might not have enough space on the table. It also doesn't work with Miguel at all because it's all about locations that like you leave, they don't really fire. So they're very interesting scenarios, very, very cool scenarios, but specifically for Miguel, they're like very, very mismatched because they're about Miguel's trap text won't work. Yeah, I'm very excited for the future, Miguel. You saw this, it was very obvious. Like, we ran out of experience. Maybe you could say we could have cut one card for another card, like one more healing card. There is like some nice healing cards in the Seeker card pool, sorry, the Survivor card pool. But a lot of his stuff, if you're playing the traps, you have to play these cards, right? Like, it's hard to imagine a deck that you can play that doesn't play like, you know, 2 Daniels, 2 Lion Waits, 2 Glassings, some amount of Loners, some amount of, you know, like all these cards kind of like 2 Longbows. I think you still play 2 Longbows. Like, the deck, I wouldn't say builds itself, but there's not that many decisions because the card pool is the way it is. And time will change that for sure. He was, I think, the highest skill cap out of any investigator I played in a long time. And he really rewards you forward planning. He really rewards your movement around the table to be like, okay, I can move an enemy at the right place at the right time. He really rewards you if you played a scenario before. So you know, like, oh, at this point, something will spawn here. Or the encounter deck has this many cards in it, so I'm likely to draw a weakness. I think out of any investigator I've played, he is so satisfying because the best laid plans are very much worth it. They're so heavily rewarded. I'd really like to see a deck investigator breakdown from the few campaigns you've done. What you think worked and what didn't, what cards surprised you, that kind of thing. Yeah, I need to do stuff that's not just gameplay. I think that's a good idea. There just aren't enough cards for there to be more than one archetype for anybody. Yeah, I know. And like, if you like, so I played when Chapter 1 came out 10 years ago, and honestly, it was the same. But for a player who's been in this game for this long, back then, because Arkham was not only new, it was new to me. You had more time to discover what you liked, what was good, right? But even the Chapter 1 core set was somewhat quickly followed by the entire Dunwich, which was more investigator cards and again, like 8 scenarios to play. The fact that we're having 3 more scenarios, like, you probably know this, it's tricky. It's tricky. And yeah, you explore the card pool, especially because a lot of the cards in Chapter 2, or not a lot, but some of the cards in Chapter 2 are straight reprints. So it's a smaller card pool than it feels to some people who've been playing for a while. Yeah, anyways, Miguel's sick. Very, very excited. Again, survivors usually have really out there designs. This is definitely not the most out there. The most out there part of the actual traps. And I think the traps are really successful. I think Glassing is actually kind of a messed up card. Yeah. It looked like it took like 3 or 4 cycles to actually start seeing investigators come into their own archetypes and deck building be really great. Yeah, it took a while. And like for someone going from back from chapter 1 into chapter 2 land, you leave so much on the table. If you're watching this, mind you, either in the chat or in the VOD, and you'd be excited to see more of a legacy card pool, please let me know. I do know a lot of people who watch this are getting into the game right now. And I want to be saying like all the things that I'm saying right now are not relevant to people who are getting to the game. This game is still fantastic. But yeah, for someone who's been playing for 10 years, there's, different things to worry about in different ways. But yeah, there's still a lot to explore, especially if you're new to the game. But anyways, if you're watching this and you want to see more older cards, let me know. I think it's going to be hard. Otherwise, you'll be seeing the same cards over and over again. Because I don't think we're getting new player cards for like a year. It's going to be a while. It seems to be a while. Cool. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed Feast of Hemlock Vale. Actually, it's too late. Okay, hold on. I hate to keep dragging it on like this, but we can read this thing at the end, which I always do read, and it's not part of the epilogue. You can't read the epilogue. Design notes. I think I could turn and live with animals. They are so placid and self-contained. They do not lie awake in the dark and weep for their sins. Congratulations on completing the Feast of Hemlock Vale campaign. The Color Out of Space is one of my favorite Lovecraft tales. Its combination of horror, wonder, and sense of place and time work to tell a haunting story. In it, a faceless alien terror falls right in front of the Gardner family and warps nature itself. The story is horror wrapped in wonder. When setting out to make this campaign, I wanted to channel the same sense of fear and awe I felt when I read Lovecraft's story for the first time. How would the alien color influence the world around it? More importantly, what would draw people to live in such a dangerous and harmful environment? From those questions, Hemlock Isle and the Children of the Stars were born. I also wanted to portray the strong sense of place and time in Lovecraft's original tale. Rather than extend the story over months or years, it made more sense to add a sense of urgency through limited scope. With just 3 days until a final explosive confrontation, the narrative plays out at a fast pace. The structure also allowed us to play with a contrast between day and night and how Hemlock Isle changes between the two. The night scenarios should feel nail-biting, while the day scenarios ought to feel more like a proper survey. Allowing players to kit up in playable preludes makes the contrast between night and day scenarios all more distinct. Each enemy and scenario in this campaign is intended to shed light on Hemlock Isle's unique ecosystem and the sense that these creatures have more concern than just eating our investigators. The elusive keyword allowed us to simulate this behavior and also allowed us to create a menacing new attack pattern for predators. Family, and all that wonderful complicated things that come with it, is at the heart of the campaign's story. The community of Hemlock Vale is filled with complicated people who may become your friends or your worst enemies. I do want to say that the path that we follow with Rosa and Judith is actually one of the more isolated paths. There's a path about, William Hemlock and River, about the future of the city. There's a path with Leah and Simeon, which is about, Simeon has his own stories about reuniting that family. There's a path about Theo and his sister Helen, in which you can actually get them together really early. And then Helen joins your side and they kind of become part of Hemlock. Like, out of all the stories we did the one that is the least, I think, family oriented, which, there's a lot of different reasons to replay this scenario. And definitely the narratives are part of them. The community of Hemlock Vale is filled with complicated people who may become your friend or your worst enemy. Even Mother Rachel, however misguided, believes she is doing the right thing for those she cares about. And whom do we hurt more than those we love? The folk horror genre often gawks at its folk or presents them as dangerous or disturbed. I wanted this campaign to instead ask how the folk of Hemlock Vale are like us. And like any of us, the residents have their own unique quirks, perspectives, and foibles. The Codex was the best tool to portray each character arc over the course of the campaign. It is worth saying, this is the first time the Codex came out. It's used, I think, to way stronger effect than in the Chapter 2 core set, but it is much more elaborate. But a lot of the highlights of Chapter 2 are actually owed to this box. Things like Elusive, which is a sick keyword, and Codex all came from this box. I wanted those interactions to feel both fun and affecting, and most importantly, to weave the narrative elements of the campaign directly into the gameplay. I hope you enjoyed getting to know the residents as much as I did. Working on this campaign has been an incredible honor. I hope that after playing it, you take time to appreciate those you love and the natural wonders around your home, whatever they may be. I hope you also return to Hemlock Isle to see how it changes from day to day, as well as how the different residents show you some new facet of the story. If our investigators aren't already craving seconds, I'd say that they've earned a well-deserved rest. Or once they return to Arkham, however, I have a sneaking suspicion they're in for an offer they can't refuse. And that's the teaser for the Drowned City, signed by Josiah Duke Harris. Nice. When are you doing a 100% achievement run in the campaign? I mean, that's not possible. As a newcomer, I like how digestible this card pool size is, but I'd be interested to see older stuff too. Yeah. You get to this weird thing where, like, if you play with the full card pool, Chris, the game gets goofy easy at some point, and that's because, like, over 10 years of card pool, you can get some really ridiculous stuff. The real feast was us along the way. I at least like the idea of chapter 2 plus campaign expansion cards. Yeah, that was like definitely a good start here. I do think we might want to try out some of the investigators because we didn't. We just playing chapter 2 investigators. But notably, I had never played a full campaign with Miguel, full campaign. And Joe, we did play on the channel before, but it was a good like combination. Particularly also when I play 2-player, I want to play 2 investigators that are a bit flexy. So the turns don't just be like you get clues, you fight. That's a bit more interesting. That's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for joining for the entire Feast of the Hemlock Vale. I'm assuming we'll be back next week. We'll figure out what to do with it. We might just dive into the original core set to show you what that's like. I need to get some more scans in, but that can't be too hard. And we'll see who we're playing with. But it might be cool to see the difference between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 core. Chapter 2 owes a lot to Chapter 1. Is it all better? No. Is a lot of it better? Yes. So you're going to see some of those sore parts from Chapter 1. We can even do Return to Chapter 1, which is not a very common thing to see. But I think it's going to be very different from the Chapter 2 core set. Legacy content would be great. More block type format would be fun. Also, parallel investigators with season 2 stuff would be really cool. Think you do Return to the core? I think for the folks who are watching this channel, they probably want to see the original core, and then maybe we can do Return to core. I guess for those who don't know, back in the day, FFG did this like bizarrely cool thing where they released these products called Return to boxes. So while we saw the Dunwich horror, it's called the Dunwich horror? Dunwich? Return to Dunwich Horror. I think it's a Dunwich Horror. That sounded wrong as soon as I said it. They released this box called Return to Dunwich Horror. And the box on its own was like this like shoebox kind of thing. So it was a storage method, which was sick. It had dividers and all that sort of stuff. But also it came with some new player cards. Some of them are very, very good. But it also came with like alternate encounter sets for the whole cycle. And it came with alternate cards that you could choose to substitute into scenarios. And they often use that as a way to like patch certain scenarios. Or for instance, they like forgot that certain enemies didn't have the elite clause. So some bosses could be cheesed the way they interact with some player cards. So they'll have a card that just says like this thing has elite, and they'll add more treacheries, and they'll have a different act and a different agenda and new locations. So when it says randomly pick 4 out of the 5, now it's 4 out of the 8. So you have more replayability. It was like such a cool thing because it's a mixture of like a balance patch, and it's also a mixture of DLC. It'd be like, hey, do you want to revisit something you've played before with a different spin? And you could also be like, I'm going to pick some of the encounter cards from the old set and some from the new set. And they were all balanced amongst each other. Like, it was such a cool product. The problem was it was a niche product, right? So the only thing that this sold to is people who already played and owned everything. So it's not like a very good thing, right? Like a lot of people would only buy the core box. So like then you have people who pick up the expansion. Then how many people do you buy that have the DLC to the expansion? So they did them for the first 5 cycles, I think, maybe 4. They did a return to the core set as well. But from that point on, they stopped doing them. And it's where my organization method for campaign cards get a lot worse suddenly. Dunwich Legacy. Oh, not Dunwich Horror. Yeah, that sounded wrong. And obviously that's because it was. Return to were some of my most beloved content. I'm still grieving not getting Return to Dream Eaters. Yeah, Dream Eaters definitely could have used a Return to. There's no box that wouldn't appreciate it, but Dream Eaters definitely could have used a bit more spice too. Yeah, I don't know. It is like such a white whale of perfect content for those who are so engaged with the game to give them extra replayability, extra player cards, extra DLC. Like it is so genuinely cool. Yeah. The Return to Circle and Done. I'm playing that right now with my partner, and it like adds extra storylines, entire storylines. It gave you a deck of tarot cards, like full-size tarot cards that you could do readings before any scenario, and the readings could to help you or hurt you. You could do a reading before the campaign, and each tarot card has to be assigned. Like just such cool stuff. So I'm hoping to see some cool stuff like that in the future. But yeah, it is just such a cool product that unfortunately doesn't seem to be sustainable, especially because modernly FFG has to like rescope on what makes sense. I'm excited for you to show off the glory of Zoe, the true best girl in Arkham. I do like a religious zealot who's out there fighting things for the Lord. It's such a fun story. Shout out to Doomtown. But yeah, Zoe is just the best. I was a huge fan of Zoe. She was the first person I played when we played our first Dunwich Legacy campaign. All right, I've been vamping for a bit, but I trust you well. I do want to say this. If you appreciate content like this, if you want to take a second to leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment, share this with someone you think might care about it. It is like the easiest way to help the channel grow and say thank you. A lot of time goes into this, both preparing for it. I do all practice games before this, building decks, doing the overlays, this getting the scans working, the technology behind it. It's a ton of effort, let alone, yeah, I mean, everything. It's a nice way to say thanks. So super, super appreciated. We'll be probably back next Wednesday. I don't know. I don't expect to take a week off, but we'll probably be there, probably playing the real core set. I'll build some decks. We'll do something cool with that. From that point on, hopefully the Children of Blood, I think that's what it's called, should be out soon enough. But we'll see when that is coming out. I'll go check some posts online. Really appreciate all the hard work. Thank you, Ren. Thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. That's it. Enjoy Feast of Hemlock Vale. We'll be back hopefully in the future to see some other narratives on some other storylines, but that's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out over the last 6 weeks, and we'll be back in the next one. Take care, y'all.